The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's coming down to the wire at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. National titles are on the line and players are battling till the bitter end. There's a new king in the seniors with Vladimir Akopian claiming the throne after an impressive win. Former champ Christopher Yu maintains a tenuous lead, but multiple chasers are in hot pursuit. Last year's winner Alice Lee is in pole position, up half a point with one game remaining. Will she be adding more hardware to her impressive trophy case? 9 rounds may not be enough to crown all 3 champions, which means playoffs could be in the future. Day 9 of Championship Chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 9 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We're having an incredible event. Let's go back to the studio and find out who will win the titles.
Today is the day. 2 championships are waiting for a champion. Who can outpace the competition and claim outright victory? Round 9 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian, Chirila.
Good to see you, Nazi. Good to see you, Yasser.
I can't believe it. All good things must come to an end. This is it, the championship round. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. While one national champion has been crowned, 2 remain unknown. Who will be the champions? Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings.
And we'll start with the juniors. With the
seniors,
we have a champion, Vladimir Akopian. He won the tournament yesterday with his victory, with 1 round to spare. And here you see it, he's the 2024 US Senior Champion, winning $20,000. Our congratulations to Vladimir.
3rd time is a charm. The fight for 2nd is intense. Tell us about the standings in the juniors.
In the juniors, we have a sole leader going into the last round, Christopher Yu, but there are 3 players who could potentially catch him today. Andrew Hong and Jason Wang are sharing 2nd place, and in the 4th is Justin Wang.
And the standings for the junior girls.
Alice Lee is leading the tournament going into the last round, but Rose Atwell has a very good chance to catch her today.
Absolutely. Big fight for the bronze medal there. And tell us about the format for these 3 national championships.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament with a time control of 2 hours and 30-second increment. There are no draw offers allowed, and the regular scoring system: 1 for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss.
Not much left in the schedule, but nonetheless, tell us what we can expect.
Players are playing the final classical round today, but we may see playoffs tomorrow if necessary.
Tell me about the necessary.
Well, if 2 players are tied for first, they will play a 2-game rapid match. Time control will be 15 minutes with 10-second increment. If they're still tied, they will repeat with colors reversed. If they still tie, then there will be a blitz match with the time control of 5 + 2. If they're still tied, they will repeat with colors reversed. And if they're somehow still tied, then the arbiters and the players will decide how to finish it.
Dueling pistols is my suggestion, absolutely. And Cristian, how can we crown 2 champions today?
Well, we know how important those final round pairings are. We've played some tournaments.
Yes,
some of us even won some tournaments. I'm not talking about myself. But let's take a look at the final round pairings. We're going to start with the juniors section. Take a look at this. We have 3 big clashes. Christopher Yu, the tournament leader right now, half a point in the lead, is facing a very dangerous opponent, especially in the opening phase. That is Balaji, Daggupati, Andy Woodward. He hasn't had the best event so far, but he's so good. He can pose problems to anybody in this field. And he's facing Jason Wang, only half a point behind Christopher Yu, another player that could have been matched with Christopher Yu perhaps, but also could have been 1 point behind Christopher Yu. Right now, half a point behind him is Andrew Hong. Just an up and down tournament for him so far. He's facing another very dangerous opponent, Justin Wang. 3 big clashes in the junior section. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls section. And in this one, we've seen Alice Lee finally taking the lead after yesterday's round. Right now, sitting nicely at the top with 6 points. She's facing the youngest player in all 3 fields, only 13 years of age, Megan Paragua, 3.5 points right now. Rose Atwell, 5.5 points, half a point behind Alice Lee. I have to say, she could have easily been 1 full point behind Alice Lee yesterday. What an escape. Take a look at that. You see the 2 participants, the 2 combatants fighting for that top position. Just incredible tension in the playing hall, and we will hear more about it from Kostya in just a second. But take a look at this. Alice Lee, if she wins her game today, that's it. She wins the tournament, and she will definitely try. With the black pieces, white pieces, it doesn't really matter. She has the experience, and she's going to try to make use of that. And what's happening in the juniors section? Well, Christopher Yu, I have to say, he's been throughout this event the man to beat. He hasn't not have the lead since I believe round 4, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, look at him, ready for battle against Balaji Daggupati. He has the white pieces. He has all the tools in his arsenal to get it done.
Balaji, very dangerous opponent. Could he play the role of the spoiler? Thank you, Cristian. And let's take a look at the senior pairings. We've seen the juniors, we've seen the girls. Now it's the legends.
Let's take a look. We have Igor Novikov playing Alex Shabalov, the tournament winner Vladimir Akopian playing Joel Benjamin, Larry Christiansen against Douglas Root, Gregory Kaidanov playing Melik Khachiyan, and I think the biggest fight for the second place is in this matchup, Jesse Kraai against Julio Becerra.
Absolutely. And the seniors, they put in the attic today. Looks like they're at the World Chess Hall of Fame. As you can see, very nice playing hall. And there's our champion.
How do you approach your last round when you have already won the tournament?
Yeah, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, you're really, really happy, but you don't want to go out on a sour note,
of course,
right?
Yes.
So today he's playing Joel Benjamin is our champion, as they see the handshake, as the players are getting ready to start this 9th and final round. But yeah, I would just try to play something very cautious and safe. And obviously the national titles are very important, but there's also prizes up for grabs. Let's start with the juniors.
There's a big prize fund. Total prize fund is $40,000. First place winner is going to get $12,000. Second place 8. Third place 5.
And the junior girls prize fund?
$20,600 total prize fund. First place $6,000. Second place $4,000. Third place $3,000.
I'm going to petition the St. Louis Chess Club to round that prize fund up. And for the legends, the prize fund there.
It's a huge prize fund in the senior section, $75,000 total. First place, we already know that Vladimir Akopian won $20,000, but there's still a lot of players playing for second place, $13,000, third place $10,000. And there's all eyes on these players. Alice Lee, will she win her game and
clinch
the first
championship
place without the playoffs?
Without the playoffs.
Although we've seen Alice in the playoffs many times against Irina Krush for the American Cup.
For the American Cup. But she doesn't want a playoff. I mean, right now, not only is she in pole position, she has to think where she came from. She was behind everybody, and she could put the crowning touch with a victory today against
I'm very curious
Megan.
to see her opening choice.
Christopher, on the other hand, he led most of the way. In round 3, one of the competitors had 3-0, whereas Christopher Yu started 2.5. Thereafter, Christopher has been in first, cruising. He currently with white, he can't be more happy about his situation. Half a point lead, clear first,
Everything
a victory.
is in his hands.
It's in his hands. Destiny is in
You
his
can
hands.
imagine he was watching yesterday's game
With
with Brewington and Andrew all the way until 8 o'clock in the evening.
Holding the breath. And there's
What a
Brewington.
game that was.
They're just shaking hands in the blue. And you think to yourself,
D4,
is
okay.
Brewington exhausted? You know, like
Must
is
be.
Andrew?
No,
But they are so
guys,
young.
they're
That
young.
adrenaline.
He's 14. He has all the energy in the world.
And we
Good
see
point.
Christopher choosing D4 opening today.
Okay.
He plays both D4 and E4.
Sorry, I'm way behind. I just,
So, we have the Slav defense. Balaji is playing solid opening.
Slav defense. And by the way, C7, C6, if you don't mind me saying, is kind of an invitation to go into a very, very cautious game with the Slav exchange. Christopher didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, of
He said,
course.
no, I'm not interested. And now the big question. Do you want to play bishop g5 and potentially...
You're well prepared.
super well prepared. Potentially, you could win a pawn in the Botvinnik system.
I don't think he's going to go for that. Just for the simple fact that I think he had a scare yesterday. He played that super sharp line, super long line, and he was lost. He forgot one move of theory and he was lost.
Right, that bishop d3 move.
I don't think he wants to risk as much today. Sure, he wants to win, but he doesn't want to endanger his chances to at least make the playoffs.
And by the way, you called it. He played the very cautious
E3.
E2,
Yes.
E3. He didn't go for the bishop g5 super sharp variations. And knight b8 to d7 and an invitation, would you like to dance to the Moran? Bishop to d3, d5 takes c4. Nope, queen
Maybe
c2.
Christopher has the G4 sharp line prepared with the Queen C2 line.
Like something like
Bishop
bishop d6
and G4, yes.
and g4.
I see something.
yeah.
The G4 is on the board.
No, that was my...
Wow.
You're right.
I predicted it.
Wow.
What's up with you two today? You guys have nailed them
prepared.
both. Wow. You
You've
knew it
played
was a
this
championship
Nazir,
round.
haven't you?
Yes, I played this against Alice Lee,
At the
and
US Champs.
I needed to win in the playoffs, and it worked. In one game, it worked.
Good. And then what happened?
Eventually, I still lost the playoff, but I won with
The
this
game with the
opening.
G2, G4. What's the idea? Tell us.
You
Don't
want me
give
to share
away
the
too.
secrets?
Don't give away too much.
Share all the secrets with us.
Well, if knight takes g4, the idea is that we play rook g1 and position gets crazy sharp. Of course, if you have analyzed this with the engine, everything ends in triple zeros. But when you play this as a surprise opening and your
Right.
opponent hasn't checked this in a while, then black can really get into trouble.
So it's pretty clear that you want to boot the knight, G4, G5, and as we saw, Balaji said, okay, I get that, I'll stop you, H7, H6. Now, the idea of rook G1, simply defend the pawn, but are you still aspiring?
Yeah,
Play G5?
definitely, but no rush for g5. You develop castle long.
Right. As we know, a sharp response to a flank attack like G4, G5 is best met with a counter-reaction in the center. E6, E5, and instantly Bishop E2
That's
by Christopher.
that's sort of a new move.
That's sort of
There's
a new move?
only a game being played with this one and with all the other ones. For example, C takes D5 in this position has 109 games.
Wow.
C takes D5 being the main line, H4, 20 games, Bishop to E2. I think, okay, now I see 4 games in this one with the move E4. Still a very, very rare line by White, and Balaji will definitely take his head in his hands and try to figure things out, because I don't think he prepared this. And by the way, the engine is saying that after Bishop E2, Black is already slightly better. You let it think and probably will go to triple zeros. But E4, both E4 and E takes D4 seem to be perhaps giving Black an advantage. You cannot, or at least if you do take with the knight, you're giving away the H2 pawn. Black has the opportunity to pick up that pawn with Bishop takes H2, even though it does seem like this is a mistake after Rook H1, Bishop D6, and just the simple G5, taking advantage of the fact that you're pinned down the h file. So a lot of things to unpack in this one, a lot of things to consider for Balaji. We will have a pretty crazy clash, I have to say. I'm inspired by Christopher's decision to go for this sharp g4 line when he only needs a draw to make the playoffs.
Right.
He wants to win. He doesn't want to see or hear about any sort of playoffs.
Okay. I have to ask, it's my nature. E5, E4 attacks the knight.
That's the game that has been played 4 times.
Knight to D2. Now,
You're asking
again,
about the pawn, aren't you?
temptation is impossible for me. I take the pawn. I'm assuming rook
I can
G2.
go rook H1.
No, rook H1, rook
and
H1.
then
Rook-
follow
the same
up
idea.
H1.
with
The same
G5.
idea. Yes.
And the idea is I go back now G5. If you boot my knight,
Yeah.
my
You lose
pawn
the
is-
pawn on D5.
and
yes.
that is how.
But you can play Queen C7 after Rook H1 and don't move your bishop.
Right. That was my next question.
Karpovian bishop.
Yes.
On
Unzicker. Same story, I think. Knight can come back to F1.
Knight F1, I can still force your bishop to move.
And
That's right.
now comes G5 once again. Although in this case, I must say you can't take twice on D5,
That's correct. We are pinned.
but we can move our queen and then pick
Still
up the
get
pawn.
the pawn on the next move.
Yeah. So it's not a pawn sacrifice. Christopher's bishop E2. It's not a pawn sacrifice, but I think Christian made a very good point. What about a capture? If you capture with the knight, I'm not so interested in this bishop takes H2, but
95.
knight
definitely.
E5, give me the pawn. Give me the pawn.
It's interesting how we're developing the pieces, but no one's castling
Or maybe D
mo-
takes C4 as well.
to develop to
Or D
play
takes
95
C4
with the
inclusive?
tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
D takes
Yes,
C4.
95 actually allowing C takes D5 doesn't seem to be the right approach.
Okay. So
You don't want to see the isolated queen's pawn.
do I start with D5 takes C4?
Yeah,
do
you can take on D4 first.
Yeah, I
Knight
can-
takes D4, and then even take on C4.
and now take on C4?
Correct. That seems
Although
to be
I
the
am-
main line.
Aren't I encouraging knight F5?
You are, yes. And that's where the sharpness begins. That's exactly what Christopher Yu has probably
I'm
spent his
going to
evening
guess black just
with.
goes bishop F8 here.
Well, then I don't take on H2. Then why did I do all of this? Oh, because
Bishop
you want to go
F8
knight
or
E.
Knight
Yeah,
C5.
Knight
but
E5.
all pieces will come back with tempi.
Bishop F8 or Knight C5 are
Oh, Knight
a couple of
C5.
moves. that
Knight C5 or knight
recommended
E5?
by the engine.
Knight C5 looks crazy, giving up the G7 pawn.
Yes.
Knight C5.
Or E5, both
I'm-
possible.
E5 is fine as well.
Okay.
Look, there's a lot of ways both players can play this one.
Wow.
It all comes down
This
to your
looks like
knowledge.
fun,
This is
and
going to be
your
fun.
preparation.
This is going to be fun. And
Bishop
right now, there's some
E2.
pressure on Balaji.
Okay. We can't put all of our attention in on this one. Let's go to
check.
Alice
Let's
Lee,
check
shall we?
Alice's opening. Megan chose somewhat aggressive Sicilian, I would say. It's an open Sicilian with queen takes d4.
Okay. Which has been seen. Ace, hold on just a second. What do we have? Knight F3, D6 takes. Okay, so she didn't play Knight C6 right
Or
away.
a6, which are the two most common moves.
She played Knight F6. And White didn't take advantage of any kind of Maroczy bind, special, moves. Knight to C3, A6. Bishop C4, a Bobby Fischer specialty. Knight C6, Queen D3. I'm sorry, I've played a lot of Sicilians, but this one is unique to me.
It is, right? It's a mixture of different lines. I think it can still transpose to some of the more theoretical positions.
And how would we transpose? If you
Now,
don't
big
mind?
question is Alice going to play e6 or g6?
E6 or G6? Not even the move I considered best.
Which was?
Bishop G4.
Oh, that also looks interesting.
Bishop G4. So my thinking is you put your queen. What did our chess coaches tell us? Don't develop your queen too early because then
You
she
have to
could
move
be
it a
attacked,
lot,
right?
yeah.
So I'm thinking E6, Bishop H5, Bishop G6, D5. I'll attack your queen. Also, I'm thinking Bishop F3 and Knight E5. Trading off pieces, getting to play Rook C8 with a gain of tempo. Has this been played before? Do you know?
Yes, I think there's about 50 games in the database after
50.
the position queen d3. Yeah.
And you were, by the way, I think Alice just played.
Yeah, she listened to you.
Join yourselves. You guys were prophetic in Christopher's game. Bishop g4 by Alice on the board. Christian, jump in on this one. I am not used to seeing a mainline Sicilian.
Yes, there's a question mark next to it.
I see it now, but I am not used to seeing an open Sicilian.
There is a question mark. I'm not convinced about the question mark. But the engine does say that after bishop g4, bishop to b3 seemed to be better. Of course, again, you were mentioning this idea of just simply taking on f3 and knight to e5. That's a big threat, so I have to defend against that.
To get out
Get
of
the
way.
bishop out of dodge, right? Bishop
Gotcha.
to b3 makes a lot of sense. And to be honest, right now, as we move through these lines, it goes down to 0.
Yeah,
Bishop to h5, getting closer to equality, knight to d4, but still, I don't see this bishop land on g6 is as many Sicilians, right?
No, it's a very unique Sicilian.
It's very strange, unique. I don't know how I want to call it and how to assess it also, right? Because I will move this knight away and I will try to stop you with f3. Whenever you land on g6, I'll put the kibosh on that bishop with f3 and build this wall. So, I don't know. I'm not convinced about the accuracy, let's say, of this move bishop to g4. But both players seem to be playing a la tempo, so they must know what they're doing.
I've played Sicilian for more than a decade. I've never seen bishop g4.
Precisely. Precisely.
I'm
Look, they're
with
playing
you
fast.
on this one.
They must know what they're doing, right?
But it's funny that the move bishop g4 gets a question mark, according to the computer. And then, of course, the refutation is bishop b3.
Yes.
Like, how could that refute? I was just thinking I was going to wait for you to play h3 and g4. I was going to play e7, e6 immediately. Maybe just get my king out of dodge, bishop e7, castles, rook c8. You know, play all the usual typical moves. And I was rather hoping that you would help me
get to g6.
Right. You know, you're winning a lot of tempi doing this, but you know, you're actually not disturbing.
Achieving much with
yes.
it, yeah.
There you go. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the fourth member of our broadcast team, Kostya, who had been in the playing hall to kind of get the sense of the tension. Kostya, over to you. What did you discover?
Thanks, Yasser. Hello, Christian. Hello, Nazi. Yeah, guys, I thought for the final round it'd be cool to check out the playing hall, get a feeling for some of the vibes in there. Last round was always very, very tense. I just want to see what things were like. It was very interesting, actually. I feel like I had a couple insights. Before the round, things were actually pretty chill. But then the rain broke out, like 3 minutes before the start of the round, just started pouring and hailing outside. And you can actually hear it very clearly in the playing hall. It's like very, very noticeable. And I feel like that kind of soured the mood a little bit for the players because now they realize, okay, it's raining outside. Final round's going to be very, very tough. And of course, I was in particular interested in some of the leaders' games. One thing I saw, we see Christopher on the screen today. Balaji today played the semi-Slav. I don't know if this is a huge part of Balaji's repertoire, but I thought I saw Christopher kind of flinch a bit, or he was a little surprised by the semi-Slav. I thought maybe he didn't prepare it, but then he bangs out this early move g4, and I realized maybe not only was he preparing for it, he was hoping for it. You know, he was hoping to get this line on the board. I think that might have been his reaction. And then the other interesting thing about the U.S. Girls Junior is you have Alice and Rose, of course, in contention, and they're sitting right next to each other, so they can kind of just look over and see how the other player is doing. They're also positioned right in front of the monitor, so they can just easily check out how the other game is going. I thought that was very interesting yesterday. Alice admitted she was watching Rose's game, and for some time she was definitely okay with the draw because she thought Rose is actually going to lose. And as we know, Rose saved that game, so now she is just a half point behind. So yeah, pretty interesting. The seniors, they're playing in the other room. But I think at this point, the fans would love to know what the snack situation is like in the playing hall. I was also very curious. The snacks are always very much on point in these events. We're going to go check them out now. First up, you're going to see the drink station here. You get see some water, coffee, tea, and here is the food. Nice little assortment. Got some hors d'oeuvres, some sushi, some fruits, smoked salmon, veggies, some sandwiches. There was some hummus wrap, vegan friendly for folks like Nazi. And yeah, the food overall was very, very good. Got some cold drinks here, warm drinks as well. I noticed the juniors, they all went for like water, like juice and stuff, but the seniors, almost all of them had like a hot drink at their table, some kind of tea or coffee. But there you have it, guys.
Thank you, Kostya. Wonderful insights, especially about the teas and coffees for the senior. Juices for the juniors.
Yeah, the juniors don't need the extra coffee energy.
Right, they've already got enough energy for everybody. I did notice, by the way, that Megan did not play the computer-recommended Bishop B3. She made a move that sure looks very sensible to me, though.
Bishop F4 was also one of the top.
Because the idea was that Bishop F3, Queen F3, Knight E5 was the potential of, you know, trading a lot of the minor pieces early. So she just puts a stop to that. In anticipation, E7, E6, maybe, you know, put a little pressure, you know what I mean, on the F4 pawn.
I mean, Bishop F4 is a very good move here, but having Bishop on C4 and F4 is also rare in the Sicilian. Usually you have Bishop on C4 and the other one is either on E3 or G5.
Right. You know, it's funny, in my Fred Reinfeld books, we grew up with these books, the proper way of developing. And Fred Reinfeld would say, as white, you're trying to go E4, D4, Knight F3, Knight C3, Bishop F4, Bishop C4. And in all my games, I never got Bishop F4, Bishop C4 out of any opening that you can imagine, right?
It is very
never,
rare to
you know,
put
like
there.
no French defense ever allows for a Bishop C4, Bishop F4. This is, again, a very unique way of a Sicilian.
Let's check
I
how
say.
Rose is doing. She has
Please.
a theoretical Benoni, I believe, with G3. Rose is playing Rachel Lee.
Right, and I noticed on the monitor there that Queen C2 was essayed, and I'm like, what? Where is Rose?
I'm
there
used to
we
seeing
are.
Knight D2, but I think Queen C2 is also a move.
Is it really? Because I was really confounded. So, okay, we have a Benoni. Maybe it came from a Catalan move order with G2, G3. And I must say I've played this a few times as black, not on the white side. And as black, I've always played A6, threatening B5 included. And the reason for that is because in these variations where you play Bishop F4 and or Knight D2.
Your rook has a good outpost on B4.
Precisely so. That's exactly what it's all about. Now, Rachel did not do that. She just went for the Knight E4 right away. Knight takes E4, Rook takes E4. And again, the very standard move here was Knight D2. Queen C2, and I must say, my first question is,
I'm curious if Rose's preparation here is G4. What do you think about that?
in this moment?
Yes.
So I take a pawn?
E4. And I...
Hamana. So it was a purposeful sacrifice.
I don't think so. No,
and
what
H3?
I think what she did was...
You made my day. I give up happily in an exchange.
No, what I think she wants a similar version,
So me?
but a better version
How?
with Bishop H3.
So you're still giving up
After
the
Bishop
bishop,
F5,
but
Bishop H3,
not the pawn.
yes.
Bishop H3.
I don't want to give you any pawns, no. But with the same, similar idea, take advantage of that overloaded, let's say, Bishop on F5.
That is, wow! I'm seeing this for the first time. I'm kind of finding it remarkable.
And you know what the funny move is? After Queen D7, for example.
Queen takes E4.
No. Well, I can do that as well.
Oh, sorry.
But I think the endgame is, in fact, quite decent for black because you're picking up the D5 pawn as well. But Knight H4. I keep on attacking that bishop.
And putting the pieces in the corner,
Yes.
H3 and H4.
I keep trying to get to that
H4.
bishop.
Bishop takes F5. Sorry, why did you you say the ending?
The ending is not that bad for black.
Because you can.
I have some pressure on B2.
And D5
I have some pressure on D5. You're losing the pawn on D5, actually.
This is why I was ready for the rook takes G2 business, just because I like black's pieces. So you're telling me that queen c2, bishop f5 is a trap?
I wouldn't call it a trap, no. I think black gets some compensation, always in the absence of the light square bishop.
We do
with
have a move.
that weakness on d5, I think black has enough compensation.
Rachel did not go for bishop f5. She
Rook
played
e8.
rook e8.
Yes.
Now
But now I
I-
can go e4.
That I would assume that's the whole
That's the
idea.
plan, yes.
That with the rook, you want to go bishop to f4, and on a good day, blast open the center with e5.
You also sort of got rid of all those annoying lines after knight d2, rook to b4.
Yes.
And all these exchange sacrifices on b2. Those
I
are
love
annoying
them
lines.
for black.
Exactly.
I love them for black.
So with this move queen to c2, you're kind of getting rid of that. Mm-hmm. And the knight on f3 is not badly placed by any stretch of the imagination.
It's a natural square.
Maybe I will take it via d2 to c4, but I can delay that. I can just finish my development, go e4, bishop g5, rook d1, put my rooks on the central files, and then transfer my knight to c4.
Right.
So it's a good version for white. I think Rose knows very well what she's doing and perhaps has prepared this specific line against Rachel Lee.
Wow, sorry, I'm still kind of coming to grips with this variant, because the move bishop f5 just strikes me as such a natural move. I develop
all
a piece.
the lines we considered here, such computer lines. Like
Right.
Correct, yes.
I develop a piece. I defended my rook. I have a beautiful exchange sacrifice in mind. You know, Tempe like sacrifices like this. But bishop h3, what a move! Wow, I'm stunned. I really.
it's computer chess.
Yeah, alien chess. Okay, we'll keep this one. Let's quickly check in on the Christopher Yu game just to see if they're playing quickly from the opening or if
I think there's only
Balaji
been-
stopped.
Yeah, Balaji's thinking.
He did play e4, by the way. That came pretty swiftly, right?
Yes, so Christopher has gained time. He has 2 hours and 4 minutes, but
Okay.
Balaji has already spent 15 minutes.
Right, and we can see from Christopher's perspective, he's looking for an opportunity playing h4, g5, and on a good day, simply winning this pawn on d5.
Yeah, Black needs to figure out how to finish development on the queen side so he can castle long, because he definitely don't want to castle short and walk into h4, g5 attack.
Right, okay. So let's play a move. a7, a6. So I think in a moment it'll be clear why I chose this particular move. First of all, I'm kind of stopping any ideas you might have had like this.
What if I play, let's
H4?
say, b3, because I want to also develop my bishop?
B2, B3. If you, what I would recommend you to do is H4, G5, B3, and we could have a crazy game that goes like this. Over to you, Christian.
Now that we've sort of eased into the games, let's take a
Right.
look at the keys to victory for
Let's do it.
our leaders going into this championship round. We're going to start with Christopher Yu, the leader in the junior section. The first key to victory, in my opinion, is opening success, because we know how well prepared Balaji is, and he got that.
And Christopher too.
Christopher got the opening success, in my opinion, as we will see in just a second. And then he needs to finish things off with middle game precision. Because, to be honest, I'm looking at this game. This game is not going to the end game. This game is going to be done in the middle game. At least that's my prediction. Take a look at that. But let's see what the key to success for Alice is as well. I don't think I would have ever said that for a 14-year-old. But one of her keys to success is her experience in this
Truly.
one. She's 14 years of age and she's playing an 11-year-old.
Right.
Just incredible. And dynamic opening play. And she's done that with the Sicilian. So definitely right now she's ticking off all the boxes for the moment. Looking good for both leaders as of right now.
Thank you for that. That was interesting to see.
Wow,
Yeah.
exactly. I'm looking at the game of Christopher Yu, and I'm thinking about a dynamic opening position, something that you'll not be familiar with. I will challenge you to name me a game that you've ever seen this pattern. I'm a pawn grubber. I'll say it again. Takes.
H1.
Rook H1. I retreat. Like
G5?
Yes.
Do you want to play knight G8?
no.
I thought your plan was to put all the pieces on the last rank.
That comes later.
There's so many pawns I can take.
Let's take one, and then you can figure it out if you like it. Because now I come back and.
You see, Nazi, that's how he tricks you. You should never accept him taking your the pawns that you want. Just take on D5.
Yes, take on D5. Take on D5.
Take on D5.
Take on D5. Take on G5.
Take on E4.
Take on E4. Now, have you ever seen a position where the center is like crazed and I'm ready to go castle?
No way. No way you're going to go castle.
And if you try to put your king
What if I
on the
take on
C5,
G5?
What?
What if I take on G5?
At this moment?
Yeah.
By the way, I have queen C8, but it doesn't achieve anything. It's just a move that's available.
C8.
That's a
I
nice
didn't
one.
even see that move. By
That's
the
a
way.
nice
I was on a completely.
Actually, it works at the end. Your knight on G5 is hanging, but you will take my knight on E4.
Yes.
Yes. So knight takes G5.
But we'll keep that in the back
Queen
pocket.
takes G5.
Now I go E4.
Okay.
And now if you go back on D8, maybe
Nobody's.
you're not going back. Okay. Let me make some moves for you too,
Never
Yasser.
retreat. I always say, play heroically.
Let me make some moves for you as well. You've been making moves for me all my life. Now it's time to change the script. Let's keep going though. It's not over. It's
E4 is not over.
No. I don't
Life
believe
is
it's
fun.
over. Okay,
See,
got to G2, but
I tell you, chess commentary is where it's at. You know,
so what if I go knight E7 first?
that is a check.
That is a check. You have to go, I would assume, to H8.
H8?
Ooh, I don't know if I want to.
don't think you
I
want
don't
that.
like the exposure. Let's say.
So what do I do with my rook right now? Okay, let's make the simple move, rook F1.
Rook F1. That was it. That's
it. That's my
you know,
simple move.
Muhammad Ali kept asking George Foreman. That's all you got? That's all you got?
It's not much, but it's honest work.
Okay, I'm ready to drop my bishop either to G4.
Okay,
and
bishop E3.
Bishop to E3. Bishop to D6. Give me your knight. Give me a check.
And if I take on C8 and say that
Rook
I have the
C8,
two
yeah.
bishops, you're
Well,
sort of happy?
I'm gonna give you a check first before I recapture on C8.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, your king will have to take a little
Yasser
while.
tricked us.
I'm still not convinced, but yes, perhaps he did. Perhaps he did.
Kelly, I tell you, these championship rounds, they bring out the best in me. You know, that's all I got to say. Let's do the fisticuffs. That was a very intriguing line. It all starts from the current
It's a very
position.
intriguing position.
Bishop takes H2. Guess what?
We have some
I have to
moves.
disappoint ourselves. Balaji did not go there. He went knight F8. Instantly,
H4.
H4. Christopher
Chris is
doesn't
still
have
in
to.
his prep.
He doesn't have to be asked twice. And I thought I have to stop G5 and keep my pawn protected by playing G5 myself. Now, this is crazy. I mean, I don't even know how to assess this one.
Well, lucky for Christopher, he knows because
What would Christian? What were your keys to success for Christopher?
Opening success.
Opening
That's one of them. And then
success.
the middle game precision whenever he's out of his theory.
Right.
So probably he's still within his theoretical knowledge because he's playing a la tempo. He has 2 hours and 4 minutes right now. Balaji, right now down to his last hour and 38 minutes. But still, he spent a lot of time up to this point.
Weigh in with the engine's assessment of the current position because it's crazy.
Just to let you know,
Yo, please.
this whole bishop takes h2. This
Was
is already
wrong?
+2.
+2.
+2 for white if I just play the simple bishop d2 instead of knight
No,
takes g5.
knight takes G5 business.
I can also go knight takes g5, but not follow it up with e4. Bishop to d2. And in fact, what I want to do is long castle and then continue my attack.
Absolutely.
Rook d goes to g1. You're having some problems on this side. And in fact, it's not that easy to kick me out, right? If you look at the position. So,
For example, knight B6.
Knight b6 is probably a good move, but I have some really nice tactics.
Whoa.
Really nice tactics. Knight df6 take, and I think just knight takes. You cannot take with the h pawn because you get checkmated. You have to take with the f. And then perhaps rook takes h6.
And f5?
f5, my guess is long castle. Yes, long castle.
Wow.
Just a simple long castle.
What
I'm going to place this bishop on c3, d5, rook goes on h8. You're getting checkmated.
Wow.
You're getting checkmated right now.
What an exciting game that would have been. And the current position, if you
Let's
don't
see.
mind, Cristian.
The current
H4.
position, knight to f8, already considered to be slightly worse. h4, best move, so he already knows how to respond. Now the engine is saying 0-0, but with a very strange move. A bishop to h2.
Okay.
Doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand the idea. Now if you go rook to h1, bishop goes back, and g5 is no longer a threat.
And if you go rook to g2?
That's an option as well. Bishop to d6 back. Yeah, he's not going to do this. He's definitely not going to
He'll
do
probably
this.
play bishop e6 instead.
Yes, bishop to e6 makes much more sense. Much more sense. Forget about the engine's assessment. Bishop to e6, slightly better after c takes d5. Again, it's the type of position that Christopher has looked at. And he has a clear plan. He's going to take on d5, knight goes most likely to b3, and then bishop to d2, long castle. And at the right moment, I will open things up on the king side with g5. Lots of pressure right now on Balaji. And I have to say, Christopher is looking really good out of the opening.
Wow. I'm mystified by these positions. I've just, what can I say? It's a Donnybrook. And once again, I just want to go back to Alice before looking at Rose.
Megan Paraguay's with the white pieces.
Here we go. Alice.
Oh, a lot of trades.
Wow, that happened pretty darn fast. So Alice said, okay, after your bishop f4, I want to trade. Boy, okay, queen takes, I want to take your bishop. Well, no, you can't have that one. You can have that one. Trade, trade. More trades, knight to d5, e6, and the computer obligingly calls knight f6, f6, exclamation mark.
Because
now,
going back would be just a question mark.
yeah, that would be indeed. So we could be seeing a bishops of opposite color ending after queen takes f6?
I don't think anyone can really play this for a win.
No.
It's tough.
No,
it's tough.
I
It's
would
going to
say
be very
that this
difficult
is
for
almost a 100% draw written on
I'm
it.
sure this is good for Megan. She's 11 years old and she's playing Alice Lee, one of the best players in the country.
Exactly. By the way, when you're Megan, you're 11 years old, and you've heard of Alice Lee essentially your entire career. Aren't you playing a kind of a hero?
Of course. Yeah, I'm sure
sorts?
she's looking up to Alice and learning from Alice's games.
Wow. And Alice, as a very youngster, toddler, she had her own show, Alice's Pawn Palace. I wonder if Megan ever watched Alice's Pawn Palace. And we do have...
She probably grew with it.
Queen takes f6 on the board. And this game is heading to a draw faster than you can bat an eye.
That must be not what Alice wanted out of the opening, because if she wanted a draw, she would have played the Petrov. She already played it this tournament.
Right.
She wanted to fight.
More of a fight.
She really wanted to fight, and now she's not getting it.
Which begs the question, if you don't mind me asking you, Cristian, had Alice played the move e7, e6, that would have been much more of a full-throttled fight,
Let's
right?
not forget, on the other hand, Alice doesn't mind going into playoffs. She is so experienced.
Very experienced.
And she's going to be a huge favorite if she has to play playoffs against Rose Atwell.
Right. That I agree with that. Cristian, if Alice had played e6...
E6 at what point?
Instead of bishop takes f3.
Okay.
And then the move castles long for white, putting obvious pressure on the d6 pawn. And then comes queen a5 for black, a move that's very typical of these types of Sicilians where you want to castle long after bishop takes d6. What's the computer assessment of this line?
It's very complex. Right now the computer is saying 0.4, 2 seconds ago 0.2, So it always changes. Very minimal.
Close.
Very minimal.
Yeah.
No, you cannot really take. I mean, you can take on d6, but not really after bishop takes f3. You have huge problems. Queen takes f3, for example, is met by bishop takes, rook takes, and knight to e5.
Oops.
Big problems also once
Queen
you defend
c5.
that queen to c5 is coming, attacking the rook and the bishop. So you're in trouble. You cannot really do that. You cannot go for the pawn. What you have to do is try to stave off the attack. King b1, play the slow game, slow type of game, and then try to build up something connected to the pressure on d6 and some sort of a pawn storm
But
on
this
the king
is
side.
this is a big throttle game. Look at Alice.
Oh, she's watching the Rose Atwell. She's watching the
come
Rose
on.
Atwell
Are
game
you sure?
right now.
Well, let us join her in that case. Let ourselves too look at Rose's game. And where am I going for this?
Yeah, Rose is playing Rachel Lee.
There
She's
she
right
is.
there.
And when we left it, we saw the move.
She still
Queen
hasn't played
c2.
e4. She's keeping that
Rook drop
in her
back.
pocket.
Bishop g5. Well, that's a tempo. A question we might ask ourselves is the bishop well placed on?
I don't know, it walks
G5?
into h6, g5 with tempi.
Right, and if the goal is to play e5,
Yeah, why not go e4?
you're right. How does having
But
our
Rose
bishop
has
on
different
g5?
plans, because check out her next move, knight d2.
Knight d2.
So now what if black plays h6?
Let's have a look.
Because I don't really want to go to e3. I feel like black's going to just take that.
One Ulf Anderson would not hesitate
g5 here.
that we're looking at an exchange sacrifice.
I don't even have to rush, but yeah, maybe take right away.
Ulf loved these types of exchange sacrifices for black. His feeling was, like, if you got a position like this, it's knight versus bishop. Knight versus bishop. Pardon me, knight versus rook.
Yeah.
So your rook is going to have the f-file, but this bishop is actually doing yeoman's work. It's hitting g3, so h4, h5. He would put your pawn on f6, king on g7, and say your rook is dead.
Yeah, and the white's pawn structure is very ugly.
Knight to d2, so you're making a very good question. h6, at least I want you to play g5.
Sure.
If you're going to sacrifice the exchange, I want to have...
The thing is, I don't have to rush, like I said. Here, black could start with b5, let's say.
A very good move, by the way. Unless
It's a4? Was your plan to play a4 or?
take a pawn.
Oh, on c5.
But I don't think it works. I
can
think
just
you
play
go
knight
knight
d7,
a6. Just to
You're
our
really
audience.
always looking for pawns to take.
In this case, you're a Catalan player. You know the joys of spearing an exchange. Here, there's a big problem. I'm in a pin, and I'm asking too much of the position. But b5 is a good... Cristian, weigh in on this one. Rose is inviting Rachel to play a move b7, b5, which Benoni players aspire to play. She's getting it more or less for free.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, she should definitely play it after knight to d2. a4, just to kind of stop that b5, would be a solid option. e4, try to get something going in the center. Knight to d2, headed to c4. It's easily controlled by b5, so it only makes sense that you're going to put the pawn on b5. And of course, as a Benoni player, I love playing b5. Whenever I see the opportunity to go b5, I go for it, especially in this case. What I'm expecting after b5 is maybe Rose is looking at ideas of a4 and just trying to provoke the move b4 and then put a knight on c4. This is my guess. This is what I think she strategically aims for.
We do have the inclusion of the move h7, h6.
Okay.
At this exact moment.
So h6 was played.
Yeah. But after bishop f4, you could play your b5.
You would continue with g5 or b5? Which one do you want to start with? I think you started with g5, right?
Yes, that was our analysis.
Well, we didn't. We went bishop e3, rook e3. We thought bishop f4, provoking g5. I'm a little bit reluctant to play g5. I just feel like maybe it's too loose.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't
It's
be.
Benoni.
It's
You gotta go for
exactly. Look, you play the Benoni, you assume some risks.
That is right.
Go for it.
Bishop e3, you want me to play b5 now?
By the way, we see all this rook takes e3 exchange sacrifice in a lot of iterations in the Benoni.
We do.
Probably not right now, but
By the way,
keep it in mind, right?
I think, no.
G5 has not been played.
Yeah, we do have bishop f4.
So just a simple maybe knight to d7. I don't even think I have to go for b5. Again, b5, perhaps a4 is kind of annoying. Knight to f3 seems to be the engine's eval, the engine's main line. h4, nobody's going to play that. This one looks strange, at least to my eyes. If I would be with the black pieces, and I am a Benoni player actually, I've played it part of my life, I will be very happy.
Okay. And why are we spending so much time on these two games, Nasi?
They're very important for today's round. Alice Lee has 6 points and Rose Atwell is only half point behind her, so it's play for the first place. Right. Rose needs a win, and if Alice doesn't win and she draws her game, they're gonna go into the playoffs tomorrow.
Exactly, and that is why, indeed, we've been focused on these games, as well as the Christopher Yu. It's a good time to just take a look around the arena.
Let's look at Andrew Hong's game, because he's one of the players who could catch Christopher Yu.
Potentially. He needs a win, however, and he is up against Justin Wang. And guess what? Both players, I think, are going to be happy with the outcome of the opening. The keys to victory is to get a dynamic opening on the board, followed by, well, you guessed it, precise middle game play. Queen
That's
takes
for
e4.
Christopher Yu. But I guess you could apply that to Andrew Zhang.
Yeah, everybody, good advice. Bishop f5. Are we still in the death throes of the?
There's 16 games in my database. Yep. But white looks good. There's knight g5 move here. That's interesting.
Knight
with the
g5.
Idea to play e4 next move. So even if you play h6, I will still go e4.
Hamana. I mean, it feels like the board just lit up instantly with just a single pair of moves. Pieces are attacked all over.
This could be very interesting if you take on g5.
Yep.
I take on f5. What do you think of this pawn structure?
I know, isn't it?
And black will eventually play e6, maybe right now.
I've had worse. But I kind of like it. A lot of my Karo Khans.
Or black?
Black. Yeah, I like a lot of my Karo Khan pawn structures.
So white squared bishop is gone, but the pawns replace the bishop.
Exactly. An intriguing line. You know, it's the funniest thing. I'm used to these captures where I capture on c4, and I end up playing e2, e3. I end up playing queen back to e2, and then I aspire to play e4.
But if you do this here, black could play knight e4 and like maybe just control the e4 square.
Agreed.
Although I wish my knight was already developed on d7.
There is the counter to that is to try the counter argument is to make is to play knight h4.
Bishop e6 here.
Bishop e6, and guess what? I'm back to my queen e2 business. Here it's a bit different because you do have a chance, and a good chance, to play for light square control.
That's a good point.
My knight is a little bit offsides, I want to say. And let's see where Andrew stands on our leaderboard. He's right behind Christopher Yu. In fact, I want to say breathing down his neck.
There's 3 key matchups today, so everything is in Christopher Yu's hands. If he wins this game, he wins the tournament. But if he draws, then Andrew Hong and Jason Wang are only half point behind him, playing for a win, trying to catch him and go into the playoffs.
Jason has come out of nowhere. Let's see how he is doing against Andy Woodward. He has I think he has the most difficult task. On the black side, trying to beat Grandmaster-elect Andy Woodward, who is, again, 13 years or 14 years
13
young?
years, yeah.
13 years young. And, this looks like a Catalan. Yes, it's one of those really, it's a very, very funny variation. So we play Catalan, bishop b4, check, bishop d2. And we go back. And I always thought this was a very funny argument to make. Black plays bishop b4 check and voluntarily retreats his bishop. And what he's saying is, I think your bishop is worse
Developed on D2.
when it's developed on D2 than it is on its original square. And let's see let's see Black prove that point precisely. Because Andy is going for a fianchetto, and he did lose the tempo to go back. That cracks me up every time I see that. And by the way, this is actually a very common strategical concept. When I see the move B5, in my mind, the way to take advantage of the move B5 is to grab the grab space.
Close everything with C5.
With the move C5. If in the future you play B4, I'll play A3. And if you don't play B4, I will play A3, I will play B4, and then thanks to my bishop on B2, I'll play knight E5.
But what if Black here plays knight E4 followed with F5 and we go to Dutch stonewall type of position?
Yeah, let's go to the Dutch. Let's go Dutch.
F5 and A4.
So you shut me down.
You don't have to, but let's just do it for fun.
All right.
Yeah, you do have F3.
Yeah, I do. How did you guess? I also have knight takes C6. And what Nasi is saying is in this particular iteration, I'm playing for F3. Kick. It's very closed position. Cristian, jump in on this one too. B5, where in theory, how would you assess the situation after C4, C5? You have a lot of coaching experience. You know what it means to...
Generally, I wouldn't recommend C5.
You would not?
No. But again, it's definitely a move. It has been played before. Knight to D2 has been played before.
More common.
Look, you want to play C5, you can play it at any time you want. I don't think Black, in fact, wants to take on C4. But you can play it next move, you can play it in 2 moves. I don't think Black is the one that's going to release the tension on this side. Look, he is placing some tension with this final move B5, but wait for Black to play maybe even bishop to A6. Commit his pieces to that side, so that whenever you go C5, at least you gain some tempies. So I would play knight D2. Now, the keys to victory, in my opinion, for Jason Wang, before the round started, was to play fast, to get Andy in time trouble. He's been having huge problems with his time trouble situation. Now, it's very difficult to win with Black pieces, especially against such a strong player, such as Andy. He did not achieve that. Andy seems to know exactly what he's doing out of the opening. Looking good, Jason is going to have a very difficult task ahead of himself to try to win this one. Nevertheless, my second key to victory for Jason would be to provoke Andy. Give him something to work with, and perhaps accept a slightly worse position. Make him think, make him go into those depths of the last couple of minutes, and then try to punish him. Of course, easier said than done. But this is the scenario I'm envisioning if Jason Wang wants to win this game.
You're talking my book, because I was always the provocative one.
Sure.
I was trying to get my opponent to get him out of the comfort zone. B5 on the board. Where would you like to take us, Nasi? Thank you.
And if you think about it, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these kids to win the U.S. championships.
And qualify.
And to go to the U.S. championships, the real U.S. championships.
With $300,000 prize money.
It's such a huge opportunity. Take your risks. Right now, you're half a point behind Christopher Yu. Maybe you will not be in this position ever again. Take your chances.
Unless you're 14 years old, Grandmaster-elect, then you just might have
only
a future.
13.
13.
Only 13.
Nasi, guide us.
Should we check some other games?
Please.
Let's check with Jesse Kraai, because he's playing Julio Becerra, and they're both fighting for the second place.
Absolutely.
They have this King's Indian opening.
And Jesse there. With already the commitment of A3, A4. So, okay, the advance with King's Indian with H2, H3. I'm noticing that Levon Aronian, amongst many other players, has kind of adopted this setup as white. H4, now that is very aggressive. I see the move g4 as a kind of an intention of stopping you from getting your counterplay. H4 says, no, I am actually playing for a kingside attack. Normally speaking, you can have an advantage in the center. And if the center is closed, you can have an advantage on a flank, queenside or the kingside.
I've played this actually many times myself with the white pieces.
But when you play H4,
yeah,
you're trying to pay for an advantage on the king side, the queen side, and the center. I don't think you can have it all. Knight
C5. Here I'm used to seeing knight D2. You can't play queen C2 because of knight B4.
Right. So you don't want to encourage Julio to play knight to B4. Rook to G1, which maybe you wanted your rook on H1. I'm not sure.
So rook G1 is also against F5, because now if black goes F5...
Oh, then the open G file. Makes sense. Okay, bishop to D7, H5, C6, knight to D2. And the speed with which both players are playing rather convinces me that we might be in theoretical waters. Cristian, if you don't mind, in the game between Jesse Kraai and Julio, could you tell me if any novelties have been played, if this is all standard fare? They're playing very quickly.
This has been played a few times, yes.
This
in fact, it has been played 5 times, this exact position up to the move A3. C takes D5, rook to B8, and queen to A5, all with the same idea to try to go B5 at the right moment are the moves in this position. But yes, it has been played. Nevertheless, I'm not sure they're aware of that. Because they have been spending some time.
Right. But, yeah, they haven't gained any time.
Surely they know where to place the pieces, the plans in the position and whatnot. But all of these variations are so confusing. They're still trying to figure things out on their own. Nevertheless, very complex battle in this one. Okay. Now, we're hearing that Christopher, you might be better right now. Let's take a look at that. Perhaps we can pull up his game, because this was a crucial moment.
He did
a third move, knight f8, g5 was played, c takes d5, and queen to b3 came in the position, and a very critical move right now for black had to be played. Bishop to e6. Not easy, really not easy, and this is the practical value of what Christopher did with this opening choice, because you have to sacrifice a pawn, and you don't know whether you're going to get it back. Queen takes b7, knight g6, try to force a reaction on this side, take, and I was going through the variations, knight to b3, you're not trapping my queen.
No.
You gave up a pawn, you're not trapping my queen, but what you do get in return is some speed in the position and some counter chances on this side, related, of course, to the kicking of the queen on b7. Knight to h4 is a move in the position, bishop to d2. And there was a line something like this, rook b8, queen a7, and now one of the moves was king to f8 in the position. This type of small moves, small details that you don't know if you haven't looked at this variation before the game. Very difficult practical decision to just give up the b7 pawn. He didn't. He played the move queen to a5, which is a mistake.
Defending the pawn.
Defending a pawn, look, makes a lot of sense. Now after f3, it does seem like white is starting to build up quite a significant advantage. You're destabilizing the center, and you're doing that in a very quick fashion. You're not going to allow black to finish his development. That's the problem in the position. You're still having issues right now, especially with the rook on 8 no longer protected. Once you move the bishop, you lose on b7, yes.
f3 also weakens g3, so what if I take on h4 and then give you bishop g3 check?
Very good question, very salient question. Yes, I will take on e4, bishop to g3, I will run with the king on d1. And this is maybe already close to decisive advantage. Right now it says 0.7, but it was higher just a few seconds ago. So it does seem like white is getting this central attack going. And the king is not yet protected, right? You're still a couple of moves away from that. And my knight's going towards the center. Some pressure perhaps coming down the f-file as well. I see this queen lined up to attack f7, rook to f1, you move the knight, f7 is dropping. So it doesn't look good. And by the way, Knight takes g4,
Right, that was
maybe
my
still
question.
fine. After knight takes d5, perhaps still fine. Nevertheless, still white seems to have an advantage. But if you make other moves, you're much worse. So these are the pitfalls that right now Balaji is trying to calculate over the board, which is very difficult. Very, very difficult situation.
Big game.
we can
and
see the
here's our
leaderboard.
leaderboard.
For Christopher Yu, of course, it's a very important game. He's trying to win the tournament today and not go into the playoffs tomorrow.
Yes.
Right.
And for Balaji, he's not playing for the first 3 places, but of course he wants to finish the tournament well.
Yeah, for sure. And nothing like a victory in the last round to assuage.
Especially against the tournament leader.
Yeah, what hasn't been a great tournament. I'm looking at that variation. Maybe it's just something about this patterns and the complexity of the Christopher Yu game that I find very, very intriguing. But I was with you on this one, which was F3, the engine recommended move of trying to put as much pressure on the center. I liked your H takes G because whenever I can dislodge my opponent's king, I start to think in those
So
directions,
Black
right?
is giving up central pawns to take the corner pawns, which I understand is not a great thing, but
Right.
it's a very messy position. So.
And by the way, guys,
Yes. Yeah.
if you want to avoid all of those g takes h4, bishop to g3 that you mentioned,
Right.
Nazi, I can just simply take on g5 first.
Right away.
Yes.
HG, yeah.
And now f3.
And now F3.
F3 is going to come no matter what. And it makes sense. Look, you need to find a way to get that bishop to d2 and long castle in the position.
Right.
Previously, in the bishop e6 line, we were doing it with knight b3. And he just played
Ooh,
bishop
Bishop B5 check.
My goodness. And he played it fast also.
My
So I-
monitor got the red cross.
I think Christopher's still going for that b7 pawn, right? Because if you go bishop d7, I can win that pawn on b7.
I can even
Right.
take on d5.
Oh, d5 also. Wow.
d5 seems to be the idea.
Wait, how is d5 thinking?
Uh-huh, yeah. Knight c4 not working right now. So I will take, and then you...
Oh, d6 bishop.
d6, yes. You take on b5, I take on d6. And the thing is, after that, I also have ideas of queen e5. So you still have to lose some tempis to get well on this side.
So we're saying answering bishop B5 check with bishop to D7, blocking the check to the king.
Not the best one.
Allows knight takes D5, threatening to capture on F6. Knight takes D5, queen takes D5. You're welcome to munch this one. I'm going to munch this one. This looks better for white.
It's great, but you have to go king d8.
So you're
Bishop
forced
e5,
to,
king d8 is the right move.
okay.
It's an easy move to make.
Not an easy move to make.
If I munch,
You cannot.
bishop to E6.
Bishop e6, yes.
And then
You're
in this
loose.
case, the desired knight c4 is illegal.
And knight takes f6 with a king on d8 and not on e8.
Yeah.
It's
That's
not,
not a
check.
check.
That's not check.
So it's unfortunate.
Wow. Okay,
Let's
that's
see. Let's see if he goes king d8. King d8 is a very important move. If he finds it, then he's back in the game.
And he's reaching.
He's about to make a
Balaji is
move.
reaching.
He's
He
about
will
to
recognize
make
that
a
he
move.
has to move his king. King e7 makes no sense. King d8 basically.
Does it make
Was
no
he reaching
sense,
for the
though?
king?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
But does it make no sense, king e7?
because that's a check on d5.
Yes.
And it's okay?
No.
I guess. But
not
bishop on
okay.
d6 is no longer. Yeah, no. This
Yeah,
doesn't
he
work.
played king d8.
King
That's the move.
d8. The most challenging move. Christopher was a little slow to write it back. We're going to keep an eye on this one, obviously, because it's going to be a marquee matchup
We'll
throughout the
check with
entire
Andrew
round.
Hong as
Yes.
he's trying to win his game and catch up with Christopher Yu.
What about the catch-up? What about the overtaking?
Well, Christopher would have to lose for that to happen.
Anything can happen in this game. I mean,
I mean,
this
we
game is
have-
absolutely wild.
I have been watching Rose Atwell play, and I got to tell you, at this point, I believe in everything. Where's Andrew?
Your mouse was right there, yes, Andrew Hong.
Right there. Perfect.
And they are following the line we just looked at.
Exactly. And we were looking at bishop takes g5, and we were saying
e6.
e6 or e7, e6, unless white has a move, and it might be a move, like one of these d5 kind of moves. unless white has a clear blow that destabilizes the position, then I always like that structures where,
we as Karakan players may like that structure, but maybe objectively white has a long-term advantage because of the bishop pair and the doubled pawns, right?
Right.
But at the same time, white also has the isolated pawn.
Yep.
Which is not easy to go after because the black's knight will be on d7 and it will be in the way of attacking the d file.
Right. The knight will go to d7, as you say, and it will block our frontal attack. By the way, the more I'm looking at it, I would be a little bit, disturbed.
Immediately d5 takes.
Yeah, just a little bit disturbed. I don't like the big guys around our king.
So it's a knight d7?
Knight d7, and I don't have any immediate g4 blows. You know what I mean? Bang, 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 bang. No, I think I'm safe.
Black pawns are doing a good job.
Okay. And again, I look at the leaderboard in the junior section because we understand Andrew.
Both players need a win.
Right.
Andrew Hong with a win would put a lot of pressure on Christopher Yu.
6.5 points, and Christopher will be keeping a careful, watchful eye. I suspect because we have so many marquee matchup games, we're not even going to get a chance to look at the others. So I'm going to do very quickly around the arena. I'm just going to take a quick look at Gregory Kaidanov versus Melik. That's weird. Why is the pawn on F?
Why is the king on F7?
Yeah, right. Why is the pawn on F5? First impressions are I like Gregory's position.
You can play bishop h6
Bishop
maybe.
h6, bishop c2 to b3.
Black king looks weak.
Bishop to g5. I like this one. Jason Liang versus Brewington. One of those Joko pianos where you capture and allow e4, e5.
This is about equal.
Equal, let's say. Although one Wesley So will say he likes black. I
think Yasser's winning her game against Chloe already. We're only on move 17,
whoa. Big advantage for white. Just a second here. Hold. It's
I feel like something's hanging on d5.
Right. It's the, what do you call it? The Queen's Gambit accepted ending. 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. But as soon as you play e4, knight b6, knight c.
I mean,
bishop comes to
hanging on
e3.
d6 also, let's not forget.
Yeah, so we would say, for example, go king e7, but after e4, this bishop is going to come to e3 with lovely squares.
Huge advantage for white already.
I agree. Vladimir Akopian, our tournament leader, up against Benjamin.
Winner already.
Winner, sorry. Up against Joel Benjamin, and Joel was like be frustrated. Like, he's fighting for second place, and he's playing the most successful player in the tournament in the last round. With the black pieces. Although I must say, this does look like a lot of pieces are going to get swapped, and I think a draw is the more likely outcome. Iris versus Omia.
Looks like white is doing quite well.
If it's white, I'm ready to go f3 or maybe h3, g4. Knight is coming to e7.
Yeah, I think black pieces are a little bit misplaced, especially the knights in the corner.
I like it. Larry Christiansen versus Douglas Root. Again, fight for second place. And where did this go? Queen's Gambit accepted? No. Knight c6, the Nimzovich opening. Oh my God.
Called Nimzovich?
Nimzovich, knight c6 on move 1. Douglas Root is playing some wild, crazy chess as well.
So
you don't see
gambit?
This.
Well, it started as a gambit, but.
And then it's 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, so equal pawns. White's a bit better developed. I think Larry is going to be okay with the outcome.
A lot of crazy positions at the moment. Look at this
Arthur?
one. Arthur Go against Nicholas Ladan.
No, I refuse to analyze this. This looks like just a completely crazy position. Am I seeing g3 and if I could get a bishop
Is
to
white
c5?
getting checkmated on h5 or is white winning?
Right.
Unclear.
g6, queen d7, it could be checkmate.
triple pawns on the G file.
Megan Ellis, Andrew versus, yep, we've seen that. Jesse, Kraai. Okay, Jess, we just saw a capture on D5. I like the move Queen B8. Keeping the tension, defending D6, keeping the tension, prepping for B5. C6 takes D5 was Julio's choice. Rose, we've seen. Christopher, we've seen.
Yeah,
Igor
2 more
Novikov. And Alexander Shabalov. Again, I'm just going through these games that we're not going to be able to see too much of. This one looks very balanced, I must say. How about Zoe and Jasmine?
I like the knight on D4.
It looks pretty.
Captain obvious.
Yes. It looks pretty, but on the other hand, it needs colleagues. All it's doing is just sitting there for the moment. White has got her ambitions. I'm going to say dynamically equal. All right.
Let's check Alice Lee's game. I'm sure it's still equal. We have opposite color bishop endgame that came out of the opening very quickly.
Well, I think the players are somehow rushing towards a draw with these all of these trades.
No. Knowing how the girls play, there's no way they're making a quick draw.
I'm not convinced.
No way. Alice will try her best to test her opponent.
Okay.
But it is a very solid position for White.
I was waiting. Alice is going to test her opponent until the ends of the earth. But it's a very solid position. Disappointing.
It's equal. It's not solid. It's completely
Rachel.
equal.
That is the crazy Benoni where
this is a game
lots
for 3 results.
Lots can still happen in this one, and we reach that point of our broadcast where we're going to get ready for our first break. And before we do that, of course, we check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them the salient question. What's on tap? Well, here you go. Stay hydrated and support the World Chess Hall of Fame. These double insulated aluminum water bottles are the coolest, most popular, and efficient of designs. This bottle can maintain an even temperature for hours longer than the average water bottle. Just think about it. Available at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs. Shop Q Boutique. What do you have for us?
Well, as we go to break, Big Game asked the girls how they prepare for a major tournament. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments?
Yeah, for me, part of the most important thing I've learned from experience is being in good shape. For important tournaments, I think it's just as important to be in a good physical and mental state as it is to be prepared in openings. So for this tournament, I've been playing a lot beforehand, so hopefully the practice will be useful. And I also try to, exercise both during and before a tournament. And that's like a bit of my routine for preparation for tournaments.
I study beforehand, obviously. I train lots of tactics, and I try to get into the right mindset going into the tournament.
For me, I think the preparation mostly lies mentally. Of course, I can always, study more openings, study more chess, but I think what makes the biggest difference is probably just how I feel in the moment.
Make sure I know what openings my opponents are playing. I make sure I get a good night's sleep, and I do some tactics before the tournament.
I just train like how I normally do. Maybe I do put a little bit more effort into the openings and my training games, but mostly it's just same as always, I think.
I would first obviously study my openings by just going through like the opening lines using a book, and then I would probably spend like some time on tactics, just doing some puzzles, and then for the final I would prepare a little bit by just browsing through some endgame puzzles.
I try to review my openings and solve tactics, play training games or some events before just to stay sharp.
I don't really have a special preparation. I just do like my normal routine. I just play games, practice, analyze my games, do puzzles, like a mix of everything. And I try to get my calculation well prepared right before a tournament. So I'll do just quick puzzles.
I look at my opponent's games and briefly go over the openings they play. I review my lines to make sure I know what I'm doing, because I just try to equalize or try to get a slightly better position as white, and as black just mainly equalize and just have a position that's playable and you use your calculation to win.
I usually do a lot of opening preparation, and depending on if I know my opponents before the tournament, I'll usually do some prep on them, and I'll also work on a lot of calculation before, and I'll be studying books, doing the calculation from there, and also just mentally preparing myself for the tournament before, just getting myself in the mindset to play.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess, and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very exciting final round going on. Let's take a look at our current standings. In the juniors, we have Christopher Yu in the first place with 6 points, but some of the players are trying to catch him. Andrew Hong, Jason Wang, and Justin Wang.
Christopher Yu, the destiny is in your hands. What about the junior girls?
Alice Lee is leading the tournament, but Rose Atwell is only half point behind her.
What a fight those two have put on. And finally, we have a champion. But the fight for second is intense in the seniors.
It is. Jesse Kraai, Larry Christiansen, Joel Benjamin, and Julio Becerra are all fighting for the second place.
Let's jump into this championship round as we're going to go to the game between Christopher Yu and Balaji, because I think the players have actually been exchanging some mistakes, frankly. We'll pick it up after the move King D8. Rather forced move, Balaji found, and we really did not like the move H4 takes G5. One of the cardinal sins in chess in the openings is developing your opponent's pieces for them. The move H4 takes G5 does black a solid favor. Opening up the H file means there's always going to be ideas of knight takes G4 and rook H1. Be very, very careful developing your opponent's pieces. After HG, I began to really like Christopher's position.
I mean Balaji's position.
Black's position, pardon me. And then Christopher played the move F to F3. I think rather compounding an error here. And why did he play Queen B4?
I don't like Queen B4.
That is a totally mystery move for me.
Bishop E6 looked very logical. Develop a piece.
Definitely.
Protect E4 in a tactical way.
Exactly. And Cristian, jump in on this all-important game that we have going on right now.
There's really a lot to unpack.
Right?
This
Please,
one.
do your best.
It all started at this point, after King to D8. We saw H takes G5, which was a big mistake. But you have to go really deep to understand why. Let's take a look at this. So F3 supposedly was the best move in the position.
Right.
Now, Bishop to E6 would have been perhaps one of the best answers with these 2 pawns traded. But without them traded, not so good. You will understand in just a second why. Take, Bishop to C4. And now Bishop takes B4. Queen takes B7. This is very deep stuff, and by the way, Black can play some other moves, White can play some other moves along the way as well. A lot of ramifications available. Queen takes F7, Knight D7, and now this doesn't work because of a Rook takes G4. Taking on G4, and now the simple Knight D4. Imagine the same position, but with these 2 pawns traded off. Then you have the move rook to h1, and things explode in the other direction. White is completely losing. So this is the minute difference that both players should have envisioned if they wanted to be extremely precise. Of course, it's impossible. With the help of the engine, everything is possible. But without the engine, things are so difficult. So he didn't understand that. Bishop to e6, again, was the best move in the position right now. And in fact, the engine for the moment says, black is slightly better. I've been going through the lines. Usually it goes to zeros. He didn't. He played queen to b4. Huge mistake. F takes e4, and I'm trying to understand what he missed.
Is the
what
pawn on
is
F7
his plan?
just hanging?
Right, that's my question.
If you take like
Yes.
this?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. If you take like this, queen takes f7, that's it. It's game over. My guess is that he wants to exchange the queens first. But now I take with the e pawn, and then I take with the a pawn, excuse me, and then I take on e4.
Right.
That's the pawn up. The pawn up and the compensation. Your queen's on d8. I have the beautiful center. You don't have time to take on g4.
Right.
So I'm not really sure what he is missing. Can we see Balaji right now? Because this
he's at
pretty
the
much shocked
board,
me.
and he's kind of like
This decision, queen to b4,
stumped.
shocked me. Like, what does he want? What is his idea right now?
I think he just blundered the pawn.
No, it cannot be it. Maybe he wants to go rook to h3.
Well, let's have a look-see. So, Christopher has just played f3 takes e4. Balaji, for some reason, brought his queen here, and let's assume that he wanted to trade queens. And as you said, rook h3.
Here I have e5, right?
Now it's e5, yes.
Yeah.
The salient question.
Maybe not exchange the queens first. Maybe just keep the queen on b4.
This looks...
No, it's lost.
This is lost. But
Clear.
with the queens on b4, I have some ideas.
So immediately rook h3 here is what Cristian is suggesting.
Because in this case, you will have rook takes e3 check, for example,
Then
and
queen
queen
d4.
takes d4
Right.
as a possibility. Even here, though, guys, I'm not really feeling it for white. Maybe
For black?
For black, pardon me. I'm feeling it for white.
So what if I take on d4?
And I'll take something. Let's say
Bishop,
this
probably?
Or
one.
rook takes c3?
Oof.
Ooh, sorry,
Walked
g1.
into that one, yeah.
Excuse
I mean, I get
me.
my piece back. I'm still
Well,
not sure
no,
what's
then-
happening, but I have some ideas.
But after rook
obviously.
h3, let's just trade queens. Take on b4,
Right.
then take on d5 with the knight.
Yeah,
Looks
that's pretty convincing.
very convincing. I don't see any compensation whatsoever.
He might actually just have blundered the f7 pawn. Maybe he was like, queen b4, you take on e4, I take back on e4, and you cannot take on e4 because you're pinned with my queen on b4
Take
still
on
standing.
e4,
Yes.
take on e4, take on e4.
Life is
Aren't I clever that I put my queen on b4 until you see queen takes f7, give me your knight, maybe you're not so happy.
Christopher is
Cruising.
looking like he's going to clinch the title today. If he wins this game, let's not forget he wins the tournament on the spot. He
Right.
gets the national title, moves on to the US Championship later in October.
Absolutely. And dream come true for him as he had skipped
That would be
the previous
his second participation, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
at
he
the US
in the
played
U.S.
once in the
Championship.
US Championship,
As, and remember, he beat Wesley. So
with the black pieces. Look,
And-
this is a guy that can beat anybody in the US
Exactly.
Championships.
Takes on e4, and that's just a blunder. Gonna go to the ladies, and
Should we check Rose's game?
yes, if we don't mind, because that one was the
Benoni.
the Benoni, and I, in particular, I thought the inclusion of rook takes e3. I'm sure the engine is saying black is worse and da-da-da-da. But I tell you, I have a lot of experience, and I don't even have a pawn, but I know these are easy
Positionally,
positions.
enough compensation, yeah.
Easy positions to play, right? You can bring your rook to e8.
Yeah, junior players are a lot more trusting of engines evaluation.
Exactly. By the way, another really
Knight f6.
crucial moment here
Yeah.
is, in my view, the bishop is badly misplaced.
It is.
This was a really nice moment. It's worth pointing out that Rose could have played
bishop d4.
This pretty move.
Very nice. And then you can stand back on c3 and bishop's on a perfect diagonal.
Exactly. You neutralize the dark square bishop. Bishop d4 was a boss move. She has missed it. She played in the game knight c4, and we've caught up with the players after bishop to g4.
I feel like Rose still needs to move that bishop on that diagonal, but we can't do bishop d2 right now.
Exactly.
Pawn on e2 is hanging.
Right.
So what's a good move for her now?
So bishop d2, pawn on e2 would be hanging in this case. And
how do we continue? Because h3 is not helping. Bishop h5, bishop g6 is on black's agenda.
Right, for sure. For sure.
Could we consider something absolutely crazy like f4? Because bishop on f4 would be very happy. You're not even going to think, right? You're going to take on e3?
Not 100% sure in this case. F4 does, I mean, in my mind's eye, if I can play for bishop to d4, I would be like dreaming.
But Rose needs a win, so she has to take some risks.
She does indeed. Yeah, it just feels a little awkward for white. I don't like exactly Rose's setup. And again, reminding ourselves of the girls' leaderboard and what this game.
Yeah, this game is very important for Rose, as Alice's position is very drawish. So if Rose wins this game, she will catch Alice and they will go into the playoffs tomorrow.
And over to you, Cristian. Breaking news.
No breaking news.
No breaking news.
Absolutely no breaking news.
I had my heart in my...
No, nothing is going to happen for a while in this game. Megan Parago versus Alice Lee. Look, at the beginning I said the key to victory for Alice is her experience.
Right.
She didn't get anything out of the opening.
She
There's
did
nothing,
not.
right?
No,
it's a completely dead draw position.
Right.
But she has the experience. Perhaps she can pile up on that. And I think she's doing that. I don't think Megan is very comfortable with the position. 1 hour and 15 minutes, she's definitely spending a lot of time.
Okay.
Now, I can imagine she just played the move c3. Something like rook to c8, let's say. I don't want to exchange the rooks.
No.
I'm not going to go rook to d8. If we exchange the rooks, it's over. Yes,
Draw.
We shake hands. Rook c8, let's say you make
king b1.
King b1, sure. I go a5, let's say you go a4, and I go b4.
Right.
And maybe right now you're starting to feel some pressure on the c file and you go c4.
Okay.
This would be already problematic, right? I plant the bishop on d4, and then maybe the position, even if you manage to get the bishop to d1 and the pawn on b3, still there's something to play for black.
Okay.
I can imagine something like f5, putting some pressure in the center, trying things in the position. And if she gets down to her last few minutes, anything can happen. This is the type of scenario that Alice should be playing for. She should be thinking about a long game, long pressure-based game. This is what Alice should want right now.
So we're thinking of ways how Megan can lose this position, which is not easy, but...
Well, I think...
It's not easy, but it's not that difficult either. Look, that bishop on b6 sets up a nice pressure on f2. You cannot go f3. You cannot escape that pressure because you're losing the g-pawn. If you go g4, there's a lot of dark squares that are getting weakened on the king side. So, you know, there's always that dilemma. How do I continue? Where is my, you know, psychologically, we want to exchange pieces. We want to make a draw. We want to find that draw as white right now.
Yeah, and I agree.
And I don't see.
Because Megan is very, very young and not as experienced, she could play a little bit aggressively, like try f4 or something, and any kind of pawn movements will create weakness and will give Alice some chances to
Counter-strike.
Counter-strike, yeah.
Exactly.
Precisely, yes.
I'm looking at bishop b3. Again, if I'm in Megan's shoes, king b1, a3, let's say you get this setup. I wasn't really eager
A5.
to meet...
Before with c4?
Yeah, I would, in this position, just looking across the board, I'd say fine, you know, put my pawn on h5.
Okay, b4.
b4 immediately.
A way to get checkmated, right? If we take it twice.
Take it twice?
But we'll lose our bishop.
Right, take it twice. We will lose the bishop because of check. And
a8.
Rook to a8. Oops.
Of course, instead white can just play a4.
that was my intention. And I was wondering, are you sure you want to give me a pass pawn? I'm the one with the pass pawn.
Yes, but it's not going anywhere.
Well, that's a different story, you know, but it's mine. I'll rally around it. 11-year-old Megan, and what a debut she's had. She's thrown some patties in this tournament.
She's an impressive lady for sure. USCF rating 22-26. She earned her WFM title last year in 2023.
That's ridiculous.
11
years old and a chess master at 2200. You know, at 15, I was struggling to cross that 2200 barrier. I was trying desperately. It was a ceiling for me. 2200. I'm looking at 11-year-old.
Competition is crazy, right?
Wow.
In this day and age as well. So it's not easy to achieve this rating that she has
exactly.
at 11 years old.
Again, just picking up this battle for a moment. You just played the move Bishop B. We'll just repeat that sequence that we just had on the board for a moment with King B1 and you went A5. I will take my move H4 back for just a moment. I would park my king on A2 just to take away a little bit the sting, the potential sting. I'll meet a future rook C1 with
Are
rook
we not
D1.
doubling on D file? Because then we could also try rook D6 or something.
Now you want to play actively. What I was hoping you were going to do, I was hoping you were going to reach for your A pawn, and then I was going to later bring my bishop back and to try to target the pawn. In this position, let's say you made a pass, because I think you brought up a very important subject there is, you know, whether you're 11 or whether you're 60, you like to counter a strike.
No one likes to play passively entire game.
Right, and here I think, you know, making that strike with F4 starts to make a little bit more sense. You kind of tucked your king away in case you ever did see the G file for whatever reasons opening up. Your king is a little bit safer.
Right. I mean, of course, objectively, this is still a draw, but you don't want to give Alice any kind of chances.
Exactly. And we'll keep an eye on this one. Shall we go to the game of Andrew Hung for just a second? Because I noticed he did not recapture. We were recapturing automatically on the G5 pawn. And here we are.
He played D5, which is also a good move.
Exactly. So we got to this position where basically white's a pawn down right now. But I had kind of been playing bishop takes G5 very routinely, like, okay, I'm
it's checkers.
Right? You captured me, I'm going to capture you. Bishop takes G5. Andrew said, no. I want to lengthen the diagonal of my bishop. He went for the move D5. And Justin said, hey, look, you know, I'm with you 100%. I'd like a win as well. I'll keep my extra pawn. I'm going to play G5, G4, and we have rook E1 on the board. And what's going on in this one?
There are some problems in Black's position. Yes, Black's up one pawn, but I'm attacking E7. There's some pressure on the H1, A8 diagonal.
Indeed, there is.
So what's the best way for Black
Let's
to
say
continue?
I just defend.
Defend.
Okay. Seizing the defensive. That's me. Would you like to play bishop G5, developing the pieces?
That's what I'm thinking. I shouldn't take on C6, right? That only helps you. Unless there's some immediate...
Super
There's also
forcing
bishop
sequence.
E3 tempo move that might be something,
bishop
like right now.
E3, because
if you
this
take on
one...
B2, I'll be very happy to play rook B1 and take on B7.
This one, the bishop on G2 is beginning to lick its chops.
The dream is coming true for that bishop.
So Andrew definitely with the pressure, but again, Christopher, it's all about Christopher. He's got the destiny in his hands. You know, a win by Christopher wins the game, and we think he has a very big advantage.
Huge advantage.
Where's Christopher?
Actually,
maybe winning?
I would call it decisive already.
Wow.
And not only from an objective point of view, but from a practical point of view as well. I think Balaji right now realizes what just happened. You sacrificed the pawn, you have no compensation, and in fact, you're defending a worse position. Now you don't even have the castle going on for you. You cannot even castle, finish the development. in a harmonious way.
Right.
You're in trouble right now. Balaji knows it. He's like, why did I just play that queen to b4?
That was the mystery of the age. It takes on b3, takes on. Now I'm looking at e4, e5, and I'm just saying, yeah.
Exactly. You have to take on e4.
I just can't. I just can't deal with that. Takes on e4, takes on e4, takes on e4.
Fixed wise doubled pawns as well, so it's just a healthy extra pawn.
Exactly. It really is just a very healthy, good extra pawn. Bishop e7. I'm assuming bishop to d2.
Sure. Black's king's not very happy on d8 either.
No. So let's say going with
let's play rook h4.
With
I
a
want
grimace.
To win the pawn
Rook
back.
h4, I go bishop a5. Game over.
b6.
Bishop takes b6.
Oof.
That's the
it
problem.
can end very quickly.
This game finishes very quickly if you don't pay attention.
This
bishop d2 has a very significant threat.
Ooh. Bishop to d2.
And it's in fact not that easy to defend against it.
No.
Like, what do you do? I guess bishop d7, but that, you know.
It's crazy. Yeah, Christopher has only used 10 minutes and he already has a winning position.
Exactly. He's not even sitting at the board. He is in cruise control. How is Rose doing? She played, by the way, you had asked a question, how should White continue? Well, Rose said, look, I'm going to complete my development, and I'm assuming her idea was by putting her rook on d1, she wanted to drop her bishop away.
With b3 maybe?
Yes, b3, but also, why did she put her rook on d1? She wanted to reinforce the pawn on d5 so that she could meet the move e4 and not worry about dropping. She could meet the move bishop g6 with e4 and not worry about dropping the d5 pawn. Rook takes d5. Still, I would say that Rachel has somehow got a pretty decent, harmonious development for her pieces.
As far as Benoni goes, this is a good position for Black.
I think so too. That means if Rose is unable to win with the white pieces, a draw would be sufficient for Alice. And we think that she's ever so slightly better.
But the Rose position, let's be honest, this one can go either way.
Oh, absolutely. No. It's still the build-up phase.
It's the build-up, yes.
Should we check Jesse Krai's game against Julio Becerra?
Yeah, because there was a big moment there while we were on break.
You have to scroll down.
Down.
Yeah, Jesse is half point
Kraai.
ahead, so a draw for him is a good result today.
Okay, so c takes d5, and by far the most common move is c4 takes d5, and these positions are considered ever so slightly better for white, thanks to the central pawn wedge. Jesse made a blunder. Well, let's say even a big mistake. e4 takes d5, and usually it's all about this King's Indian bishop. Some would call it the Grunfeld bishop, the dragon bishop, the King's Indian bishop. And once you can open it up, oftentimes with a pawn sacrifice, and in this case it's not even a pawn sacrifice, you just do it. You play the move e5, e4.
That should be automatic.
Yes. You're eyeballing the b2 pawn. You follow it up with rook e8, knight d3 check types of ideas, and you're simply much better. The attack on the king side is going nowhere. There's no attack.
No, Black is already much better, but surprisingly, Julio did not play e4. He played f5.
You know, the training should be telling you e4 begs to be played. f5.
He probably thought f5 was just as good as e4.
And it's not bad. I don't know if it's just as good. Jesse could have captured, by the way, forced bishop takes f5. You do not want to open up the g file for the rook. Bishop takes f5, and I think Jesse was thinking to himself, I don't want to see a knight landing in my position.
And also, where does our queen go from here?
Which is why he started with the move queen to c2. Okay, let's break this one down. At first blush, there are two well, even 3 very attractive moves. I'm finding
You
very
still want to
attractive.
play e4, right?
I still want to play e4. F4.
No, I don't want to give up the e4 square.
I'm giving
Control
up
of the e4 square.
the e4 square control, and I may be blundering the g6 pawn as well. So we're going to go
Let's
back.
take a look at e4.
And in my view, f4 is now a very legitimate threat. So I would take this. Bishop takes, right? Knight d3.
Sure. And are you going to castle long?
And that was the intention. I am
But
well.
if knight d3, are you okay putting the queen on b1?
I don't like it.
Oh, you're not
I
taking.
don't like it.
Then queen a5 maybe, or bring the other knight to c5.
Yes.
I mean, white's attack is not even happening on the king side.
Well, true, but.
Did I blunder?
No, you didn't blunder.
Knight takes b2.
Knight takes b2. My goodness.
I think black's doing very well here.
It looks great, doesn't it? I mean, everything. Yeah, I agree with that one. But the leaderboard tells the story.
Jesse Kraai is in clear second at the moment, but Julio Becerra is only half point behind him. So if Julio wins, he will surpass Jesse and will be in the clear second.
And only Larry Christiansen and Joel Benjamin could share. And the types of money for second place versus 5th, it's significant.
Significant, yeah. Second place is 13,000, third place 10, fourth 8, fifth 5. But we do know that besides the first place, if the players share the rest of the places, they will split the money.
Exactly. In case of a tie for third, the money is pooled and divided equally. We're about crowning champions. That's what that's all about. We'll keep an eye on this game between Jesse and Julio. I wanted to turn our attention to Kaidanov. Pardon me, not Kaidanov. Vladimir Akopian's game against Joel Benjamin, because we know that Vladimir has already won, clinched the first place, but Joel is in that mix of players that could potentially fight for the second place.
But he needs to win this game.
Yes, he does.
Against the champion with the black pieces, so Joel's not in a good position.
And Vladimir has not dropped a whole point. He's dropped a few draws. But I was going to say, after a5, I think the position is equal. But I can see, well, it's a long path to victory, but I can see rook to d2, get your king all the way. Play along, come on.
Yeah, I'll move king g1, king g2 for 100 moves, and then black wins.
And black could win the game. Over to you, Christian. Where's the act?
That's going to be a draw. There's no path to victory. That's going to be a draw. And the players are happy with it. I'm sure Vladimir obviously is happy with it. Exactly. And I don't think Joel is too upset about drawing the leader with the black pieces as well. The champion with the black pieces.
Right.
Let's take a look at this one. Andy Woodward versus Jason Wang. And we were saying that Jason really needs to win this one if he wants to have a chance. Still, the fate is not in his hands because Christopher needs to not win his own game. But if he wins, he has some decent chances. B5 was the move, and you were saying C5.
C5
attracts you, right? Yep. And he played it. C5 was played. B4, knight to E1, bishop to A6, and knight to D3. The battle is white wants to cement the position on the king side and in the center with a move F4.
Yeah.
I don't want to see any sort of E5 coming along the way because that's going to undermine my pawn structure.
That's right.
I don't want that, right? I've lost this type of positions. Korobov actually played this type of position against me with the black pieces. Managed to get E5 and I had huge trouble because of that. So I understand what black and white is trying to do. Bishop takes D3. Get rid of that knight. And then use that momentum to get something going on the queen side. I think this is the way that black should continue this one. You cannot allow me to go A3. No. And this is exactly what I mean by A3, bishop to C1, and now I get E5.
No, I don't.
And this is a beautiful position for black. In fact, strategically, you're starting to look quite good. Not winning yet, but you have great chances to destabilize the position. Knight d3, bishop takes d3 again, a4, and perhaps b takes a4. This is the type of position that we're going to see, which, to my eyes at least, is double-edged. Look, I have some pressure on the a file. This bishop on b2 not playing a very active role, right? So if you don't manage to simplify the position on this side, then I'm going to use the pressure on the a file to create some problems. So I'm seeing some chances for Jason in this position.
If you don't mind me saying, b3 takes a4, I don't find attractive. A3?
Oh, you want to go a3, yes. a3 is a move. a3 is definitely a move.
You can develop my pieces.
B takes a3, rook takes a3, and now I take. Probably we're going to make some sort of a draw, right?
Yeah.
Take, and then, by the way, bishop takes c5 is also an idea in the position. Why not?
I was going to play queen takes b3.
Queen takes b3. Okay. So you're not allowing any sort of.
No, I still got the wedgie.
e5.
E5.
You can play e3 probably, and.
Yeah, but once you play e3, maybe I can go e4. The position flares anew, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Again, chances for both sides still very complex.
Fair. Yeah.
Let's see what else is happening. Has anything happened in this one? Megan Paragova versus Alice Lee. She's going for this. King to d1, rook to c8. And this is the plan for Alice. a5, b4, try to get the d4 square. That's it. Try to provoke a reaction from this c3 pawn, either c4 or maybe exchange on b4, and let me get that bishop on d4, maybe even at the expense of a pawn. What I mean by that is, let's say you go a3, a5, king e1, and now I go b4, and you take that pawn, right? b4, take. Still, I get my bishop on d4, I get some chances, put the rooks on the b file. Still some play left. This is not over yet, despite the fact that most likely outcome is a draw.
I have a feeling Megan's preparing in the current position, if you can set it up.
Yes.
She wants to play, a3. It doesn't want to refresh. A3, let's say a3, a5, and she can just go rook c2 to meet b4 with just trades.
But you're losing this pawn.
Well, king will go to e2.
But now I go b4.
Okay, take.
So you take, right?
Right.
Take.
Okay.
Look, I'm getting my bishop here, and then I go f5. Maybe I can get something. It's still probably equal. It's 0-0 everywhere.
A struggle to get an advantage.
0-0 everywhere, absolutely. But at least visually, she can continue the play, right? She can keep putting pressure. I don't think Alice is risking much, to be honest. I think she's the one that's applying the pressure and has the breaks. You were mentioning this, I believe, yesterday, Yasser. You're looking at this type of balanced positions. Who has the breaks?
Yes, exactly.
In the position?
I do that often.
And in this case,
game.
It's Alice.
Right.
So she has the better side of equality.
That's it, with the move b4. In that equation of saving the absolute best for last, can you believe it? Nicholas, who's drawn only one game so far in the tournament, is actually having a very serious advantage.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! I mean,
be a great finish.
You could sit there and make that argument that if only the event had lasted longer.
Or let's restart, right?
Right. Okay. Here's the situation: Queen e2. And we're looking at this open H file, and we're going.
There's knight takes g3 coming.
Ooh. Do we start with Queen h7?
No, just take on g3.
Take on g3.
That Queen c6. I mean, look at that Queen c6. I think this is what he missed.
Oh.
Yeah, you can go king g3, but I still have rook h3 check.
Okay.
King g2, then Queen c6, and f3 is not going to help you.
Why not?
I'm going to take with the pawn.
I was relying upon it.
And then g4.
And then I have 3 pawns in
That's a lot of pawns.
I have never seen the triplets be this strong.
Yeah.
This is fabulous.
Funny looking position.
Wow. I do have a crazy move for you though.
Knight d4.
Only to...
No, but I can take on f3 and take on e2.
f3, yes. I'm going to get another queen. F takes e. I also had a queen d7, by the way. I didn't have to give you the queen.
And my bishop's not on d2. Oh,
beautiful.
What
You're a piece of,
pity.
but I get the queen.
What a pity, what a pity. Wow, knight takes g3. This is quite the moment. By the way, I really didn't see that move. Help me out
Want to
here.
play queen h7?
No, queen takes g4, and then
the
I
king
can
runs.
run to f3. Oh. That was why you...
And you can't go queen c6 either because I have rook takes or knight takes c7, or maybe both actually.
Yeah, maybe both.
Yeah.
But that's rook takes c7 certainly good enough, because then after rook takes, I can stick my
If
knight.
he finds knight g3, it's game over.
Wow, what a moment for Nicholas. Sorry, I'm nothing against Arthur, obviously, but just that, you know, when you do see a player suffering as badly as Nicholas has, it would be quite a coup to finish the
You
tournament.
won't believe this, but Megan actually played pawn c4 and allowing bishop d4.
Uh-oh.
Why did I tell you?
That's a
Christian
kind
called it.
of the experience factor playing a crucial role here.
And now she has to defend a worse position for a long time.
She will have to. No question about it. Bishop to d4. The bishop is just beautiful in the middle of the board.
this
By the
game
way,
is
we do
over.
have a game that for both players,
Novikov against Shabalov ended in a draw.
and Chris is carefully explaining to them what the 3-move repetition rule entails.
These are definitely two players that did not get what they came
No.
here for.
I think that for members of our gold medal senior team, they have come from Poland, where they just played in the World Senior Team Championship, and almost everybody, Melik said, Shabalov, Igor Nokov, did badly.
Yeah, you get the
jet
travel,
lag,
you get a competition
the travel,
for 11 days.
Yeah, and
It all adds up. Look,
yeah,
it all adds
back
up.
to back. And by the way, Megan just played, I think, a very good move, practical decision. Bishop on b3, back to a2, and her goal.
Why is that a good move?
Is to play b3 and reroute her bishop.
But where to?
But then I put the bishop on c3. Are you sure that's a good idea?
Yeah.
Once you play b3, I go bishop c3. So,
So
let's
let's
say I
just
go
put
rook
it-
d8.
Let's say
Okay,
a5.
a5. It doesn't matter. We're gonna get. You can have it.
But white pieces cannot move. This is unpleasant.
But it's bishops of opposite
I'm not going to go
colors.
bishop c3 first.
Okay.
I'm going to prepare that.
Okay.
So let's say I go
Double
rook
on
to d8.
d5?
Yes,
Rook to
d8 and rook
d8.
d7.
Rook to d8, bishop e2,
Rook d7.
rook d7, rook d2. I'm boring.
I can take on f2 now. Did you calculate that endgame?
No.
You're probably doing fine. You might
I probably just draw.
You're probably fine. yes.
Which is what I'm relying upon, by the way, in any bishops of opposite color.
So maybe I
position
should
where you have,
maybe I should go f5.
Where you
Let's
have
just put some
double-
pressure like that. F5.
Yeah, where you have doubled f pawns.
King f6 and
Right. No, I'm with you 100%. I'm not saying Megan is doing anything great, but I'm saying the bishop on b3 was poor, and I am saying the bishop on b1
slightly better.
is better placed. It's got a role to play in the game ahead.
Yes, but let's compare this position with the one that we had 2 moves ago.
And
this
I
is an
would have gone
improvement for Alice.
Big time. No doubts. Alice is at this moment clear advantage.
And let's not forget, Alice goes into this round with
the half-point
great
lead.
chances to clinch the title. A victory gives her the title.
It does
There's also
indeed.
time advantage. Of course, Megan still has plenty of time. She has an hour, but Alice hour 35. So if this game keeps going on for a long time and Megan ends up in time trouble, then I would say Alice has very good chances to
There's
convert
no
this.
second time control.
That's right.
The pressure will be going on forever if you get in time trouble. That's
Exactly.
the thing.
Checking in on Rose, not much has happened. You kind of called this yourself. You were saying, well, I think that Rose's idea was to drop her bishop back, potentially to fianchetto her bishop, which makes sense. You want to neutralize this bishop on g7. At some point, you definitely do want to play f3
Sorry
and e4.
to...
Please.
Nicholas did not find it. Just
No! Oh, no!
He still has a good position, but...
He set the table beautifully for himself, and he didn't follow through. Oh.
Yeah, that was a beautiful win.
A
By the
big
way,
miss there.
Isn't this like the most beautiful Benoni ever? Like I go rook e8.
Yeah. f3.
You go f3. I go knight d7 back. We're back to the Rose game.
Rose out.
On the main?
Yeah.
On the main board.
And I have to play e4. If I don't get an e4, I feel I'll never get it.
I mean, this is Benoni.
Can I go f5?
This is Benoni.
Wait. Can I go f5?
Totally legal. Totally legal. f5.
No, but this looks like the best Benoni I've ever seen.
For
black.
For black.
For black.
For black.
For black,
yes.
because you never really get your rooks
and the knight
doubled.
coming to e5, exchanging the right pieces. I don't know. This feels
like
so good for black.
Mm-hmm.
I also have an update in Zoe Tang game against Jasmine Su. Jasmine is very close to winning. She has a completely winning position.
What's happening today? We're getting winning positions in like the first hour and a half.
They saved fireworks for the last day.
Yeah. And that was Jasmine, did you say?
Yeah, Zoe Tang is with the white pieces.
Zoe's white. Sorry, I was looking the wrong way. Zoe, where are you, Zoe?
And we know Jasmine was leading this tournament for a while.
Boy, she is going to come after this tournament. She's going to say to herself, how many points did I leave?
Especially yesterday.
On the table.
No, 2 days ago, right? Against Rose, or was it
Oh,
yesterday?
yeah, that was bishop takes f6. Yeah. She was plus 10 with bishop takes f6. Okay, when we left it, whoa. Zoe has made a cardinal sin.
The long castle was already...
Well, maybe that was fine,
risky.
but this one you
I don't
never
think
do.
so. No, long castle...
B takes... Okay, remember what we were just saying about developing your opponent's pieces for them? The rook on a8 is suddenly supercharged.
No,
oh my goodness.
This is very one-sided, and White's going to get checkmated on the queen side.
Everything is just gone.
Take with E or C. I think both are winning.
I would go with the E because I like this bishop, the range.
Yeah, I'll take on B5.
What else?
What else can I do?
Indeed, what else to do?
You can, of course, take on E2, and that looks great. But you could also keep the queens on the board as well and play queen B6.
Yeah.
And then open up the C file.
True, but something about, just the configuration of the pieces. By the way, Jasmine did play C takes D. So, she's looking at knight takes, queen takes, and she's looking at the knight coming to C5.
She didn't take on A2.
She did not?
I believe she moved the queen away. Queen B6. Yeah, she wants to keep the attack going. Knight's coming to C5. Rook's gonna go on C8. This looks awful
Great.
for White.
Totally. Oof. Zoe, your king. Your king needs to get out of Dodge in a big hurry here. She is in deep trouble. Christopher, you.
We had a couple of games that are close to ending, and we're in hour 2. Iris Mo is winning against Omya. She's up in exchange with no compensation.
I believe you if I could find it. Here we go. Iris.
Iris was the one who started the tournament with a win against Alice Lee.
Right. We didn't like Black's position. And check that move out. That's a very visual move.
Rook to5.
It's not something that you
often.
see very often, right? The two pieces. Wow. Oh my.
This was probably missed easily.
Easy.
And another double attack.
And the bishop had to come to E1. You know,
beautiful.
You're barely surviving tactically when your bishop ends up on the E1 square. Takes. G3. I sense a bishop H3 coming here. My spidey sense is tingling. Yep, that's the exchange. That's how, and she is winning on the spot.
Cristian, any updates in Alice's game?
Big updates. We were expecting this one to go for a long time. A5, shift the rooks to the D file and try to put some pressure like this.
Sure.
She decided to go B3.
What?
a pawn sacrifice to open up the b file and take the b2 pawn in exchange, if you do take with the bishop, which in fact would have been a pretty decent move. But rook takes b3 is fine as well, for the simple fact that you're actually just forcing the trades. And this is such an easier position than what it was with those pawns on the board, with the b and c pawns on the board. Finally, I have some room to breathe in the position. And first of all,
rook c2.
Rook c2 is just a draw. Yes. You take, I take, you take, I go g4. You're not winning this.
No.
No chance.
No.
So, a big missed opportunity right now for Alice. That b3 was very uncalled for. She could have just built up her position. Don't go b3. There's absolutely no reason. After the exchange of these pawns, finally my bishop is back to being active.
Rook c2, bishop c4 speaks
exactly. If you try to keep the rooks on the board, then I can just simply go bishop to c4.
And maybe
even white is
starting to
why not
bishop to b5 and
I mean, look at the bishops like this, and look at the bishops like this.
No comparison.
Now maybe Alice just really wants to play rapid. She wants to go into the playoffs.
Oh, you think?
We'll see if her strategy pays off.
But we do have an interview. Kostya is with Alex Shabalov.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Alexander Shabalov, the two-time senior champion. Alex, you just finished your event with a draw against Igor Novikov. How would you evaluate your tournament overall?
The tournament to forget, obviously. Unfortunately, I ran out of steam right after the round one. If Melik does not hold the position today, so all three members of the winning team in Poland will be finishing next to the last. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's the reality of the senior tournament. We should not play tournaments in a row. So next time, I think all of us will make the corrections. And, well, unfortunately, the calendar is not up to us, but next year, the tournament will be separated.
So for you, that was the main thing, just playing the U.S. Senior Olympiad, which is in Poland, then traveling here right after the event.
Yes. So, of course, for all of us team members, winning that tournament is a main thing on the calendar. But of course, money-wise, winning this one is much more important. So, next time, definitely make some adjustments and correction too if that happens.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, you hope to play this tournament again next year.
Well, yes, but since another serious reality of the senior chess is that the more you're playing, the faster you drop in your rating. So the most active players, the drop in ratings really fast, including myself. So I barely made this year, the tournament this year. So everything depends. Everything depends. I still have some time to get my rating up, and it's probably what I'm going to concentrate on.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in, and wish you the best luck, and hope to see you back again next year.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Kostya. And here are our standings in the seniors.
We have one result. Alex Shabalov drew against Igor Novikov. And we also have a champion. Vladimir Akopian won this tournament yesterday. The now play is for the second place.
Absolutely. In the junior section, so many marquee matchup games. Andy Woodward versus Jason. I love this move c5, and I'm very confused by Andy's the pieces on A1 and B1 aren't playing. So why don't you play knight e2? You gotta play bishop a6, right?
Or a4. Maybe he didn't like a4.
You can have it any way you'd like it, like this, right? And e4. So the idea is as simple as it looks. You know what Catalan players like to play. You like to put your knight on e5 and blast
open up the position a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah. Andy played a very peculiar. It's like the pieces came backwards. Knight to e1, knight to d3, and
And Black's the one who's pushing e5. Yeah.
e5, which, as Cristian has told us, that is actually a key to Black's counterplay. But
I don't like both fianchetto bishops are terrible.
Yeah, but the move e4 is kind of a relief, I think.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, you have bishop h3.
Exactly. It's a kind of a relief in the sense that, okay, I'm not really sure where my queen is going to go, c2 or e2. I'm going to pick a square. One of my bishops is going to emerge. Yeah? Okay. How would you...
Let's go to Rose's game because I think she made an inaccurate move. Her last move, rook d2, I don't understand.
Now, once again, Rose has to win to catch up with Alice. Where are you, Rose? Right there. She played the... Yes, here we have left it after b3. Well, for quite some time, we've been pressing that white needs to play e5.
Yeah.
Rook to d2.
Of course, her idea is e4, because rook was hanging. But can't Black just play knight e4 now?
Knight e4.
Either immediately or after bishop g6. You don't want to take. You don't want to give up that bishop, do you?
No. No.
So
Why do I get the bad hands? Okay.
Rook d3.
Rook to d3.
I mean, if nothing else, I could go.
Again, I'm dreaming of f3, e4, maybe. I mean, I think
g6.
I think f5. You're better.
Bishop g6.
I think you're better.
I think I'm
winning
material.
Oh, if you're winning material, that's bad luck. Why are you winning material? I don't want to look. Michael Tal, in these types of positions, would just destroy his opposition. Where's the...
Okay, I'm not winning material. I lied.
That was it?
That was it.
You had me breathless. I was like, I turned my eyes, I didn't want to look, and you surprised me. Over to you, Cristian, for the action.
Great Benoni, by the way, for Black in that one.
Great King's Indian.
Great King's Indian for the moment.
For the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
As we will see in just a second. We left it off after a3. Taking on d5 was his decision, and right now a big mistake. He took with the e-pawn.
Right.
The e-pawn allows the very powerful pawn sacrifice, e4. And this is very typical as well. Look, I'm opening up the monster on g7. I'm anticipating the fact that you're going to castle long anyway. I understand that. But also, right now, it's all about speed as well. Queen to c2, for example, is met with queen to h4, and you don't have a clear way of defending that pawn on g4. It's in fact quite difficult. For example, if you go bishop to e2, now I just simply go knight to d3. I give you this pawn, but I'm taking the g4 pawn. Not only that, your king stays in the center.
No castles.
And that's problematic. That's very, very big problem for white. So he played f5, missed opportunity, as you can see. But also, if you think about it from a logical perspective, with e4, you get your whole attacking scheme going on as Black. With f5, maybe you will get your attacking scheme, but you're also helping my attack right now. You've weakened your pawn structure. With a pawn on f7, everything is compact, nice and compact. The rook on g1 is obsolete. Once you play the move f5, I can open the g file in one move if I really want to, right? So you're helping me, and you're losing speed as well as Black. Bad move. Take on g6. Queen to c2, e4, and after castle, already you start understanding that I'm the one that has the potential for an attack after g takes f5 and the opening of the g file. Where's your attack? I managed to hide my king. I don't have any problems with my pawns on this side, as I was having in the previous variations, and your attack is not going anywhere. So right now, after queen f6 especially, the engine is just saying that this is completely over. Plus 3.5 right now. After just the simple g takes f5, you cannot touch the pawn with your pawn, because after knight takes c4, bishop to d4, that's easy. Game over, right? That's an easy one. So you have to take with the bishop. But now again, I have a very easy plan. I go bishop e2, I go rook g3, I go rook g1, bishop to g4. These are the next few moves that I will make. And you actually don't have a clear path to create anything. b5 doesn't really do much. I can take both with the knight and with the pawn as well. your knight doesn't really have a square to jump in the action. Knight to d3, not very useful, but also you're losing the pawn on e4, and in fact, you're losing your whole position. So, to be honest, after g takes f5, if he plays it, and I don't see any reasons why he wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
It's just winning for Jesse, and if he wins this one,
he's in clear second.
And how many has he won in the last
4 or 5 in a row?
5 in a row, something like that.
Crazy, yeah.
Perhaps he made a draw at some point in between those.
Yeah.
But at least a 4.5 out of 5 in the last 5, I think, for
nice
Jesse.
finish.
That's a good finish for Jesse.
Impressive, impressive. Wanted to turn our attention to, and here is the current standings in the senior.
Yeah, Jesse didn't start the tournament so well, but he won a lot of games in a row, and now he's in clear second with 5 points.
Exactly. We think Larry is enjoying his position. We think Joel is most likely to draw against Vladimir, and we think Julio is going down at the moment. Wanted to turn our attention to the game of Andrew Hong and Justin Wang. Again, Andrew is a half a point behind Christopher Yu, and we know that Christopher stands well. It's absolutely bizarre move for me. After this position with g4, rook e1, what's the idea behind rook e1? You want to take the pawn. So what did black do?
Didn't defend it?
He didn't defend it. And you know how he didn't defend it?
a5. Okay, what?
What? Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself.
So why can't we?
Okay, what? I can only imagine the intention is to play queen b4. Why do you play a5? Right?
It has to be queen b4.
Okay, but that is a pawn?
Queen e2.
Like
maybe I take on d5 with the knight.
With the knight, wow. Okay, well, we like our Catalan bishop, don't we? Or
Take knight c6.
Sorry, I had a dream. And knight c6 covers the e8 square. My dream was to play rook takes and queen to e8 check with knight c6. You're just in time. Oh, well then maybe a5 wasn't terrible.
So bad, yeah.
It's just such a funny move that I played the move rook. So a5, a3, double exclamation mark, right? Stopping queen b4.
Well, then a5 would be a good inclusion, right? If white has to play a3.
I guess so. Rook takes e7, queen b4. I think I have to take it seriously suddenly, because a moment ago I was like all a flounder, like why on earth would you do this? And so here, knight takes d5, right?
Maybe. Is there even knight e4 idea, or is that too much?
Knight e4 idea. I didn't see that one either. Wow. Knight e4.
I don't know if it's a good move, but it's an option.
It would appear so. Wow. Okay. Andrew and Justin are in quite a
Check how
tussle.
Christopher Yu is doing.
All
how
right.
close he is to winning his game.
Christopher versus Balaji. When we left it, we thought it was over, frankly.
He's pretty close.
Yeah, right.
Not much has improved for Balaji.
Bishop b4 check, bishop d2. So white's an extra pawn up and good pieces, better pieces.
And probably the second
king.
one coming up.
Better king.
H2.
Very nice. Knight is ready to drop to c5.
D5's coming as well.
By the way, don't forget, I'm already developed on the A file, and you mentioned D5. By the way,
this
knight
is
takes
basically
G5?
resignation.
Resign?
Yeah.
Knight takes
I'm taking
G5?
G5 next. How do you stop me?
I'm ready to play D5 as well. This is like a absolute dream come true. A total nightmare. This is lost.
This is completely lost.
Like
I actually think Balaji is probably going to be sort of disgusted with the position and resign very soon.
Exactly.
I don't think he's going to try to fight. Let's see, did he do the keys the way we anticipated?
His opening was a success. I'm not sure about his precision so much. H takes G5. He wasn't punished for that imprecision.
Yes.
But when he did get the good position after queen b4, he played very well.
His opponent definitely helped him a bit, but he met those keys quite well.
Yeah, he was more precise than his opponent.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Balaji is looking at the position saying, my gosh, what a wreck. And we have a result.
It was a draw.
That was a draw.
Okay.
Between Larry Christiansen and
Daggupati. Yeah. I thought Larry was better. That was that crazy Nimzovich.
It's the last game. A lot of players just want to finish the tournament and go home.
Exactly. And, well, we think Christopher Yu is finishing his tournament in style.
Strong.
By the way, 6 out of 8 coming in.
7 out of 9.
7 out of 9.
That's
is
a
plus
serious
5.
result. I think he wins some significant rating points as well.
Full domination, yeah. That's
totally. And King C3.
He would be gaining a lot of rating as well.
Exactly. And a coveted invitation to the U.S. Closed Championship. King to C3, everything is going swimmingly for Christopher. He's got threats of D5. Knight takes G5. That will be pawn number 2. D5, look at these miserable pieces all on the first.
Nothing for Balaji to play for.
The rook on H2 is great. No colleagues to help.
This is only on move like 24.
I know,
and the sad thing is that at some point you're going to be forced, after I take on G5, take on C4, and that improves my pawn structure even more. Then I take with the B pawn. I'm happy. You're not. You're crying right now. And I'm taking the national championship if I am Christopher Yu.
Absolutely.
This is the downside of playing sharp openings. You make one mistake early, it's game over in 25 moves.
And Balaji's just like, ugh.
I think he never recovered after missing the game against Brewington that he lost.
Yes.
After that.
Big turn for his event. If that would have went his way with the opening preparation that he had, successfully so, that would have been a completely different Balaji throughout the event. That sapped into his confidence.
Exactly. I'm not going to be too critical of a knight f8, but there's something about Balaji's entire approach to this opening that just somehow it didn't fit with me, with the sequence of his play. In a sense, he ended up playing queen a5, right? Yeah. And he was trying to defend his pawn on d5, and you'd almost think he would have tried for a7, a6, and b5, and to try to get white to commit himself and put the bishop on b7. None of that happened, and what he overlooked was
the hanging pawn on f7.
I am absolutely certain he overlooked the hanging pawn on f7. That his intention all along was just to recapture,
Maybe
keep
he
the
forgot
pin.
that he moved the king from e8. Because you wouldn't think that f7 pawn's hanging.
No, you really would. You would always have it in the back of your mind that it was defended. But queen takes f7 is just ruthless. That hits a hanging knight, and he couldn't stomach that one, so he ended up having to trade queens and got himself into a completely losing ending. And he just played the move b5. Okay, it's a desperate
take on b5.
Yeah, it's a desperado
Am I missing
attempt.
anything, or
I don't see anything.
So on rook c check, you can just come back.
Just
bishop
go back.
c4.
Yeah, I love bishop c4. I love knight c5.
I don't think we're missing
everything
anything.
is just clicking for white in this moment. That is pawn number 2 as well. Ouch.
With pawn number 3.
With pawn number
on
3 still on its way. G5, everything. So we think Christopher is about to be crowned. How about
Rose?
Alice?
Alice? Has anything changed?
Nothing has
in
happened in
Alice's
that
game?
one, no.
Okay.
Megan is still thinking, and she's actually going down to her last 37 minutes against an hour and 35. She's definitely calculating that rook to c2.
Yeah.
So right now, this is the position we have on the board, calculating rook to c2. Big moment. If that a bishop endgame is a draw, and she needs to calculate precisely, then she pretty much makes it.
And it's a pretty, when you got 2 sets of double pawns,
yes,
they're not going anywhere.
Precisely.
So,
in fact, even if you lose that b2 pawn,
yeah,
doesn't matter.
Not one bit.
Doesn't matter.
So we're anticipating
rook to c2
c2
is an important move. Yes, if she
An
plays rook
easy
c2,
draw.
no problems.
Easy draw.
If she doesn't, then she has to defend for a little while.
Now, calling Rose Atwell's games is a adventure. I can't put it any other way. I mean, at the moment, I would say
it's a fun task.
Rachel has a great Benoni position. I mean, oftentimes it happens that Black's king in a Benoni comes under stress, being vulnerable. Take a look at the number of Black. I don't think you see that many defenders.
No, Black's king has never been in trouble in this game.
Exactly. And after the move Queen D1, the fact that we have E4 under our control.
Which piece do we even put on E4? You can pick.
I can pick and choose.
And you don't even have to put anything because White's still far away from ever pushing E4.
Exactly. You've got E4 covered so many times. The temptation is to look across the board and say, what's your best piece? And the correct answer is the knight on C4. Yeah. Christian says, in such positions, I always play for B5, kick the knight away, and then I can decide if which piece to put on D4. So very nice advantage for Rachel, sorry.
Kostya is with Douglas Root.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with International Master Douglas Root, who just drew his game against Larry Christiansen. Doug, how did the rest of the tournament shape out for you?
Well, it wasn't a great tournament for me, obviously, but at least I didn't finish with a loss, so that's always nice.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think was the main factor this year compared to previous years?
Well, for one thing, I didn't know that I was going to be invited until I got the invitation. So whereas last year, I knew all year that I was going to be invited because I had won the Irwin. So.
And this year you got in by rating, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you had less time to prepare for the event. Did you do anything special with the time you did have to try and get ready?
Not as much as I would have liked.
If, let's say you did have more time, then what would be something you would want to do?
I would have prepared more openings more specifically for the players that I thought would be there.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. And what's next for you? Are you going to play any tournaments in the next couple months?
Not at the moment because I have other obligations. But.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see you back here next year for another run.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. Guys, we'll throw it back to you.
Thank you, Kostya, and good luck with your obligations there, Doug. Turning our attention to the game of Andy Woodward for just a moment. I kind of, once again, I do like Andy's position. I would be...
Is White ready for some F3 breakthroughs?
Yes. That's precisely what I was thinking, borrowing a page from the game we just saw with Christopher Yu. And I'm thinking about the Black King, okay? This bishop on B2. Now imagine the D4 pawn was missing.
Okay.
And the only way you're going to get the D4 pawn to miss is you got to go D4, D5 yourself, which means you're going to sacrifice on E4.
With F3.
So you start with F3, F5, you take, and you start munching.
Oh, immediately.
You start thinking about this, right?
Let's calculate. Queen C4.
Check.
King G7.
I apologize. Big. My bad. My bad.
Does F6 cover, right?
AB.
Oh, you want... Nice. Include rook A8, of course.
Yeah, of course. I did it. You know what I want. And now it makes a lot more sense. If you... This is my script. Okay. Now...
Take. Queen C4.
Check.
King G7. Oh, F7. No. This is... I have to go King H8.
Correct.
D5.
Do I go queen entry first?
Do you need to?
I don't know.
And probably everything's winning.
Right. I mean, in for
even
a penny.
Have bishop H3.
In for a penny, in for a pound. No, I've overdone it.
Maybe. Now I'm questioning in queen d8. Maybe I can save this. Because I have a full rook.
Yeah, but look, as a commentator,
you're free to sacrifice
everything. Yeah. I can conceive, but there you see where I was heading for just a moment. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where Andy stands.
Well, Jason Wang is the one who's playing for the crown.
Yes, he is.
He's in the second place. If he wins, hoping Christopher wouldn't win his game.
Exactly.
Fighting for the first. But that's unlikely to happen as Christopher is winning his game.
Hey, if I can't win the gold medal,
you can always win silver.
Silver's not that bad. And so that's what he's playing for. But Andy is sitting there saying, well, wait a minute, sorry to ruin your dreams, but I actually have some dreams of my own. F2, F3 is definitely a move that Andy is ready to make. I think the variations we're looking at with F5, AB aren't fun for black. Maybe you have to just take and go home.
Then E4 is coming. I think wise for choice here.
No question about it. The bishops are opening up in this game, and you're looking at Alice Lee.
Long think.
Wrong think.
Wrong think. Exactly. Rook C7, Rook to C2. We were expecting go into that endgame, make a draw. She thought for perhaps close to 30 minutes. She played bishop to b1, which gives Alice tremendous chances to keep the game going. She's not winning again, definitely not winning, but tremendous chances to keep the game going. Because of rook to c4, b3, rook to c3.
Okay.
Now I'm getting in, right? I'm starting to have some threats. Bishop to c2, you have to defend the pawn on b3, a5.
Okay.
This is what we have right now. Next move, if you try to go to d3, I go rook f3.
Right.
You have to defend with king e1. This is already a difficult look. Bishop c3, king e2. You still have to calculate something. It's a draw, of course. It's a draw. But you still have to calculate something, which is the whole point of this endgame. Keep the action going. Do not allow simplification until those last few minutes, and then you can trick your opponent easily,
Hopefully,
right?
Yep.
And perhaps just something like f5. Keep the pressure going. Keep putting some tension in the position. I'm seeing this as developing definitely in Alice's favor right now, because she has the speed, she has the pressure, and she has the experience right now. She's feeling good. Look, she's not going to lose this game with black. There is absolutely no pressure on her shoulders.
Right.
Right now she has the playoffs if she wants it, in case Rose wins, but she can also try for more, which is the ideal scenario.
For sure, for her. And Alice playing very
rook d2
confidently.
Good move by Megan, trying to go rook d3. Very important to go rook d3. By the way, kick the rook back. Yes.
Right.
Alice has been playing so fast. She really has been playing so fast. Perhaps that's not the most precise moves,
right?
But she played really fast up to this point, an hour and 34 minutes against 34 minutes.
When Jovi was telling us last tournament how she was playing against a 9-year-old in the tournament,
yes,
and it was very equal drawish position, but she kept playing for 6 hours until she tired the 9-year-old out and tricked her at the very, very end.
How do you tire a 9-year-old?
I don't know.
That's the question.
Exploiting the situation. By the way, I thought it was kind of interesting a moment there, Cristian, as you were describing this endgame of Alice Lee's, where with the move rook to d2, Megan wants to play the move rook d3. Trade rooks and kick Alice's rook away. And then you sort of say to yourself, well, now I understand way back here why we should have played rook c2 immediately, because then there would have been a rook trade and there would have been no
give up
kicking away. And if you avoid the rook trade, then the bishop lands. And if you take this pawn, let's just say takes, this is a situation where with the double pawns, 2 sets of double pawns, you're going nowhere here.
And we also have 2 against 1 on the queen side. So.
Right, b4, bishop c4 on white's agenda. So that would have been an easy draw for Megan. As it currently stands, I can only agree with you Christian, that
the game continues, at least.
And there's a pull. There's a pull.
Alice can torture Megan for a while.
No question about that one either.
Like even if I don't go rook f3, even if I go something like king f8, I don't know where I'm going. Rook d3, and then I just move my rook
I
back.
was thinking black could try king d6, king c5, bring it to b4.
Sure.
Okay.
That's
definitely
an
some
option.
rook takes b3 ideas, yeah.
Definitely an option.
And what she
Again,
said.
you don't have a clear way to untangle yourself in this
hold
position.
on, your king did have
Ooh,
a
I
role.
abandoned the pawn.
I guess I go back now, yes.
Yeah, that's
I
a
have
good
to
point.
go back.
Okay, but then, at last, my bishop
I'm not
will...
sure.
Rook c3? Aren't you
Rook-
losing a pawn?
I hope not.
You have
You
bishop
are?
e2, which is fine.
Oh, okay.
Again, it's
You're
always...
losing at f2 pawns.
But rook f3, I like
I've
this
been
move.
losing
Rook f3.
the f2 pawn for a half an hour already, and I still think it's a draw after I
Rook
lose
f3, guys. The best move in the position.
Megan needs to play
King
king
E1.
e1. Allow bishop c3.
Not the first instinct to allow to walk into...
But there's not much else you can do right now.
Of course not. King e1, unfortunately.
Even though, do I have a threat? Because if you take with the rook, that's a draw. But if you take with the bishop, also king e2.
So, question.
So perhaps I actually don't have a threat. Maybe you can go bishop d3.
Improve your bishop, yeah.
And now I have to go f5, perhaps.
Because what we're saying is rook takes f2 is our much vaunted ending. Bishop takes f2 is not an ending. It's certainly not the ending that you wanted. Three pawns, but
Bishop e3 and it's the same opposite color.
that's the same. You're right. And did Alice, we asked the question, what were her keys to winning the game?
Well, dynamic opening play did not happen.
No.
There's a lot of trades
tried.
early in the game.
She tried, but-
She was with the black pieces.
Well, it was sort of
She-
like the Hoover came out and 3 sets of minor pieces came off quick.
But she's using her experience to put pressure on Megan.
And that is the case.
So this is the key moment. Well,
So
she doesn't
she
have
got-
only moves. She has a couple of options, but we'll see which one she chooses.
Right. I like the
And she needs to
move
speed
bishop.
up a little bit. She should not get herself into time trouble.
Who's that, Megan?
Megan, yes.
Megan.
30 minutes right now.
So we're expecting bishop to d3.
I think king e1. I
And
think she's gonna
or
play king
king
I
e1.
think she'll play king e1, yes. Does not want to give up that pawn. Let's see.
It's like we're
I'm a
just
bit
in
surprised.
holding the
King
yes.
e1 on the board.
King e1, she's done it. I mean, it's very easy to get butterflies in your stomach and they're like, wait a minute, why did I play king
I'm
e1?
sure she's nervous. She's playing Alice Lee.
Yes. She's
There's an
feeling it.
intimidation factor too.
Exactly.
That's
King
why she's
e1.
playing so fast also. f5, let's go. Let's keep increasing the pressure.
Right? That is definitely...
Can we do that?
Yes. I think that was the move we were prescribing. f5, king, f1, yeah?
I was thinking bishop d1. I was trying to exchange the rooks.
Rook c3?
Rook c3, rook c2. How is that endgame if I take on e4?
f5, bishop to d1.
Yes.
Rook c3,
Rook c2.
rook c2.
How is the endgame once you take on e4? That's a lot of pawns on that e5. I don't know. It's starting to look a bit dangerous for a while.
Do I have to trade rooks, though?
But then I go king e2.
Well, now I'll take a pawn.
Ah, you take on e4. Correct.
Oh, this is not good.
By the way, I've never seen
So-
such a powerful series of pawns. I mean,
Rook c7 check?
Rook
Because I have
c7.
bishop c2 next.
King d6.
If you go king d6, I'll take f7.
Correct. Yes.
But maybe you should go for it. Because here, bishop c2, rook f3, bishop e4. I
Well,
mean,
now
this
I'm
is
still fighting.
Yeah.
Now I'm
No,
happy.
this is-
now I'm happy.
This is
I mean,
where...
it's still, okay. It's
I have
still
the
equal,
e-pawn.
but-
Well,
The e-pawn is very
but,
strong.
But wait a minute. If I ever get to play f5...
And if you win the g3 and h3 and promote h-pawn, you win, yes.
Yes.
No, this is beautiful.
That is...
This is what I hope for. I
No,
dream of this position. As
I
well.
wouldn't do this. I would take another approach if I were in Megan's shoes in this one. I would probably want to
You're
play
giving me
king
b3
f1.
pawn, f takes e.
Oh, am I giving you the b3 pawn? You're right. If sorry.
Yeah, not ideal.
No. then it means I have to undouble your pawns. If I wanted to put my king on f1, I'm saying, I'm giving you different options. Well, again, Alice's experience and her endgame knowledge may come to the fore in this one. We'll keep an eye on this. I wanted to check in with Rose because obviously...
We didn't like her position, but it has improved a lot.
Has it?
Since we last checked. Rose, there she is. This move, knight h5, was not the right move.
Queen d1, a6. Oh, check this out.
Yeah.
Rachel saying, okay, I get it. Queen.
I think she could have played b5 here anyways, even though knight on f6 is hanging.
Really? Okay, so let's take a look-see. b5. I'm assuming AB, bishop f6. I'm assuming bishop f6. Queen f6. Takes. Why didn't I win a pawn?
Do I have queen a5? And I'm winning it back very quickly on e2.
Wait a minute. I want a pawn. Just a second. I'm still in...
Is rook e2 doesn't work. Because you take with the...
E-rook, right? Yeah.
Maybe bishop d3 here, or is that crazy? No, let's go bishop d3.
Wow. That's a visual. Bishop to d3.
I also had
rook, my goodness.
Rook b7.
Oh. Wow, that's mundane. Rook to b7, probably you got that bishop to d3 shot
at the end of this line.
At the end of this line
but
as well.
Let's see what happened in the game. So
indeed, let's take a look, because she played knight h5, which is definitely a step in the wrong direction.
Wait, bishop g7 and queen f6 now?
Very good. Why would you play queen f6?
To win the pawn on d6.
Correct. Queen f6 to win the pawn on d6.
Maybe Rose can finally get some advantage. First time in this game.
In fact, since the opening, she hasn't really gotten a chance to get a grip on the position. Here, I can warm up to White's...
Black has to play rook d8 or something.
Right, just to defend, but okay.
And something, at least push e4.
Right. Something is going on.
Still b5, that's a problem.
Right.
For White.
I can... well, in this particular version, with the queen on f6...
e4 hanging?
I can see...
Oh, nice.
I can see a route to the black king. We've reached...
Yeah, I think we can check with Christopher Yu before we go on to a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we left it, it was so overwhelmingly winning.
I mean,
we just
he
kind
knows.
of...
He still is.
We kind of diverted our eyes because we thought, Balaji, we just saw it as in the Dutch word, is hoopless. Hoopless. A bishop to d5.
2 extra pawns, no compensation. What else is there to say?
I think you hit all the high and low notes with that one. King to c7, okay. Rook a6 definitely has my attention. I love outposts. Knight f5.
There's really no bad moves here for
There
White.
are no bad moves. I think all moves are leading to Rome on this one. And as we go to break, anything you'd like to share with the viewers, what they can expect?
Yes, we'll keep that.
Besides the brilliant commercials that...
Yes, as we go to break, Big Game talks one-on-one with Alice Lee. So take a look, and we'll be back shortly.
Alice, welcome back to St. Louis. It's great to have you here.
It's great to be back.
So Alice, you're playing the junior girls and you're the returning champion. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great to be back. I played in this tournament the past 3 years in person. So this year, I'm just really happy to be back in St. Louis and playing in one of the most prestigious tournament series for juniors.
Alice, being a champion and having to defend it, does it make you feel more pressured, or you're like relaxed because you already won this tournament?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure because some people said to me that there should be less pressure because I already won it before, so it's not as important to win it again. But then, of course, there is something of being the defending champion, so I feel there is some pressure to defend my title. For me, I'm just trying not to think about it too hard. I'll just focus on each game and try to win.
Which is a great strategy, right? Yeah. And also, you mentioned that you want to win, which makes sense because you are the highest seeded of the tournament. And how it's different from the, for example, Kieran's Cup. Did you change your strategy? You're like in a more offensive side, you would say?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure what my strategy for this tournament is. I think last year I did pretty well. I had very good results with white and also with black. So for me, I'm just gonna try to keep something similar to what I did last year. Of course, the Kieran's Cup, I was one of the lower seeds. So for me, I was, of course, in a more defensive situation. Yeah, here I'm just trying to win, you know. That's
every game possible, right?
Every game possible. It might not be easy in so many games, but I'll try.
Alice, also, you know that we have an award for any woman who becomes a grandmaster in this future 5 years. Did it motivate you more, and do you think it will bring more girls into chess?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a big motivation factor for me, and definitely for the next generation of US girls coming up. And I think it's really great that the St. Louis Chess Club and Miss Sinkfield did this for chess in America. I think it's a great motivational factor for me and everybody who would like to become a grandmaster. And yeah, I'm just really happy that this award is in place.
Also, you're gonna play an Olympiad soon, and it's gonna be your first Olympiad. Are you excited? Are you looking forward for that?
Yeah, I am. This is my first time playing, and of course it will be a tough experience, but I'm looking very much forward to it, and hopefully Team USA can do very well this year.
So we all know you have great tournament ahead of you. Good luck, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akopian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the final round of the championships. Let's take a look at our current standings. We'll start with the juniors. Christopher Yu is playing for the first place. He's half point ahead Andrew Hong and Jason Wang.
And Christopher looks like he's winning. And tell us about the standings for the junior girls.
Alice Lee in first place, but Rose Atwell is only half point behind her.
Still, anything can happen in that contest. And in the seniors, we've crowned a champion, but the fight for second, quite intense.
Right, Vladimir Akopian won the tournament yesterday, but Jessie Kraai and Julio Becerra are playing for the second place right now.
And it looks to us like Jessie is really in the driver's seat in that one. And let's jump to the game of Christopher Yu, as he is up a pawn.
Two pawns.
He's up 2 pawns, but it almost feels like he's even up
more
the position. Like he's got the initiative as well. Rook a6, excellent move. No problems about that move. I really like that move, but posting up moves, I would have played rook a5 instantly, and I'm splitting hairs. And the whole point here is I love doing things with tempo. And
provoking f6.
Right, provoking f6. And two things happen when I provoke f6. The first, most important, is I take away an opportunity for you to ever
improve your knight.
Yeah, the knight is more or less stuck, as we can see. And then I get on with my business, which of course is what Christopher wants. He wants to double up.
So I think after rook a5, black should play knight f6. And maybe
There you
that's
go.
why he played rook a6.
Rook a5, knight f6, and then away we go. We've got the same, excuse me, I wanted to play, oh, did I want to play rook f1? That was funny, because you do have knight e4. I'm sorry, you do have knight e4.
But Christopher played rook a6, which does not even allow knight f6.
That is a point to be said. I'm looking for the tempo, and he's looking to prevent knight f6. But it's two extra pawns. It's the initiative as well. And he's just in cruise mode. And it's been that way the whole tournament. He's just been dominant. And no question about it, he will be a very deserving winner, as we do have king b7, rook a1, and rook g2 on the board.
And if he wins today, he will earn his spot in the U.S. Championships just later this year in October.
And yeah, it will be very, very nice to welcome such a deserving junior champion back to the U.S. Championship. Christian, you want to put the finishing touches on this one for us?
Sure. Rook g2 was just played. Rook g4 is not a threat.
No.
No. So I can actually just simply go b4, b5, defend my rook on a6, then go knight d6 and pick up the pawn on a7, or even just simply play b6, b5,
And
b6.
the reason it's not a threat, rook takes g4.
Rook to d6.
And king c7.
King to c7, rook takes d7. And that's a problem. So even this is not possible for black. You don't even have this hope in your arsenal. It's just looking very
miserable.
Miserable in this one. So b4 is one of the moves. Knight to d6, what was just played, is another one. I can just simply take the pawn. Why not? Right. Yeah, this one is not looking good. Not congratulations yet. We're not going to jinx it.
Right.
But he's very close to winning the national title.
Absolutely.
You can see Balaji, he knows.
Yes.
He messed up in the opening and never
recovered, actually. It was play on one goal thereafter. Alice has been slightly better in a bishops of opposite color position for some time.
Right there. Rooks came off the board.
Oops, that's not a good sign.
But Alice did win a pawn.
That's a good sign.
But is it enough?
That's about it.
That's
where the good signs for her
That's where
end.
it's all. Last move by 11-year-old Megan was.
Some f5, sacrifice pawn back and go e4. Of course, it's a draw. That's
Let's
the
have a
only
look-see.
idea I see for her.
Takes. E4 quickly. King back, f6 quickly,
yeah.
because you've got to. But now I can just keep my bishop anchored. Right? Oh, potential
maybe
weakness
you can
on
lose
h3.
Right.
Okay, I get it. I see. There is. It's not super simple. Oh, by the way, Alice played king.
Played king c3.
That's a bit of a relief, I think.
Where is she going?
Because I'm not even sure the b3 pawn is meaningful. I could.
Can give you the pawn and go bishop e8.
Right, just to take away this thing. I'm going to move my king back and forth until your king gives up the attack at the a4 pawn, and then I'll go bishop f7.
Right.
I think that's the easiest way for her to draw it. However,
King e3 was played.
Your move f5 was actually intriguing here. Wasn't there something to be said for this?
But you can even wait.
Not react?
You can even wait to not have the bishop on c4. Because the bishop on c4 definitely helps white, right? So after king f3, you can just lose a tempo. For example, bishop somewhere, g5, let's say. So, and then when the bishop moves, now you can play f5.
Gotcha.
It's just a better version.
Of the same ending.
The same idea, yes.
Yeah, of the same
just
ending.
to create the pass pawn, basically.
Alice has moved king c7. Pardon me. Oh boy. Alice has moved king c3. Doesn't that make the task for Megan a little bit easier, though?
It would have if she played bishop e5, yes.
She played king e3.
Bishop
she
e5
already
was
played
it?
king e3, yes.
Oh, she's done it like
she's
a la
played
tempo.
king e3, yes.
Okay.
Which allows the return to what we were discussing.
Right.
Bishop g5, perhaps king to f3, king d4, and
Right.
now next move, at some point I will have to do something related to f5.
For sure. That's, funnily enough, that's the only option. And these two games are crucial.
Yes, because Alice has 6 points, Rose Atwell 5.5. So if Alice draws her game and Rose wins her game,
We got playoffs
tomorrow.
We've got playoffs.
And let's go to Rose's game. Some interesting development since we last looked at it.
And that has been this knight h5 we found to be a disturbing move.
Pawn is on g4.
What? So knight went to h5. We saw the trade.
And we're
Pawn went to
considering
g4.
queen f6.
So the idea is to arrest the black
knight,
knight.
Is it forever or it's temporary?
That's what we're going to find out. Now, again, we know it so very well ourselves. As Catalan opening players, we dream. Our dream is that in the Catalan, we'll have a bishop on the long diagonal. We'll post up the knight on c6, and whatever the knight does, we'll leverage from it. So if we imagine the knight going to c6, we've got to imagine the rook going to a7.
Sure.
So we know what is on Rose's agenda. What's on Rachel's agenda?
Rachel just made a move.
Which was?
Let's see. F5.
F5. Whoa.
Maybe her idea is on knight c6 to go rook f7.
f5 is the best move.
F5 is the best
yes.
move.
Yes, f5 is actually the best move.
Okay. So on knight to c6, the idea is to go rook to f7.
That's my guess.
Good guess.
You haven't liked white's g4.
Now, wait a minute.
Maybe rook a2?
Yeah, because I don't like h3, and that g4 pawn sticks out a little bit like a sore thumb.
Correct, yes.
So, okay, is it time for us to go rook a7? Maybe sacrificing
the
a
becomes
pawn?
very
Double-edged,
double-edged.
yeah.
Very double-edged, yes.
Queen b6 or queen c8.
Whenever I commentate
Look
on
at
a
queen
Rose...
b6 with c4 ideas.
Whoa. Whenever I commentate on a Rose Atwell game, I am holding my tongue.
Let's see, bishop takes.
Can I jump into f6? Yay!
I could have taken with the king also.
And that maybe was a better move to keep my queen out, because here that's an issue. King takes.
White's rook is really passive. It needs to be already on a2.
Agreed.
Very complex battle in this one. Very complex battle.
No, this is 3 results, yeah.
Easily.
Well,
Wow.
in a way, that's what Rose wants, because
Of course.
she needs a win. She has
Of
nothing
course.
to lose. I think second place is almost guaranteed.
Yes, no, in fact, you're absolutely right. Second place is locked up. It's all about a fight.
I don't think it's fully locked up.
Yeah.
Maybe someone can share it
Somebody
with her.
can share it with her in case she loses. Maybe we
Really?
can see the standings right now. the
I
girls'
apologize.
standings. I do believe there's one player at 4.5
Yeah,
points.
Iris Mo could, and she's winning her game.
She is.
Okay. So
Well, that means that Rose can't play a free-for-all.
depending on how much she values the sole second place, right? It could be that she's like, okay, I might as well give
it
it
could
my
matter
all.
because
to win.
Alice qualifies for the U.S. Championship by hitting.
Good point,
And then
actually.
second place from this tournament can still qualify for the U.S. Women's Championship.
Very good point.
By the way, did Iris just blunder? I mean, she's been in an exchange up for a long time, as we know. She just played the move knight to... Wait a minute. She played the move knight to g4, and then came bishop to g5, which is like the most ideal thing that black could possibly have ever hoped for.
Yeah, she blundered bishop g5 for sure.
What the heck?
Yeah,
She's still better.
But
she fell asleep on a winning position, didn't she?
But she just lost a very important pawn.
Yeah, Omnia has a chance now to fight.
That is just a crazy. I mean,
what a blunder!
everything wins. Knight f5, rook f3. Bring your rooks back into the game. Knight g4, bishop g5.
By the way, we are talking about a different game that's on the screen.
Yeah, I was just talking about the game between Iris.
But we should probably go
Omnia.
back to the Rose Atwell game,
I mean,
or
this
perhaps
is a
Alex.
funny way to blunder. Not
a strange
way, yeah.
Yeah, a way of getting it. We are back with the Rose. And by the way, knight to c6, and we were expecting rook a2.
So knight c6, rook f7 happened. Rook a2 seems like the only move, right? We don't want to play h3.
The one thing why would we play g4? We play g4 to keep the knight out. g4 takes f5 is a logic glitch because we...
Let's go to Christopher Yu game because he's about to win.
For sure, and he has been about to win for 20 moves.
In fact, we might just see
checkmate.
resignation right now.
I think there's checkmate in a couple moves, so
Let's see
Balaji might resign.
Christopher's reaction.
Well, he knows he's got this game in the bag. He's been winning it for some time. Rook g2, knight check. He took a pawn. He took two. How many pawns did he just win?
He took everything. He's up 4 pawns.
Christopher is already thinking about the U.S. Championships. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming.
Yeah, and...
what did he play?
I don't know. Balaji is
Knight a4.
Checkmate in one move.
We're going to see e4 checkmate.
Or knight f6 checkmate.
I like how Chris is thinking.
Well, the thing is, he's looking for a stalemate. So if you take on a4 with a pawn,
Oh, that's funny.
well, that would actually be a mate.
And very deliberately, the knight came to f6 checkmate. There's our champion.
Christopher Yu, congratulations. Very deserved champion.
7
Unstoppable.
out of 9.
Absolutely
7 out of 9.
unstoppable in this tournament. He never let go of the lead after round 4. And right now, he is the 2024 U.S. Junior Champion, pockets $12,000, and moves on to the U.S. Championships later in October.
A very coveted ticket indeed, those U.S. Championships these days.
He's receiving congratulations
big prize
from
money.
Bird.
Yeah, big prize money for the players, as well as the prestige of winning the national championship title.
$12,000 is not bad either.
Not bad, not bad. Dinner was on Vladimir last night.
They can split it.
Christopher's picking up the check this evening. Congratulations to this Sanford Fellow winner, Christopher Yu. Another Sanford Fellow winner is Alice Lee. Shall we check her story out?
Sure.
Alice Lee. Now, by the way, Christopher has made, without question, a Grandmaster norm, and he is a Grandmaster, so he's not worried about the Grandmaster title. But Alice Lee, could she...
Did you see that?
No, I missed it.
What happened?
Well, I'm sure we'll see it again, but he was...
High-fiving
Was that Christopher?
Yes.
Some relief, yeah?
Some high fives from the arbiter?
Wait a minute. King to d2, bishop to b5. Isn't that just over?
Yeah, that's dead. Now she's played bishop to b5.
Even though
has Megan.
Alice is going to go king c3, and I have a feeling we're not going to see bishop e8. I think we're going to see bishop c4 back. I don't think Megan is going to allow the king takes b3 move.
And king takes
Which would
a4.
be a pity. I'm not going to allow king takes a4, but king c3. I'm going to welcome the move king takes b3.
Bishop e8, king takes b3. If you take on f7, I'll take a4.
I'm not going to take on f7. I'm going to wait. That's
okay, I see.
And then I'm just going to set up a light square blockade. So
it's a draw.
Yeah.
You can see Alice is looking at the screen watching Rose's game. She knows her game is a draw.
So
Just thinking, do I have to play tie
what if I
breaks
go
tomorrow?
F5 right now?
Yes, you should go F5.
Let's try my last try.
Takes
an
F6, King D3.
I was actually thinking about E4, not F6.
Okay. Well, the problem with E4 is after F6,
Bishop G5, let's say.
Bishop
Take
G5.
with a check.
Take with a check.
Take on A4.
And then we take the H7 pawn, yes.
We're going to play king to king.
Yes.
Naked kings before too long. But yeah.
It will be a draw.
It's all about Rose Atwell. We expect this game to finish in a draw, but Rose Atwell's game, it's a 3-result game. And
Very sharp game.
Very
maybe if I had to choose anybody, if you don't play Rook A2 right now as white, I like Rachel. If you go Queen A6, let me just put that move on the board. A bad move. I don't like this move at all. I'm thinking that Black has a huge initiative on the
absolutely.
King side.
Knight jumps to H4.
Maybe
yes,
even
this is
winning.
Pawn on F2 is very weak.
Exactly. The
Those
G3
two
pawn is
dark
missing.
squares. Oh my goodness. They're
The
so
G3
nice.
pawn is missing, and don't forget there's also Rook F8. That's not an easy pawn to defend on F2. So that's why we're looking at Rook A2 almost as a only way of keeping.
It's kind of a defensive move, in fact.
It is a defensive move.
Because you want to exchange that very, very annoying rook on F7.
That's
such
right.
a powerful piece for Black.
Exactly.
After Rook A2, we're looking at F takes G, right?
We were.
But
yes.
then Rose could play E4 after that.
Not even going
Right,
for.
no rush.
Okay.
Rook can get there.
By the way, Megan did not play bishop to B5.
I would.
But nothing has changed much in that position.
So after E4, Knight H5?
Yeah.
Maybe I can go E5.
Wow. Ooh. I'm.
Okay, E takes D.
Oh, sorry.
It's protected. It's protected.
It's actually protected. That, I mean, it's
That's okay.
It's a shock that the rook was actually protected. You were so.
So you're not worried about Rook A8 and Queen E8 and all this stuff?
Very worried.
Well, I'll roll with those punches.
Okay,
It's the Benoni after all.
Yeah. Rook
Check.
A8.
Check. Rook.
There's Knight E7 here.
Sorry.
Knight E7.
Knight E7 is check. Yeah. Still not.
King F7.
Still not too sure what all these checks mean. Actually, at the end of the day, after the tide is washed away, the knight is fantastic. Wow. Let me go to the current position. By the way, it's early, but are the clocks a factor in this one?
Rose has 39 minutes and 46 for Rachel. Oh, we have
G takes F5. Well, you don't have to ask me twice. For me, the knight on G7 is a wayward figure.
Okay.
And
E4, Knight H4, E5. I think we're going to see this on the board.
wow.
Otherwise, Rose will be worse. She has to go for this.
Right. But there's a hint
Now,
of
whose king is
desperation. Well, I mean, you're missing some serious shelter.
King takes.
Okay.
I am, but if I get E6 in, which you just
Stop.
No E6. No E6.
Okay.
You were having fun, but only for a while.
Rook takes E5.
Rook takes E5, bishop E4 check. Oops, sorry, I did that the wrong way. Rook, bishop E4 check.
So yeah, I go back, King G1.
Yeah, king to G1. I'm guessing.
I am worried about the first rank.
As white.
As white, yes.
Yes. So rook takes, knight takes. Don't see how. All I need to do is get my queen. Sorry.
But my D pawn is also something to worry about.
Right. Can I get my queen around to G4? No, I guess you do.
I'll take and still have Knight E5, right?
Okay. Okay. What were you saying about your first rank?
You can't get to it though. Can you?
I don't know.
Okay, d6.
Can't get to the first rank. Darn it.
One
By the
tempo
way,
behind.
knight takes f5 is absolutely necessary.
In the position?
Yes.
Yep.
She should not be thinking about recapturing with a different piece.
No, I certainly would not either.
This is becoming a back and forth affair. Like, I'm trying to break you in the center, get your king. You're trying to get my king as well.
Absolutely.
Knight f5, knight h4, everything has to be based on speed, right?
Yeah.
Speed of execution of your attack.
And the precision of your middle game play.
Yes.
It's not just about creative opening, dynamic
yes.
opening, but also precise middle game play.
Yes.
By the way, a little update. Jesse Kraai is completely winning his game.
And again, that's
That would
the
secure
big
clear
fight
second.
for second place in the seniors, and it would make for a fantastic debut of Jesse into this senior championship. When we have left it, Cristian was mentioning the ABCs of the position. And what were the ABCs of the position? Well, right here, with the rook on the G file, what you want to do is engineer the trade of this bishop, which is what Cristian was suggesting Jesse does. Now suddenly, whoa, you can see the opening of the G file. The next step, bishop to D4.
Can I interest you?
Yes.
In a breaking news moment, perhaps.
And that is?
Perhaps Alice has some chances.
Really?
Slight chances.
Slight.
This is the position we have right now.
Okay.
She's going to go king. I was just about to say she's going to go king to h4.
King h4,
which
of course.
she should have done.
Of course she
I'm
should
not
have
sure
done.
why she played bishop to c5. King to h4 was
Followed by
finally
h5.
some sort of a chance.
Right.
Half a chance in the position. You don't get this very often. h5, bishop to d1. Then I can just simply take king g5 back.
King f3.
And then f5 is coming.
And
next
life is
move.
good.
At least I get something.
Right.
Yeah, you can
Which
get
is not
two
much.
connected passers.
But you might be getting those connected passers.
And feeling good about your chances suddenly.
You're finally applying some pressure.
Agreed.
She did not. Okay.
That's remarkable.
She can still get the king to h4.
Not
right?
so easily.
She can still
hold on.
do it. Yes.
This is frustrating. Why didn't she just play king g3 and h4?
That's a different question.
You're asking too many questions, Yasser. Yes. Why didn't she go king to g3 and h4? Of course.
That just shuts down.
She should have done it.
everything.
Of course. Now king to h4.
Again.
Once
and
again.
This opportunity.
h5, of course.
That's real opportunity.
Yes.
Of course, I
because
always
right
used to
now
try
king
this.
f3 is very difficult.
Oh.
King f3 is a good move because you take, and now you don't even have bishop to f8 to catch it.
Sure.
With the bishop on this diagonal, you don't have bishop f8.
Right.
But even with the bishop on this diagonal, you have to be careful about some
Also.
b5 ideas, right? So
I'll
there's
have
there's some
bridesmaids.
risk for both sides. But you gotta put look, you brought your king all look where my king was.
Right.
I managed to get it on the other side of the board. Keep going.
Yeah, right.
Keep going all the way until the last square. King to h4. She hasn't yet. She is playing fast, but we'll see. We'll see if she manages to create any more chances. We've seen a lot of this type of swindles in this competition, but we do have Kostya with one of our champions, Christopher Yu. Kostya, take it away.
Thanks, Cristian. Here with the 2024 U.S. Junior Champion, Christopher Yu. Christopher, congratulations, your second title.
Yeah, just like the cool in the game, it's time for the celebration.
Time to celebrate.
Celebration.
I understood that reference.
I can't believe I won. Yeah, I knew that a win would quench it before this round. But I did. I was kind of nervous, but I decided let's attack. Let's play like Kasparov. Let's play, let's try to scare him. Even though I was nervous, I tried to act like I was calm.
Right.
Yeah. So I played confidently. I played with the initiative. that's what intimidated him, and that's what made him forced his some mistakes. And I got the lucky 7 out of 9, and I think that clinches the U.S. Junior title, so I can't be happier right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, you clinched it with a win. Was that your thinking going into today's round? Like, let's just try to win the game. You don't have to worry about anyone else's results?
Yes, but I was hoping that my opponent doesn't play too well. And but they say you can't win unless your opponent makes some mistakes.
Yeah.
So I knew that I had to be practical.
Right.
So starting with the opening, I played G4.
Yeah, you played G4. So this you prepared for today, is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Very sharp line.
This is scary.
Yeah.
But it's been played like it's played a lot of games before. There's a funny variation. If he takes the pawn, I have rook G1, queen F6 takes, queen takes F3, H3, and his best move here is queen F6.
Queen F6 back.
Yes, E4, queen takes D4, and the best thing for me to do is just repeat moves. This has not happened in many games before, but it's happened in a few. This could be a new arranged draw. Like Carlsen versus Caruana, they just draw like this. I know, perfect.
Yeah. Well, I want to jump actually a little bit later on. I know actually it's quite a sharp game. You play this move, takes, F3. He goes queen B4. I think the engine said this was a huge mistake. Did you feel this during the game, that queen B4 was a big blunder?
He sort of said that after queen B4, he mostly looked at queen takes B4, but he forgot about F takes E4.
Just F3, and then the F7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and if he takes the F7 pawn, is hanging, yeah. But I'm not really sure what the valuation is here. The game would have gone much differently if he hadn't blundered the pawn on E4. Maybe if he does, like rook H3, for example, things are not so clear. I mean, I got lucky too, but sometimes you need some luck to have such a good tournament like this. It can't always. Everybody has bad tournaments and good tournaments, but this is a dream tournament, a great tournament, like a well above expectation.
No, I'm sure. And with the win, you obviously realize you qualify for this year's U.S. Championship, which will be starting in about 3 months.
Okay.
How will you prepare for such an event?
The players are stronger there, but I have to prepare my calculation. I need to be ready to make some draws in that tournament because I need to know how to draw, because those players make a lot less mistakes. Actually, they almost play perfectly. They say there's something called perfect chess. If both sides play perfectly, the game will always be a draw. Right. So, maybe I just got to stay objective in that tournament. I gotta be really solid, and I gotta play like a professional against those big guys. Well, that's gonna be tough, but I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that will be tough, and we look forward to seeing you back here in 3 months when you play the U.S. Championship.
Thank you.
Congrats, Christopher, and back to you guys in the studio.
Absolutely. Our congratulations to Christopher Yu,
2024 U.S. Junior Champion, winning $12,000 and a spot in the U.S. Championships.
Well done, Christopher. As we're looking at the game of somebody's celebrating.
No, I'm not celebrating.
There? Did Alice play the move you expected her to? H5?
Something is happening.
Something is happening.
Something is happening, which is reason enough to celebrate because we're not getting any sort of dry position, dry back and forth between the two players. H5 finally came on the board.
Right.
This is what we have right now. Bishop C5, Bishop D3, and now H5 arrived. Now, what do you do?
King F3.
Let's try to defend this one. King F3, Bishop, let's say, to C5 to try to be ready to go to F8. What do you do next?
Bishop to D3.
bishop to d3, and if I take, you take, bishop f8, b4.
B4,
most likely,
yes.
right? And you think you're in time.
For what?
Let's see.
I'm winning.
I'm not sure about that.
Winning.
So you take, bishop f8, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you go b4. I'm not convinced. Okay, you're not winning, but...
And we have a result. Zoe Tang lost against Jasmine Su.
And for Jasmine, what a tournament this might have been. I mean, she might have had 8 points in this tournament if you consider her... Oh.
Still not over. Still not over.
Still not over.
I'm catching your a pawn, but you do have time to get to my f7 pawn as well. So it does seem you should be more or less fine. Nevertheless, lots to unpack in this one. Lots to calculate for sure.
I didn't realize that you were in time.
I am in time.
A7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still, king to f3, not an easy one, right? And right now, Megan has a big decision ahead of herself. King to f3, one of them. G takes h5, another move. Bishop to d1, probably the last move, the last option in the position. Try to defend the pawn like that. But let's take it step by step. King g5, right?
Right.
Or do you go f5 first? Probably not. There's no reason to give up the pawn.
Right.
King to g5. King to f3 and f5.
Right.
I don't like this.
Isn't this winning?
Two connected pawns? This is...
Isn't this winning?
A little bit scary, doesn't it?
A lot scary.
It certainly does. It certainly does.
No, this is not good.
So you take, I take. You take, I take.
Check.
Okay, where do I put my king?
King
Probably
E6?
to g5.
King
E6,
G5.
I think this is the
By the way,
problem.
Akopian drew his game against
Joel?
Joel Benjamin.
Yes.
That was that 4-rook ending that we didn't think either player had.
Not king e6 for sure, because now this allows king g4, and now I control the light squares.
That's what
King
I'm
d5,
thinking.
king f5, I
And
control the light squares, I make a draw.
Total blockade.
But if I go king g5, where's the blockade?
Yeah, you get f5 next move.
f5 is next move. I think this,
This is winning.
This is just winning.
Wow,
f5
so
is winning.
Alice actually has a chance, and she needs this win because on the other board, Rose is doing very well.
Absolutely.
Wow. Rachel didn't recapture on
With
f5
an 8.
with an...
That's a huge surprise. Huge blunder, in fact.
Yeah.
So Rachel, mistake, and Rose, again, calling Rose's games are just... Okay, so we have left it, and we were sure that this knight on g7, if we go back a couple of moves, we just understand what it was that Rose was trying to do. With the move g4, which she played in the game, she's trying to arrest the knight. As we flash forward to our current position, the knight could be released.
Yes, and that's what the knight wants.
And that was what the knight wants, and then the knight could fly.
To h4.
Not necessarily to d4, we understand, but it gives us an opportunity to fly even to h4. She took with the bishop, and she dropped the bishop back.
e5's coming now.
e5 immediately, right? Because, I mean, if you don't do something concrete and immediate, the knight will position itself to f4, but e5, right? Now, take us through the analysis.
Well, I think every move here has a big downside.
For Rachel.
For black.
Yeah. So one big downside, let's just show it if we take a pawn.
Then there's always bishop d5 ideas.
That is...
I'm winning in exchange, but also your position completely falls apart. e5 pawn, c5 pawn, my rook's open. No, this is terrible.
But besides that, I mean, there's got to be something in it for me, right? My position fell apart. Okay, so we understand that after e5, bishop takes, pawn takes, the bishop's coming to d5.
Yeah.
So after e5, I very cleverly mix up my moves.
d6.
And
I think this might be worse.
I was aspiring to do my best, and you said this might be worse. Why is this even worse than my position collapsing?
Knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
I'm not even going.
You're not just going to lose an exchange.
E7.
I think you're going to lose a full rook.
It's so bad.
It's
so bad.
Okay, so now you're telling me after e5 I can't capture. I'm going to move my rook. I am going to go rook to f4. Yay.
E6.
And the crazy part is I don't lose an exchange. Yay.
Take back.
Take back. And can I, in a dream world, some unbelievable dream world, put
Queen
my knight on a...
F6.
Oh, Queen G7.
But I have C and E pawns pushed pretty far away.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
take
grim.
on G7 and go C7.
That is grim.
Bishop B7's coming, so we have to play
Rook
rook
to
C8 and then E7.
E7. Yikes.
That's all she wrote.
No, that's all she wrote. Easy win. And
We have an interview. Kostya is with Jasmine Su.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Jasmine Su, who just won the final round game against Zoe Tang. Jasmine, feels good to finish with a win?
Yeah.
I know, of course, you started off brilliantly, then the middle of the tournament went rough for you.
Yeah.
In your words, what do you think happened?
Well, I was like expecting to win like the first game I lost, but I didn't, and that was really rough for me. And then I lost like the next two games, and then last round I was winning, but then I blundered.
Right, yeah, actually very close to winning against Rose. She found this nice resource. Still finished with 5 out of 9 plus score. How would you evaluate your tournament overall?
Pretty good. I like missed some chances, but I think I played well.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to just quickly ask about your game, your final game against Zoe. In this position here, she castled queenside.
Yeah.
And did this surprise you at all, just because it looked so risky?
No, I think she was like playing for a win, and like staying in the center would have, or like castling short would probably been like safer.
Jasmine, sounds like we got breaking news in the Alice game, so we got to jump to that. But congrats on a fantastic performance, and hope to see you back next year.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you.
congratulations, Jasmine, on finishing a very eventful tournament with a victory. But talk about eventful games. Alice, this bishops of opposite color ending, she's turning this around into a victory, and I've got Rose winning as well.
What a finish.
What a finish.
What a
indeed.
finish.
But why is it that
check
Alice
Alice's
is winning? Let's jump to that game.
Maybe Cristian can show us.
Oh, yes, sure. So bishop to d1, in fact, what we recommended, I guess, for white as the losing move.
Is the losing
Is the losing move, yes. King to f3 was the right move in this position. And perhaps this one can still hold this whole line that we were discussing after the bishop lands on c5, because right now you're not actually picking it up. So you can wait a move, go something like this, bishop to d3, and now take on h3. And we were looking at this position. White needs to get to e8. Black is going to pick up the h5 pawn, but it's not going to be in time to create those two passers. That's the key to victory in this position, two passed pawns. And she's getting them. h5, bishop d1. We're expecting taking on g4, which is on the board.
Which is on the board.
Take, king goes back. Everything is mathematical right now.
Right.
You don't have the move bishop to c2
G4.
to stop me from f5 because you're losing.
G4.
If the king was on f3, for example, this would be a draw, right?
I apologize.
You get in
I'm
time.
going to interrupt you, Christian.
Yes.
Follow the analysis, what you've just said. We'll do it on my board so we can keep the live board open.
Absolutely, and she found it.
HG, HG, king to g5. Now, again, as you were pointing out, the bishop cannot go to c2 to prevent f5 because of king takes g4. You have to play king f3.
And F5.
And then
And
you were
F5.
about to say f5.
Absolutely.
And take us through the steps. Takes. Oops, excuse me.
There's one more accurate move needed
King
after
takes.
bishop c2 check.
King g5. Don't go f6, don't go to e6, don't allow king g4.
I was going to ask the audience, what's the accurate move?
Forget about the audience.
Immediately
Yasser. Forget about
jumped in. You were fast. King g5.
Well, we already showed this live.
Yes, I know. But if they weren't paying attention. King g5. Take us through it.
Well, no matter
you
what
just
you
want
do,
to
I
play
go
f5, e4.
And realize that black has again the correct color of the pawn and the bishop, because white can always sack the bishop for these two pawns.
That's
if
exactly
the position would be reversed on the other side.
It would be a draw.
So king e4, f5 check, king here. Don't ask me what I'm playing for.
Bishop.
If I'm playing for,
I can play bishop c3 and not let you do anything.
Exactly.
By the way, I don't think it would be a draw if it would be on the other side.
Would still be winning.
I think somehow I would be able to put you in a Zuzwan and force you to push the pawn and then take.
But at least there would be some chance. Here,
I think
no
you're
chance.
winning.
Yes. This is over.
I think you're winning. A king g5. Once again, king f3, f5. Munch, munch. Should I take? I guess it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. If you don't take, I take only for myself and then go f5.
In either case, you're getting two connected pass pawns.
That's
protected.
That's it.
Wow. Alice really squeezed water out of stone here.
Oh, she
Wow.
did. Yes, she did.
But it was Megan playing the role of passive observer by just shuttling her bishop back and forth between c2 and d1. She could have put her bishop on e8 ages ago and made an easy, easy draw.
And
Oh my
imagine Rose
goodness.
now. She's winning her game, and she looks over.
And she sees
The game that she assumed was an easy draw an hour ago is now not so easy.
exactly. But Rose is winning, as Rachel did capture
The wrong piece.
the wrong piece. Yeah, I was
think
going to
she's
say.
about to lose an exchange. The line that we're looking at.
So we switched over to the Rose Atwell Rachel Lee game, and in this position, I'm not happy as black. But I was thinking that I was about to make an attempt to put up some resistance, heroic resistance, by the way, with the move bishop rook e8. I was assuming you would play e6. And remember when I put my rook on f4 previously? I'll lead my
that
rook
was
on
her
f8.
best chance for sure.
Maybe the best chance, right? None of this happened. She captured, and now white is cruising. Bishop to d5 on tap. Captures on d6, either with the rook or the pawn. That's winning.
That one looks over.
And this is completely winning for Rose.
By the way, Andrew Hong is losing his game.
Whoa. Whoa.
I think after he saw Christopher win and realized he lost his chances for the first place.
Disappointing moment for him, for sure.
Well, I mean, that's a big battle for second place going on. So we're saying Rose is winning.
Alice is winning.
Alice winning. Let's just jump over to that game of Andrew Hong, if we don't mind. We left it after rook e1, a5. I was mystified by
Black
a5.
has
by the way.
a healthy extra pawn now. Good center.
So a5 just confused the heck out of Andrew. He could have taken on e7 and played that position. He played bishop e3. What the heck is going on? Why would you play bishop
I don't
e3 and bishop to d2?
I think he overestimated his compensation for the
Can
pawn.
I take on f5?
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Is there knight d? No, I don't. It's hanging.
Like, okay, you will have to take,
Yeah.
and I will take your queen, and you will play rook f7, and white is for choice, and maybe, but okay, Andrew is dreamy. Andrew had a big dream. His big dream was to capture on e6 with the knight, and
I like what Justin
didn't do that.
Knight to b4, and now he needs to just develop the other knight to d7, go to c5, and this is
Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. By the way, both players playing for the second place. I think
That's
Jason
what I
Wang is
mean.
also worse.
Oh.
Okay, he's against Woodward.
Andy
yes.
Woodward.
Well,
So
that
the
was
two players who are in the second place are much worse at the moment. So
And-
Christopher, you didn't even have to win his game, maybe.
Don't leave it to chance.
Of course.
Don't leave it to chance.
When we left Andy Woodward's game, now, I don't know if that move deserves a diagram, but we had been focused on f2, f3 for Andy, but if you give this position as a puzzle rush, I don't think anybody plays rook a2 as the winning move. Rook a2, f5, rook a1. Okay, we doubled up on the a file. And knight f1. Also a little bit mystifying, I must say.
Well, it worked out because black went for f4.
Wow.
Very risky for no reason.
I mean, Andy has put up, you know, the blockade. The
Yeah,
complete,
he was ready for this.
The complete demarcation line, if you will. Takes.
Now it's
And now I'm
extra
a pawn up. And
Good
f3
position.
is coming nicely. Maybe bishop h3 on a good day.
I think white's for choice here.
Big squares. And at his calling, he can play a takes and take off all 4 rooks. I always liked that when I had the option of trading all the rooks. It wasn't your decision, it was always my decision. And you couldn't move your rook away because you were afraid of the open a file. Andy, he looks great.
And it'll be great for him to finish this tournament with a win because
Of course.
the last couple of days has not been.
Speaking of finishing the tournament with a win, can we take a look at the game between Arthur and Nicholas? Earlier in the game, Nicholas missed what we thought was a golden opportunity to win the game. How is he currently
he's
doing?
completely winning.
He's
look
doing quite
look
well.
at the position.
Quite well right now.
Well.
Let's see, bishop c5 check.
Yeah, I mean, there are checks, right?
Bishop c5.
But not many.
King f6.
Only
They
one.
can
Rook
hide.
a6 check?
c6.
2.
And that's it.
Whoa, I don't believe you. In the immortal words of Beth Larson, nobody believes you.
Rook takes c6, but
there's another check.
Bishop e7, what?
There's another check.
King d6. King d6. No.
D6.
King to d6. Oh.
Never let Yasser make your moves. Now you know. Now you know what he's capable of.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm being a much maligned figure here. Just a moment.
No, yeah.
So if you don't have, so we're looking at bishop c5 check, king f6.
Yes.
Well, I'm facing the music over on the king side, and it's short and sweet.
It's checkmate
Check
on the side,
and mate.
Should we go to Jesse just for a second?
Jesse
because I
Kraai
think
also winning.
I think he's just putting the finishing touches right now. I think
And that
Julio
would
is about to
secure
resign.
him second place.
These players came into the last round like no draws.
No
Let's
draws.
win every game.
Well, we are seeing a lot of it. What? Hello.
Knight h. Okay.
Knight
These
h3.
pawns are a little scary, but
Knight g5 is coming. You're
Black
getting
king
mate.
Knight
has made it.
g5
It's over.
and a mate.
It's over.
Yeah, and Jesse knows it. He's walking around confidently.
And the rooks are connected, tied to each other, in fact.
Right.
You cannot move on f8 or f6, try to stop me from checkmating you on f7 or h7. You cannot get there. This is over. Julio is about to resign, which means that Jesse picks up second position. Silver
Clear
medal.
second.
Nice.
For Jesse. That's not bad.
For a
His
debut?
debut, yeah.
Absolutely. I'll take that every time.
Any updates on Rose Atwell's game, Christian?
Let me take a look. Rose is still winning, still completely winning. And not much of an update. After d takes c6, she played rook fe7, which allows bishop to d5 check. Very powerful move, followed by e6. It's still not over, but it's such a comfortable position. Bishop to d5, you probably will put the king on h8, and then I will continue pushing with e6, setting up that
Paralyzing.
very annoying bind.
Black pieces.
Deadly bind.
I'm thinking
Absolutely
even if
deadly.
we magically transport the knight to d4, rook takes d4 as a winning sacrifice, putting the knight in this tragic...
So close to tie breaks, but let's go to Alice Lee's game because I think she's
She's about to win as
very
well.
comfortably
Alice
winning.
Lee is about to win her game right now.
The pawns are pushing themselves.
And win the tournament with this victory. Crucial victory, because if she wouldn't have won this one, I think Rose
We would have been in the tiebreak.
Would have tied and went to the playoffs.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I mean, And it had been a draw for so long. We had
Picture move 15.
we kind of just put this game to rest. And it's very simple. Alice doesn't even have to do a thing.
No.
F3, king F4, E3, E2, and by the way, we have the right color bishop, so
right.
that even if we just get left with an A pawn,
I think this will be a good lesson for Megan. We've all had in our careers a game like this where you assume it's an easy draw, you play passive chess, and then you get punished for it.
Exactly. And she was just moving her bishop passively between C2, and she could have put, and D1, and she could have put it on E8. But a huge victory for Alice Lee. She storms back is basically what happened.
Mm-hmm.
She was our prohibitive pre-tournament favorite. She started 2 out of 4, and she was lucky in a few games too.
Sure, you need a little bit of luck to win tournaments.
Absolutely.
I think she got 4.5 out of 5 or 5.5 out of 6.
At the end, the sprint.
She started with 2 out of 4.
Yes.
So that means 4.5 out of 5.
4.5 out of 5,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, this is absolutely.
Are we talking about Alice or
Alice Lee?
No, but she will be on 7.
She started with 2, so she would
5.
be 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
Yeah.
She just won.
Oh, no
her
draws.
last.
No draws.
She won her last 5 games.
Wow. I think she was angry with herself. What do you think?
And it was barely enough to win. It was barely enough to win it outright. But it will be enough to win it outright.
She said, what are we talking about? I'm Alice Lee. I'm here to win the tournament, darn it.
And to be honest, this is what we expected of her.
Yes.
This is what everybody was expecting.
Yes. It was Iris that opened up the window for a potential champ. And Alice is... Yeah. And Megan suffering. And she realizes there's nothing she can do.
We'll see a resignation soon.
E2 check, you have to give up the bishop, and then it's easy conversion for Alice. Alice knows it.
Yeah.
Just bring the bishop, and bring the king.
You don't want to push E2?
You know, it was funny. I did, and I do, but putting the bishop on D2 and the king on C3 first, kind of.
That's the GM touch, right?
Right. Well, a little bit sadistic, but yes, it is. Bishop to C3, and because there's really nothing that Megan can do, and maybe even king.
And it's very surprising. It's the last round, and a lot of games have finished already. Not in draws. Very decisive day.
We did have a draw between Benjamin and Vladimir Akopian, but
just
other
two draws.
Just 2 draws. Lots of wins.
Yeah.
Wow. So, and there's the handshake.
Congratulations, Alice, winning the tournament today.
Wow.
Starting with 2 out of 4 and then winning 5 games in a row.
It's not bad.
Incredible.
We have crowned 3 champions. Wow. And with this victory, she castled long and she won.
Castled long and short.
It's the Olympics.
Well, those are zeros. If you lose 5, yes.
So how do we win 5? What do we do? It's a picket fence?
I have no idea.
The line score looks pretty good. But our
2024 U.S. Junior Girls Champion Alice Lee winning $6,000, and she already had the spot in the U.S. Championships.
She did. But wow, what a great sense of relief she's feeling right now, because she knows.
Looking quite happy.
Look at her. Look at her.
A little smirk there, like
she didn't know.
She
did not want to see the playoffs, and she knows Rose is doing amazing.
Yeah, she knows she got a win
also, she knows she got away with one. This one was a draw.
No question about it. No question about it, Christian. And where's the remaining action, Christian?
Well, we should go to Rose, because she did play that move, bishop to D5. And
noticing that Alice already won.
Putting the finishing touches, but surely when she sees Alice that she just won, she must feel a bit disappointed.
Oh, huge disappointment for sure.
Yeah, that she doesn't get a chance to get into a little playoff action. That would have been fun.
At the same time,
right?
She wins this one, gets second place, and she might still qualify to the US Championships.
Right.
As Nazi pointed out.
Right.
First might go to Alice by way of rating. And that means that the second in the junior girls, is
Could
going
be
to
your ticket.
take a spot as well.
Fair. King H8 on the board. One of the problems that Rachel was facing is maybe she would have preferred not to walk into this pin.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she would have preferred the move King H7, but Bishop E4 check followed by E5 takes D6. Not allowing Rook takes E1 was the problem. Hence, King H8, and we're expecting E6.
This game is going to go on for a bit. Should we
Please.
watch Nicholas win his first game?
Yes, let's.
Because it's about to be over.
Let's give Nicholas a moment in the sun. It's
Arthur
not been many.
Go is down to 3 minutes, and he has a completely lost position.
And I am picking up that game. There it is. This is the game between Arthur Go, who has only 3, am I reading that right? 3 minutes on his clock?
Yes.
Versus Nicholas Ladan. Nicholas has been losing game after game. It's been a tragic comedy of errors for him. But the last round, you remember your wins if you can get them. And he's got a win, and it could be right now. He just played
C6.
the crowning move, C7, C6, and he's looking at checkmate in 2. Knight to D3, check to the king. King has to go to D1, Queen F3, and that's his ticket to victory.
So I guess the last thing we should check is Rook takes C6, right? We looked at
C6.
Bishop E7. We
Rook
understood
takes C6.
you're running out of checks.
That's a check. I actually have, well, I do have another legal
have
move,
Queen
Queen
E8.
E6.
Or Queen to F8, let's say.
Queen F8,
King E6.
King E6.
Okay, so you're going out. Queen E7.
E7 or
King
G5.
D5. G8. I can also
King
go Queen
D5.
F7 is the problem.
Queen D8 and King E4. That's it.
You don't even want to take
I'm not taking that. Why give more checks? Allow more checks.
That's true. That's
King
a good
E4.
point, yeah.
Wow, I'm a materialist. I would have taken the bishop on my way too. I mean, I want a full tummy. So this, Nicholas avoids, perpets. His king marches bravely up the board, and there's nothing Arthur can do to stop knight to D3 check. Winning moment for Nicholas there.
And Justin Wang, guys, I mean, beating
We do
Andrew
have-
Hong right now. He's looking good.
Rook takes C6 check
So
on the
Justin
board.
Wang will be in second place?
Correct.
After this one.
He overtakes Andrew Hong for the second position.
Ooh, Rook takes
I
C6.
think we're going to see the line that we're just looking at.
Exactly. Queen F8 check, King to E6, Queen to E7 check. We were looking at King to D5. The King marches bravely up the board. Tell me why you...
Winning with the black pieces in the last round against the Grandmaster is not an easy job, especially when you've had probably the worst tournament of your life.
Truly, truly. So you're down on your luck. You're down... you're feeling like the whole world's against you. Just a quick question. Why after Queen D8 check, you wouldn't take the bishop? You said I would just play King
Because
E8.
I want to win in style.
I mean, to be honest, King to E4 to force resignation is a pretty cool move.
Pretty cool move. Understood. Understood. And we do have,
Yeah, King's on D5, Queen D8 on the board. We'll see.
One
if
last
he's
spike
materialistic
check.
or
Let's see.
Artistic.
if he goes King
And
D4.
he's thinking. He's thinking. That's a good sign. That's
Materialistic or artistic?
I think King E4 is coming.
And I see Arthur looking away, like, I don't want to see your move. I'm not interested in your artistic finish. I'm not interested in the material finish.
Yeah, after King E4, it's checkmate in 2, maybe 3 moves.
That knight D3 is such a threat in the position.
That is massive, all
If
right.
you move your bishop anywhere, then my other rook can also get involved.
Right?
Yeah.
Personally, I'm taking the bishop.
Okay, and
you
his
take the bishop
region?
Queen A5.
King d4. Okay. So I can be both materialistic and heroic
King
and
d4 on the
King
board.
e4.
Oh,
Well done.
winning in style
done.
is Nicholas.
We don't often get to bring out our king all the way to e4, but also to win with that move.
By the way, just boldly pointing out the obvious, that the triple pawns is also a very unusual feature
That's just
of
a
the
crazy
position.
game.
We didn't get a chance to spend enough attention on this because of our marquee matchups and the fight for the championships.
But let's stay with this one just to see the resignation, just to, give Nicholas the
That
laurels
moment in
for,
the sun.
winning that one game.
Right.
It's always, look, he was half a point out of 8.
Yeah.
It's not a good spot to be in. And to win it with black against Arthur, who wasn't having a very bad tournament by any means, he's also a grandmaster.
Right.
To win it with black against the grandmaster in the last round, that has to be applauded.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure he came into this round with I can't wait it to be over. But now he's going to finish with a win. The beautiful win.
By the way, rook f1 now, just to point how important those pawns are. Rook f1, knight d3. You don't even get any sort of chances. Queen takes d3, king takes d3, rook f5, and I have the g6 pawn.
By the way, perfectly positioned with the king on d3 and the rook.
Beautiful.
Oh no.
Yeah, Arthur going down on his last minute, 52 seconds right now. I think we might see
I would like to see the move queen a8.
on the board.
Just to put that queen in the corner. Just trying to finish in the most aesthetically pleasing manner. Knight
King
d3.
d1 and queen f3 checkmate.
Yes.
This looks like a study, not a real
Right, at the finish of a study at least, right?
You have
very
those four
unusual
pieces.
construction.
Yeah, why not?
Absolutely. Queen a8 possibility.
And 19 seconds. It's going down.
Something has to give. Either the clock or the position.
As chess players, we know how painful it is to lose the last round.
Right. And
He
we
made a
had
move. Bishop somewhere.
What? Where?
Bishop e3.
e3. Okay, that
doesn't change anything.
Doesn't change.
Knight to d3.
Knight. Nope.
Knight to d3.
Yeah, knight d3 on the board.
And now we have to give up our queen because we're facing
the
king
resignation.
d1, and there is the resignation. Our congratulations to Nicholas. Very, very well done. I just want to go back to our game of rows for a moment.
I think Rachel's pieces are all paralyzed.
Are they?
Just waiting for white to break through.
So it was, in fact, king to h8, but e6, rook e3, king.
No, just rook a2 probably. But we do have Kostya with the champion of the junior girls tournament, Alice Lee.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with the 2024 U.S. Girls Junior Champion, I am Alice Lee. Alice, congratulations.
Thank you.
What does it mean to win the event for 2 straight years?
Yeah, it's really great for me, especially this year. I didn't start out so well. And I'm just really happy because I didn't have any easy games, and it's just great, again, to win this tournament.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about your approach going into today's round. You were half a point ahead of your rival, Rose. I know you're sitting next to each other. So how much were you watching her game during this round?
A lot. Yeah, so I'm not sure. For this game, honestly, I think I got the type of game that I was looking for, which is kind of like equalish endgame where I'm on the better side of equal. So like I can press for a long time and see how Rose's game is going, and then like decide whether I can draw or whether I need to push for a win. I think I might have played a little bit too quickly because I did get a pretty good position, but then like I traded into like an opposite color bishop endgame. Like I traded rooks, which I think was just a plain draw. But yeah, I'm happy like I was able to win because I saw like Rose was winning. So I'm also just relieved that I don't have to go into playoffs.
Right. Now, by winning the tournament, you also qualify for the U.S. Women's Championship. you probably would have qualified by rating regardless. So I was curious, because you are the top seed by quite a large margin. So what does it mean for you to play this event, knowing it's a lot of pressure, you have to get first place and all that?
Yeah, I think like originally when I went into this tournament, the first round, I did feel a lot of pressure. But then once I had a really bad start, it kind of just took the pressure off. I stopped thinking about winning the tournament, and I just thought of winning each individual game. And I think that helped later in the tournament to kind of take pressure off. And I think, especially in the last half, I played pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I know you've got the Olympiad coming up, then U.S. Women's Championship. What are your thoughts? Do you think we'll see you back here next year for a possible repeat?
Hopefully next year I'll be able to qualify for the Open tournament, but I'll still have to gain like some rating. But yeah, if not, I'm always happy to be back and play in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd love to see you in the U.S. Junior. I think a lot of fans would as well. Well, congrats again, Alice, and all the best to you.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Our absolute congratulations to you too, Alice. Remarkable comeback, and doing it in style, 5 in a row.
Absolutely amazing finish.
To put her authority
and deserved champion
on our 2014 U.S. Junior
I like
Girls
what you
Champion.
said. Her goal is to qualify for the juniors.
Exactly. Exactly right. Be ambitious.
Yes, Alice Lee, 2024 U.S. Junior Girls Champion, twice in a row.
Bravo.
Not bad.
Bravo.
Not bad.
I'm looking at the game of Andrew Hung, and what I'm seeing is terrible.
Doing very well.
Terrible. Everything's gone perfectly for black. The pawn structure, strangely enough, remember we were talking about the pawns on f7 and f5 and how, but look what they've done. They've absolutely limited Andrew's light squared bishop. The knight on d4 is absolutely dominant. Black is material ahead. b3 is hanging. Everything has gone
just
wrong.
Lost.
Just lost.
I guess I would try h3 to break up your pawn chain a little bit.
Exactly, h3. And
they can just take.
I don't want to see the move hg, so I would play takes. And
the only thing left for black to do is just develop the knight
exactly.
from b8.
By the way, I actually think...
a6 maybe?
Yeah.
You want to go to b4, right?
Good choices between d7 as well as a6 to b4. This is, well, terrible. And by the way, I see
7 minutes for Andrew and 30 minutes for Justin.
And Andrew,
we have bishop c5 on the board, now h3. Now I feel like, would you play knight f3 and just get a pawn on f3?
That's really strong, but I would play knight takes b3 and get a two connected passers over on the.
Wait, I have knight e4. He did play knight b3.
You do have knight e4.
I'm, of course, still losing, but hey, at least I messed up your pawn chain a little bit.
You did, and that's not fair. That is actually confounding. I would not have traded my e4 pawn for the b3 pawn. I would have played your suggestion of knight f3 check in that case, because why would I give up a central pawn for a b3 pawn?
Somehow.
But we have Kostya with a happy Nicholas Ladan.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Nicholas Ladan, who just won his final round game against Arthur Go. Nicky, I know, tough tournament for you, but how do you feel to be playing the U.S. Junior?
Yeah, I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mean, literally, I think this will be my last time playing. I tried to qualify again next year by playing the Open right before this. Didn't go my way, so I knew I had to make this tournament count. Unfortunately, the first 7 rounds didn't quite go my way. But I thought, like, with each game I played, I felt like I was playing better and better. And then finally today, I was, able to get that win.
Yeah. Did you have some support during the tournament, some coaching, someone in your corner?
Yeah. So my coach, Nikola Mitkov, he pretty much coached me throughout the tournament. With my psychology after losing all these games, it's tough to try to fight, but he motivated me. Also, my friends back home, my dad's here with me, my mom back home also calling to support. and my girlfriend too, who's also doesn't play chess, but it's sometimes nice to talk to someone who doesn't quite know what's going on. So you can just be like, I played bad, and then that's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, no, I think super important to have this support. Maybe give us just a couple thoughts on your last round game. You defeat a Grandmaster in Arthur Guo, so it must feel good to end like this.
Yeah,
right?
This is the first Grandmaster I've beaten in 2024, so it's nice to finally get that breakthrough.
Absolutely.
I was in my prep until this G3 move. I thought it was like losing. I knew Rook E1 and I think Bishop E3 or Queen D3 are moves there, I think. So I need to try to get my queen to the H file to try to mate his king. So I thought G6 was the easiest way to do that, because if I thought Queen F7, then maybe he can take on G5 and play like Bishop H4 or something, or maybe King G2 there. So G6, King G2, now Knight E4, and I mean I thought I was like just winning here actually. I didn't see a defense for him from both like Queen H7 or like Queen F5 ideas. And now this diagonal is open for my Queen too. But I was told after the game that here I missed I missed a nice win with Knight G3. So how it works is Knight takes G3, King G3, I have Rook H3, and now I put my Queen on that diagonal.
Wow.
And the point is here after F3, once I take, I have G4. And I would not have this move before because I honestly have no idea.
It's a nice one. Yeah, Engine always points out. But okay, you found this super nice move as well. After Knight F6, your pawn goes Rook to G1, and then Rook H2 check. I mean, nice.
Yeah, I mean, that was
shot.
nice. You know, I didn't have this before, but now with the Rook on G1, check. I have this, this nice main.
The king, stuck.
I mean, I think he saw that, but he thought he could try to escape with King F1. He probably thought he was worse, but I mean, it's still like a complicated position. I have triple isolated pawns. It's not easy at all.
Right.
But yeah, I really like my D5 move also here.
Yeah.
I thought, try to play romantic chess. At least if I don't win, I can say like, I sacked all my pieces.
Round, nothing to lose.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Nicky, congrats on finishing the tournament in style. And well, I hope to see you back here again. Maybe not for the U.S. Junior, but maybe some other event. Maybe U.S. Championship.
Oh yeah. I'll play the U.S. Open after this, win that, and I'll be back.
There you go. All right. Thanks for joining, guys. Throw it back to you.
Congratulations, Nicholas. It sure does feel good to win a game in these national championships. Let's take a look at our current standings. Messi.
Indeed, so Christopher Yu won his game and the tournament earlier today, and congratulations to Nicholas Ladan as well for finishing the tournament with a win.
Absolutely. Now that we're here,
there's a big fight for the second place.
Yeah,
and it's not going as you would think. Andrew Hong and Jason Wang are both going down.
Right.
It's Justin Wang who is playing for the second place.
Before we do that, let's take a look at the Junior Girls Championships.
Alice Lee won her game and the tournament as well. And now Rose Atwell is trying to win her game, but she will still only finish in second place.
By the way, if you look at those victories that's already been scored, it's the top half of the field is dominating. We are expecting Rose to win, to score 6.5 points, by the way. And in the Senior Championships current standings, we have a few results.
Yeah,
there.
we are. Oh, everyone
In
finished
fact,
already.
Guess what?
The seniors were out of here.
The seniors.
They just wanted to finish the tournament.
So Akopian in the clear first. Congratulations. Jesse Kraai came back after a bad start and finished in the clear second. Great
done,
result.
Jesse.
And sharing third, Larry Christiansen and Joel Benjamin.
Very nice. Julio Becerra making his debut, finished clear fifth and is $5,000 richer. Let's just jump into these junior games. And like we're saying, the fight for second is severe. Andy Woodward, he's been having quite a number of ups and downs, but today it looks like his day. He's just played this
He's going to finish on +1 if he wins this one.
Really
it's not the end of the world.
No.
For a 13-year-old in juniors? Yes.
Not
not a bad
wow.
result.
No, that's really, really nice. F2, F3. He's just breaking. I mean, it's about Black's king at the moment. Black's king is about to become extremely nervous. If there was a capture, there's a check, go back, queen takes F3, and Black's king is coming under pressure. We
By the
did
way,
see
there's h4.
h4
Would
on
you
the
take
board.
on e4 here or go knight e2?
I'm really tempted by capturing
I'm tempted
on
to
e4.
take as well and have this amazing central pawns.
Truly, truly. I mean, it's not often that you get this kind of c5, d4, e4, and especially with two bishops to back you
No,
up.
I think all you have to do is move the king to h1, bring the rooks back to
Right.
g1, g2.
Foo, foo, foo.
And that would be...
That's amazing. But you know, I really do think that, you know, when you have these overwhelming positions, it's often a good idea not to be smart, not to be creative, but to play.
But the problem is if you're, let's say, not smart right now,
Yeah,
and
go
you go
knight
something
f1.
like knight f1, right?
For sure.
Then I can go maybe knight f6, just defend in the center like that. I'm not saying I'm surviving by any means.
Oh, not at all. No, I'm just thinking what Nasi kind of gave me a hint
You want to
that
go
I might
G2,
bring my rook over to g2. Black's king.
Okay, let's say
has
take
no,
on f3.
no pawn shield.
No,
Again,
put the
I'm
knight
not
on
being
e4.
creative. I could have.
Let's put the knight on
seriously
e4.
considered.
Of
this
course, of course.
one. And
Yeah.
hold it. I can A-B. Sorry,
So
I'm
this
just
is
having.
harder. You should take on e4.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think knight takes e4 is probably the best.
From the current position.
And maybe even the easiest from a practical perspective. Because
Knight
you're
takes
just
e4.
getting absolutely everything you want. It's such a dominating position. And this knight f6, for example, right now, I can go f5. Now my queen jumps to h6. The rook will land on the g file.
One
For
day.
example, you don't have rook g8 right now because of queen to h6 mate. You don't get your counterplay.
And we have 3 pawns for the knight. We're not even down material.
No, we're not
Right.
down material at all. In fact, with the dominating bishops, it feels like we're way ahead. Okay.
Yep. I think Andy should take on e4 and win the game in style.
In style. Once again, knight f1, knight f6. Let me just see this again because I think I may have butchered my victory. Bishop takes.
Okay, knight e4 still.
Still knight e4. Yeah, and bishop takes.
Queen takes.
Okay, pause here because I've got two very tempting.
I also had f2 check in between move, which I probably should have done while I had the chance.
Okay,
And
let's
what did
assume
Andy
that
play?
you. Oop.
He made a move.
Oh, sorry. Let's see what he did play. Key moment.
94.
94.
Look at that double exclam.
Double exclam. Well, it's hard for me to argue with the double exclam. And he has. But I mean, is it just me? But have we seen an enormous number of decisive games for this last round?
Yes, we
Yes.
have.
I mean, what the heck just happened here? Wow. Nicholas won.
And Andrew's losing.
Andrew's losing.
Rose is winning.
Andy Woodward is winning.
Iris is winning.
My
Where do you want to go?
Right. It's all good. It
I
is
think we should
all-
go to Rose.
Yes. Because she had a dominant. Ooh, she's given up an exchange, which isn't a surprise, by the way, because
The knight got to d4.
as soon as the bishop got to d5, all you've got to do is actually bring a rook to the 7th rank, and it's an easy path to victory. Yeah, this is I applaud the decision to sacrifice the exchange here.
Yeah, and queen g6 is coming also. Queen.
And then there'll be
Black is just sitting and waiting. There's
and
nothing
it's,
they can do.
yeah, this is an execution. coming.
Maybe she can try queen a5. Let's
Okay.
give it a try, but there's nothing on the first rank besides one check. Queen d4, not even allowed the check.
I was about to say, queen takes d4 takes care of both aspirations, right? No capturing the rook and no checking. No checks for you.
Actually,
But
maybe
why?
queen g6 was winning, right?
Queen
Also.
g6, queen h6, followed
Yeah.
by queen g5. I think
Yeah,
that's
that
a
wins
forced
way
win.
faster because on rook g7 there is e7.
Okay, let's see what have you missed?
Queen g6 check. If you play rook g7, e7 finishes the game.
That is nasty. That's a discovery check.
Nice finish.
Right. So
If you
king
go king
h8.
h8, queen h6,
Give me your rook.
always attacking rooks with
and
chess.
then queen g5, forcing you to play rook g7.
Give me your rook.
Yeah.
And that is when we play our discover check. Lovely. So queen g6 actually is just a
threat.
game-winning threat.
It's a nice little pattern.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should we check with Andrew Hong?
For
Which
sure.
I think Justin won all the queenside pawns.
Oof. Oof. Just a second.
Andrew
is
Hong
the-
against Justin Wang.
When we left it, we had just seen the move, knight takes b3, knight takes e4, and I went, whoa, 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 whoa. Are we sure we want to make that trade? Well, yeah, because,
I just picked up.
yeah.
A3, A2 is coming.
It's
Yeah,
push,
it's
push,
gonna-
push on the queen
Andrew
side.
has 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, there was a poem in Northwest Chess, our hometown magazine. You know, it was it's sack, sack, sack on the king side and push, push, push on the queen side. It's 3 connected pass pawns and victory in sight. Yeah, yeah. You don't see 3 connected pass pawns that often at the highest levels, but in this case, they are marching. They're marching in. Bishop takes e4.
Andrew's game.
And
Bishop
on
e4, so
Andrew-
now just a3.
And
Justin
he's
is
done
not
it.
even sitting at his board, just making moves standing.
He's making moves standing. There was a controversy like that in the candidates matches between Boris Spassky and Viktor Korchnoi, 2 rivals who did not like each other one bit. And Boris Spassky would go to the VIP lounge where he would have a coffee and he could see on the monitor the position. Boris Spassky, would get up from the VIP lounge, come into the playing hall, make the move standing up, and go back into the VIP lounge. And there was Korchnoi on stage the whole time. And Viktor complained because he felt like he was in an exhibition. His opponent was giving an exhibition, you know, like sometimes you stand up.
But I mean, technically, he's not doing anything wrong.
No,
You
exactly.
don't have to be sitting and making moves.
And it was a controversy at the time. It
Might
was
be a little bit disrespectful to your opponent. But
well, in this case, Boris didn't mind that one bit. Those moments. By the way, bishop takes c6. How is...
Rookies.
I think we just take on e3 and go b4.
And I've got a check.
That's okay. The thing is, you don't have a check on the dark squares because that bishop on b2 is controlling everything.
And bishop on a5 is also trapped.
That's a problem.
But
But you're not stopping my pawns. That's okay.
b3?
I could start with b3. Sure, let's go b3.
b3, check.
King h8.
And just thinking for a quick moment, if that bishop wasn't on b2.
That's the thing. And that's why he's playing so fast. That's why he's so sure of himself.
He's so sure.
Because the bishop on b2 controls absolutely everything.
That is the crucial diagonal. And
he's excited. I mean,
he can't
he's moving,
sit still.
he's getting off.
He can't sit still. He's so
He's
excited.
about to get the clear second.
Wow.
Because Andrew, because Andy Woodward's also winning his game, defeating Jason Liang, who's in the second place. So
I think it's been asked before. Apologies if it's already been answered. Imagining just for a moment that Christopher Yu, with his very, very high rating, was invited to the U.S. Championship based on his rating.
yeah, but
Would
even
he-
with his high rating,
He's not
our
there.
top 10 is over 2,700.
So would our player who's second?
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Yeah,
That
because
was my
Christopher
que-
Yu is getting that spot.
Gotcha.
But in the girls, yeah, I'm not 100% sure how it works.
We do have b4 on the board, and Andrew's just looking at his position and he came into today's round with some very, very high hopes that Balaji would stop.
Especially after surviving that game yesterday.
Right? And almost against Brewington. Okay, it was always going to be a draw. But imagining he might have won rook and knight, king and rook versus king and knight. Yeah. Andrew is not a happy camper.
His final minute right now.
Oh yeah, he's
of
down
his time
to 1
at
minute.
the U.S. Juniors, and there's no stopping those.
This was his last U.S. Juniors.
Yes.
He's 19 years old.
He wanted to go out with a very powerful performance. He didn't put in the kind of performance he knows he's capable of. For those of you who weren't here in the summer in St. Louis watching him in the classics, you missed a dominating performance.
Justin Wang is
He's so
very
so
anxious.
excited.
He knows
so
he has
excited.
completely winning position.
I know.
But yeah, sometimes you're so happy you can't force
still.
yourself to sit down.
Exactly, you can't sit still. As we wrap up our broadcast, I do want to say to you both how much fun it's been. Really, thank you, Nasi, and thank you, Cristian.
As
for
always,
some
a pleasure.
Really
Yes.
great stuff. Working with you both has been our pleasure, and of course, working with Silverback. Silverback is our production team. You know who you are, and you guys do a great show. You make coming into work fun. Let's put it like that.
Yes, yes.
As
And
well as
Spectrum also,
Studios.
who makes it all possible too. St. Louis Chess Club
course.
and Scholastic Center. Thank you for your contribution to the prize funds, to hosting the players, and the World Chess Hall of Fame.
For hosting this event?
Absolutely. You hear from the players how much they enjoy
It's a
coming
pretty
to
nice
St.
place
Louis.
to play chess.
It feels
Nazi,
good.
you played there.
Yeah,
quite a few
playing in a
times.
museum.
Yeah,
That's an amazing feeling.
with some really nice pieces, heavily weighted. By the way, okay, Andrew's setting up a cheapo. He wants to play bishop to d6 check, maybe on a good day, rook takes. The last
cheapo.
The last cheapo.
Can I
the
start
last
with knight
chance?
c5?
The last chance saloon.
Perhaps
what did he
I
do?
can start with knight c5, just get knight out of the
played
way.
He did it.
knight c5, yes.
He did your move.
Yeah. Well, it's not like it's very difficult.
No, it's true.
A2 is still coming, or b3 first.
Right, b3 followed by a2, and the whole point of the move rook d6 is not so crafty.
Yes, another cheapo maybe, bishop b6.
You want to play bishop to d5 check and take the knight. So knight c5. What did you just say? Sorry.
He had another cheapo, bishop b6, but
I like that. Yeah. That would have been nice. Okay.
he played bishop d5 check.
Bishop to d5 check on the board.
Now I would move the king up to g7. I don't want to put it in the corner and accidentally hit myself.
Why offer such an opportunity as rook h6?
Just to let you know,
yes.
Rose is winning, but is not as clear anymore.
Really?
Things have gotten a bit unpleasant for her.
We do think that Justin's putting the finishing touches. Andrew has virtually no time, but that game of Rose. And
we should stay with this one because it's going to be over.
Oh, you think it's going to be over? Okay.
Yeah. Andrew only has 1 minute and Justin's playing very fast because he cannot wait to win.
Yeah. King to g7.
Yeah, now b3, a2. It's completely unstoppable.
Right. By the way, we really have to also tip our hats to Rose, because sometimes you need a rival to bring out your best. And, Rose certainly did that for Alice. If Alice did play her best tournament game at the end, ooh.
And by the way, Iris did win her game, Iris Mo.
Our congratulations to Iris. Our apologies to Iris as well for not following her game as closely, but these marquee matchup games really caught our eye. Bishop c7, okay. He's doing his best to try to cheapo.
What would you play? Rook
C8? Rook e8.
E8.
Rook e8?
I'm not calculating anything. I'm playing a move. Rook e8.
Dare I ask, why would you play rook e8?
I wonder if b3 is just winning too.
b3 has to be winning.
Bishop b8, a2, and
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and he played b3.
B3. Take my rook if you like. Have a good meal. A2. Yeah, Andrew knows that that the queenside pawns are just marching home.
Yeah.
And B3 is awarded 2 exclamation marks. Yes.
I think the engines like the spectacular.
I think so too. Yes.
I mean, Andy Woodward sacrificed his knight and got 2 exclamation marks for that.
It's a nice construction because you actually don't have any checks anymore. It's just that's it. A2.
Full extra queen.
Yeah.
No rook A6. That knight on C5 is doing a tremendous job to stop
checks.
any counterplay.
The bishop on B2 equally so, preventing any checks along the diagonals.
So it's queen for the rook, but I also still have the b3 pawn and ready to get a second queen.
Yes. It's going to cost you way more to stop those pawns.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I am keeping my eye on Andy's game. He's also put in finishing touches in his game.
He did sacrifice the piece.
I think you kind of gave me the clue to Andrew's move. You said you got a queen and you keep the b3 pawn. So let me take the pawn and just be honorary.
Well, I'm going to promote.
You're going to promote?
Yes.
He played rook c6, by the way.
And I was going to put the bishop back to d1. I am losing. There's no question I am losing. But
a queen land on the board?
I think we just did see the queen land on the board.
Not yet. Not yet. Hasn't played it yet, but it is coming. There it is.
Checked.
King g2.
And there you go, knight d3 right now. Try to
bishop
get
a3. Also not give up that pawn on b3.
You want to keep everything.
Greed.
And I want to push b2 next move. Well, I don't want to allow bishop e5 check.
I found myself attracted, pardon me,
c5.
Queen e2.
And?
Queen e2.
And?
King g1, queen e3, very nice.
Yes. Yeah. I find myself attracted to this move, attacking the bishop, threatening check, and a quick checkmate to the exposed king. I'll do the combination of queen and bishop pattern checkmates after rook takes c5. Check.
King h1, queen f1, checkmate.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice one. Let's see. King g1, queen e3 check. I'm not actually interested in the rook so much as I am interested in the... Oh, no. You could play... I will take the rook after all.
You should just take the rook, yes.
Yeah. I wanted to win in style. Queen takes is winning in style. Queen d1 on the board?
Not yet, Justin
Not
is thinking. It is the one last accurate move he needs to make. Not that other moves are not winning.
I think there are other moves as well that are probably as
Queen
good.
d1, probably we'll see a resignation.
Exactly.
But he does have 25 minutes, so he can take his time.
He certainly can. Of the games that are remaining...
We have 4 games total.
Should we go to Andy versus Jason?
I'm a little bit curious how Andy... Wow, okay, Andy had pawns on e4, f4, d4, and c5. And guess what? They're advancing. They're marching like the ants. f5, takes.
I mean, I like rook g1 or rook g2 here, and yeah, he played rook g1.
Andy heard you. Speak softly. Rook g1, you're thinking about f6 and queen h6?
I'll double my rooks first.
Oh my goodness, that's even worse.
Well, this is such a pleasant position for white.
Oh.
It's so pleasant that I don't even want to finish it yet. Just enjoy.
Your resignation is not being accepted.
Yeah.
I insist that you keep playing.
Yeah, if Alice Lee didn't win that game, we would have definitely seen playoffs tomorrow because Rose
is
completely winning now.
Okay, but for a moment there, I heard a rumor that it wasn't.
Now she picked up all the kingside pawns, and now there is in the current position.
Yep.
Queen h4 check.
Yes. So once again, I can't move my king and walk into a...
But you can't cover rook h7 either.
Because?
e7.
Oh, you are just a mean person. Look at that.
Only at the chessboard.
At the chessboard. e7, and I have to move my rook over, and then you're going to go check.
And then queen h6 and queen f8.
That's nice.
That's
a nice finish.
That was very, very, very nice.
By the way, that's the game of Rose that...
Rose Atwell versus Rachel Lee. We think Rose is now completely winning. She's picked up
She
all
played
the...
queen h4 check, e7 immediately.
On the board, boy.
She calculated it.
Rose saw that tactic. Check.
And that's the end of another enthusiastic Benoni player. I think she's going to quit after this one. I've had a lot of this type of losses and I quit at some point.
Yeah.
We'll see how many she can take.
I remember John
Benoni.
John Fedorowicz was an avid dragon defense player. And he lost one of the sharpest dragon. Who said, John, what did you do today? And he said, I drop kicked my dragon book down the staircase, and I didn't pick it up. That's it. No more dragons.
There's a handshake.
And a handshake.
Congratulations to Rose for winning her final game and finishing in clear second, only half point behind Alice Lee.
And
Tremendous
pushing
Tremendous
Alice to the max. That was very, very well done.
I really hope to see her in the U.S. Women's Championships.
I know, right?
And I believe we will. Even if not by means of this tournament, I do believe she makes it by rating as well.
Wow.
It's very close.
But it's very close.
Very close, yeah.
I wonder how many points she will be winning after this tournament.
She'll be picking up some nice rating points. She'll definitely improve her rating.
Justin Wang, by the way, played queen d1, and Andrew Hong will resign, I believe.
Queen to d1. That just felt like a oof.
He gave a check, rook c7.
Never resign when you can give a check.
Are there too many checks? King g6, rook c6. I can cover bishop f6 next move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can drop the bishop back in that particular case, which is precisely what
and this is probably
Justin
what
is
he was
planning.
calculating, why he spent a little bit of time on queen d1. He was just
you
trying
wanted
to make
just
sure.
to be doubly sure that
You don't have too many checks.
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Bishop f7 check, king f6. We're hanging around, tickling the bishop, preparing queen e2, and that's over. Rook c6 check, and this is where
bishop f6.
we can drop the bishop back to f6, blocking.
Which clears the path for the b pawn as well.
Hello, hello.
Not that you need it.
But just in case,
Hey,
may I
queen
introduce the b pawn.
And I think we're going to see a resignation just about now.
Justin Wang started the tournament with 3 out of 3. So
Yes, he did.
Had a bit of a rough patch in the middle of the tournament, but right now he came back with a vengeance. And this game is so important for him.
Justin totally messed up an opening monologue delivery by Cristian, because Cristian was saying Akopian is leading from start to finish. And Christopher was leading first, except Christopher wasn't leading from start to finish. Christopher had 2.5 out of 3. Justin,
we didn't
had
expect
3 from 3.
for the second place that it would be Justin Wang.
No.
With the
No.
black pieces winning his last round.
Especially against Andrew.
Yes.
Andrew Hong came into this event as one of the pre-tournament favorites. That was a very unusual way of capturing. He just kind of like snapped rook and knight.
Queen 2, king g1, and queen e3.
Easy peasy.
And that's it.
King f1, queen takes c5.
No, still play.
Oh, now it's mate. Now it's a forced mate.
Where's the mate?
What do you mean? You're not taking on
Queen
c5?
E2.
Nope.
Queen E2, yes.
Queen E2. Now it's
going
forced
for
mate.
See, I wouldn't even check that. I would just take the rook.
And you would be right. The mate might not be there, but the rook.
We
is
might see
a rook.
third checkmate on the board in this tournament.
Right, we had a.
We saw one earlier
checkmate.
today. Christopher, you
Christopher Yu.
checkmated.
And he stopped the clock, I think.
I don't think he did.
What was
he
that?
just left.
I don't think he
He
did.
just got up from the board and walked away.
Oh my goodness. Some
Okay,
drama.
Justin's waiting.
Something must have happened.
Something
Perhaps
strange.
he was not very happy with Justin just getting up from the board every single move. Maybe that was it. But, you know,
hey,
you still have to shake hands. You
sometimes-
still have
Right.
to finish the game. You still have to stop the
With
clock
decorum,
and
yeah.
pay your respects.
Exactly. Respect your opponent, even.
Well, we don't know what happened.
We
We
don't.
don't know why Andrew got up. But he
Could be the arbiters are making too much noise. You know how they are. They play Tetris during the.
He's back.
He's back.
And he's back.
With 1 minute on his clock.
Not.
And.
I think he's running out his clock.
We'll see.
40 seconds.
Always a drama.
Chess is
Just
a very
when-
dramatic game.
It seems so.
There's a lot of emotions riding on these games.
Yeah.
And we see it in plain sight right now.
Remember my junior
I
championships.
think he just wrote the result.
Right.
0-1, but he still hasn't resigned.
My junior championships and the incredible emotional relief you felt when the game was over and
4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And he resigned.
There you go.
Interesting. Way to lose.
He did shake hands. He,
He
did.
did,
Congratulate
he
his
did,
opponent.
he did,
That's,
he did.
That's just the way he wanted to finish this game.
Okay. Andrew, I know it didn't go your way, and our congratulations to
Justin.
Justin on
We have
this.
2 games remaining.
Okay.
Let's go to Andy Woodward's game against Jason.
Because that was
When-
actually a very well played game by Andy. Oof. It's a visual. The last move,
Look at those
rook to
pawns.
g8.
It's black to move. So knight
Oh.
g3.
Not to stop
Only
the
move.
checkmate. Knight to g3. Well, okay.
I don't think that helps too much. The mate is still coming. Whether now or in 3 moves from now, the mate is still coming.
Well, he can play queen c3 here, which
He
just did.
just did. There is where there's life, there's hope.
But now Andy's up 4 pawns.
Not
So he got
enough.
the piece back.
It's not enough.
I would
King
play
H2?
f6
I would
right
play
now.
king h2.
King h2, no, f6.
F6 takes.
Takes where?
On
On
g3?
G3? And then
What
rook
if I take?
h3 is hanging.
Oh, rook h3.
Ooh, don't want to.
Ooh, I'm losing that. That would be a dramatic way to finish.
That would be a turnaround.
That would be the turnaround of the century. Maybe f6.
King h2 was pretty safe. By the way, not for nothing.
Queen d8.
I know, I
Oh,
resign.
yeah.
The
You don't
bishop
wanna take
takes.
on,
you don't want
checkmate in one.
you don't want to play bishop takes and make my day.
That's a nice mate.
That is actually pretty funny. King h2 on the board by Andy and rook g8.
You can play bishop g5. Get the bishop out, wanting to play h takes on
That's
bishop
right.
f4.
That's right. That's right.
Just
I
queen
mean,
e4 and
okay, I
that's
get
it.
it. You know,
Queen e4 and
stopping.
Now I'm gonna start
bishop
pushing the
f4.
pawns.
By the way, how many connected pass pawns do you have? 4. I mean, if you put your pawn on g4, that might be valuable. Okay. Sorry, we're getting giddy here. It's
5.
our final broadcast. But 4 connected pass pawns. King h2 on the board.
And by the way, Brew is winning his game against Jason Liang.
Absolutely, he's looking good. He
Because
has a
earlier it
winning
was
endgame.
equal, I thought,
But he was always on the pressuring side.
but he does have 55 seconds. No, this is Jason's game.
Brewington.
Let's stay with
Andy for just to see
because
the
the other
handshake
one is
because
going
it
to
just
be
I
a long
agree.
end game.
I agree wholeheartedly. Ooh, Rook G8. You know, you always want to win in style, and Queen takes G8 is ridiculous, right?
Too much.
Too much.
Asking
Let's just
too
push
much.
f6, cut the bishop off.
Play f6, cut the bishop off. You don't take on h4? Take on h4, you're threatening mate, don't you? Oh, what a cheapo. He's reaching for his f pawn.
Do not take
You
on h4.
On h4.
Do not take on
Queen
h4.
h3. King h. Oh my
And that's how you
goodness.
quit chess.
That's the cold shower. That's the horror of losing a completely winning position. f7, pardon me, f5, f6 by Andy. And that's
I really like
really,
that move,
really,
F5,
really
F6.
good.
That's why I wanted to cut the bishop off.
Exactly.
Cage that bishop on the air. I mean,
Yes.
This is such a nice position.
Take away the options of your opponent. That was but what a cheapo. Queen takes h3. That would just, that's nightmares.
Just goes to show.
Nightmares for months.
A game is never over.
If Andy was in time trouble, like a real
And
time trouble.
It's an easy move to fall for because you want to mate on g8.
But now, are there any more cheapos left?
Well, at this point, I'm going to say yes. I don't know where they are, but there's got to be a cheapo. I've got a cheapo for you. You ready for a cheapo?
Okay.
Takes.
Right.
Check on d2.
King h1. We have a move, queen e3 on the board.
Queen e3, sorry. The cheapo I had in mind was something like rook g2, rook takes h3.
Nice, and queen
Okay,
h6.
that was the
Okay,
awful.
now he's taking the pawn on h4 because
He's just
more-
double checking,
no more
triple
checking.
checking, making absolutely sure that there are no queen takes h3 possibility. Yeah. And that was
That's
a
it.
handshake.
That's the handshake.
which
Well
means
done.
Justin Wang finishes in clear second.
Our congratulations.
And congrats,
Justin.
Andy, for finishing the tournament with a win.
Absolutely. And for Andy, he definitely showed that he belongs in this field. He was throwing some
He's a
really good,
grandmaster.
really good patties. And all of these games, even those that didn't go his way, he was a competitor.
Yes.
Fighting in each and every game. Our
A few
congratulations
things
to
to
Andy.
correct, and this guy is going to be
It's
in the
serious.
US Championship.
Next year, he
very
might
soon.
be playing this for the first place.
Absolutely.
Very soon, yes.
And then there was one. We've
Have-
got Brewington is much better in ending.
It's up a pawn, same
Yep.
color bishops.
Very, very good
It
advantage.
just takes technique now.
Yep.
And I think any trade of minor pieces works for him.
Exactly. So bishop takes f4 is to be welcomed. Any trades of those bishops as well is to be welcomed. Brewington looking good. And by the way, I came into this round thinking, half expecting that Brew would be exhausted by his game with Andy.
He's 14 years old, so
Yeah, he bounced back, but Andrew,
maybe he was tired.
maybe he was the one feeling the effect of that. What was it? 100-move game?
180, I think.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
for sure.
100.
Very close to
180.
200.
108? What?
Yes,
Damn.
very close to 200. They played for a long time.
I knew I was tired yesterday. I just couldn't figure out why. 180. Boy,
To put it in perspective, we finished about an hour later than we usually do.
An hour later.
And at 14, I remember I was playing tournaments non-stop. I would only have one day in between. I was homeschooled for that reason, so I could play open tournaments entire year.
One
I was
after
never
another,
tired.
after another. Wow.
Now I played 2 tournaments a year.
Yeah, that's what I said. No more.
6-month break in between.
Right, Olympic teams at once every 2 years,
Yeah.
got it.
Knight went back to e6.
that's a little bit funny. The knight, yep, steps back to e6, pressuring pawn on d4.
What's the winning plan right now? So the knight on e6, beautiful.
Right.
You're stopping the knight from c2 from moving anywhere else.
Right.
What's the winning plan to take advantage of your extra pawn is the question.
Exactly.
How do you make progress?
Bring the king to c7, maybe?
That's an idea.
So you would play on the other side. Okay.
That's where I have the extra pawn, so I was thinking that's where I should be playing.
Makes perfect sense.
So for me, I always look for the outposts.
By the way, do you put the knight
For
on
the
e4 now?
Yes.
Now that bishop c3 allows you?
Yes,
to do so?
I immediately put the knight, and central outposts are the best. The reason why c4 might be...
Maybe there's a little bit of an idea for white. So let's say go knight g5, king e3,
yes,
knight d4, bishop b4. And
Bishop
if you
b4.
take my, I'll just show you my idea.
Please.
Knight takes b4, and I want knight c6 and a6.
And to rush the pawn home. This is actually a very decent plan for you. I would probably want to avoid that by recapturing with my king, by playing king e6. But I do like very much, I'm a big, big believer in centralized outposts for the knights. And that's from the opening, end game, middle game, every type of game, you want a good centralized knight.
Yeah.
By the way, Brew, he said, you know what, that knight is going to go to e4. Let me put my king on a good square.
Very nice.
King e6.
He's showing good technique. I mean, we
Right.
saw him yesterday defend that endgame.
Very well.
Very precise technique.
Yes. And it was impressive defense.
And they went from 30 seconds to 17 minutes.
You were saying that Brew was actually going under 10 seconds on a number of his moves, and then he ended up with 17 minutes on his clock as he blitzed his way to a finish and a draw. So put the knight on e4. Incremental improvements for each and every one of your pieces. Knight on e4. Where are the weaknesses? Well, pawn on a. That was why we even considered maybe a long track with the king over to the queen side. King on a6. Pick up a pawn over there. Bishop on c7. Pressing. Now, would you press on the king side?
How?
Yes, exactly. Knight to e4.
We have a move, by the way, bishop e1.
Bishop to e1. Let me just update my board. Bishop to e1. By pressing on the king side, I meant king f5, bishop f4, trying to worm my king in.
Brew is following my idea. He went king d7.
He's going to a6. That's exactly where he wants to land. Put some pressure on that a5 pawn.
Yeah, I think this pawn on a5 makes such a compelling target, right? It's
White
hard to
needs
defend.
to create some kind of play on the king side while black king goes on the other side, but...
Well, I understand that we would love to march. It's not exactly like we're going anywhere, though. I mean, tell me how to march, and I'm on it. The knight.
Let's try h4.
Okay. And like I said, I just love...
King f3.
Here, because you put your pawn on a dark square, it means that your bishop will more or less be perpetually a prisoner.
Knight e3.
Knight e3, g6.
And g4.
g4. And away you go. Okay.
This is all I can achieve.
Maximum. I'm not sure, but okay, let's take. I guess you wanted to take with the knight?
Actually with the king.
Okay. So you think...
But I don't even have h5.
Right.
Knight f6.
Yeah, you think...
King d3. King is trying to meet the other king on the queen side.
Let's see what... king to d3. So, but how... Oh, you think you could get triggered?
Brew says no. You got to stay on that side. I'm coming knight f4.
Knight f4
I'm trying
check.
to take your g2 pawn.
So we got knight e6 and knight e3 on the board.
Yes.
Knight
Now
E3.
knight f4. I actually like knight on f4.
Like the knight on f4.
It stops white g pawn from moving.
I'm a little bit surprised. I must confess here, just a second. I think bringing the king to a4 would make a lot of sense, right?
Sure.
Because then, for example, a move like knight to e6 would have tickled d4 as well as the f4 square, right? So, knight, okay.
Okay.
Our predictions. I was right about the first one, but then again.
By the way,
Yes,
I
we
cannot
all-
believe nobody picked Christopher Yu.
Yep.
The highest
How did
rated
that happen?
player in the field.
How did that happen? Shame on us.
So Christian wins
Well, thank you very much.
for picking
All
Vladimir.
top seeds won.
It's called
guys.
skill.
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 Explain yourself.
Kostya was close second.
Kostya.
He picked Jesse Kraai, who finished second.
He was
That
sort of
was-
forced to pick Jesse, right? It's
Well,
his.
Yeah,
The
Jesse
chess
was,
dojo.
you know,
So
a family.
he got
thing.
derailed by the friendship.
Right. Friendships will
But
do that.
second place still.
Second place.
Very happy for Jesse.
Kostya,
Final
we're
thoughts.
wrapping up our last round broadcast, and we thought we'd leave it in your hands. Final thoughts as we close these national championships.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, incredible tournament, very dramatic. Who would have thought all three top seeds would end up winning? I mean, it's kind of a little bit surprising to me, but they managed to get it done in different fashions. You know, Alice Lee had to come back, never in doubt, I'm sure, as we were all thinking. But yeah, truly three very, very interesting tournaments through and through. And it was a pleasure to follow. It was an absolute blast to interview the players, hear their thoughts after the games. I really enjoyed my role here. And yeah, thank you guys for having me. I hope to be back.
Thank you for joining us and sharing your thoughts and the interviews. It was great.
I love Kostya's recaps also.
And your recaps. You get a lot of kudos from some of my harshest critics. So well done. Well done, Kostya. I know he has an obligation, so we wanted to give him a chance to say thank you and make a graceful exit. Not an Andrew Hong exit, but a graceful exit. G7, G6, we're going to remain with you as we're going to watch.
Brewington convert this endgame.
Yeah, and can he convert the endgame?
Yes.
Your prediction?
99.9% sure he will.
Wow, okay, you've got your faith in Brewington Hardaway.
He was my peak.
Yeah, you should. You should. You can't give up on him now. G7, G6. You like this move? I do. I think that's a nice move. Getting the pawns
He's really
off
limiting White's options.
the dark squares.
Because
That's
he's
exactly.
also looking at that d4 pawn. If you go, for example, king b3,
Okay.
I have knight e2. Or knight, I don't know which way I should go, but knight e2. You have to play knight c2 back.
Right.
And I feel like I have such freedom to play on any side of the board.
You know what I really like is a move like bishop
Oh,
here.
nice.
So the idea is obviously you want to go bishop to g1, but also if it was your move, you could also play knight to f4. In this case,
Bishop g1.
bishop
Nice.
g1, and you
Good finish.
a good finish indeed. So I like what you just said there with this threat of knight e2.
Occasionally, you can even start thinking about c5. Just to destabilize. Obviously not right now, but
Yes, no, seriously, because your king is so ready.
like king e6, for example, and then play the move c5.
Exactly. You're
Or
ready just to-
c5 and just try to go for c6, b5.
Yeah. But I like this move, g6, for a completely different reason. I'm all about targeting pawns, knight to e6, bishop e7, bishop f6. Love it.
Now Jason falling behind.
On the clock? What are the clock times, by the way?
Jason has 1 hour and 40 seconds. And
What?
1 minute and 40 seconds.
1 hour. 1 hour. We call a break.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
I'm calling emergency services.
Brewington, 6.5 minutes.
Do I need a doctor's appointment? 1 minute, 46 seconds.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Giving you a little heart attack.
Right. I mean, just our production team just collapsed. 6 minutes for Brewington, you said, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very hard to find moves for Jason here. Every move you make has a big downside.
Truly.
Because you have 3 weaknesses, a5, d4, and g2. And you're already down a pawn.
And you're down a pawn.
It's really a hopeless position.
And the problem is also is you start looking around and you're saying, okay, I need counterplay. Where's the target? Where?
There's
how
no
do you?
counterplay. Black has no weaknesses. How do you like h5 now for black? Just
very much.
Shut it down.
100%. I'm a big fan. I also seriously I love these ideas of knight e2. I love the ideas of bishop
c7, e7.
Yeah, e7 to f6. But I love h5.
But our summer of chess will continue.
No.
After this.
No.
Yes, it does.
No, I want a break.
2 weeks.
Well, you do get the break, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not enough.
We'll be back for St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, August 12th to 16th.
The Grand Chess Tour picks
and then
up.
the Super Bowl of Chess, Sinkfield Cup, will be starting on August 19th, finishing on the 28th.
Where Grand Chess Tour champion will be crowned for the 2024 season, as the Sinkfield Cup invites the world's very, very, very best players to St. Louis. And for me, I always regretted the fact that during my career, the best tournaments, the grandest tournaments, were always in Europe. And in America, we had a lot of open events, which was nice, but it was those great big close events that
By
I
the
really
way,
enjoyed
I
playing.
do believe we're going to have one Hikaru Nakamura joining us for the Rapid and Blitz.
Right, for the Rapid
and
Blitz.
for the Sinkfield Cup, I believe we're going to have the world champion in town, Ding Liren.
Ding Liren.
Yes.
Welcome.
I know
by
we
the
have
way-
the challenger, Gukash.
Yes,
That's for sure.
That could be a clash before the World Championship.
A clash before the clash.
Yes.
Before the match.
Hopefully I'm right, because if I'm not, imagine,
just like,
imagine that miss.
Kostya is going to be a full-time.
C5.
Ooh.
He went for it.
Wow. Okay, that shows. Sorry. A little impatience. I think it's a good move.
a good time.
I think it's a good move. Don't get me wrong, but I know a lot of players who would have nursed the position a lot more before making that break. Because the point is, you can always make the move c6, c5. After you've made it...
He did choose a good time, though, because
I think h5 was inclusive.
The way white pieces are placed right now.
Yeah, okay.
So let's say, what do you do, take?
Bishop d3, bishop c3 is the alternative, but then I'm afraid you might play c4, so
You're
yes.
losing the g2 pawn after you take. Bishop takes c5 and g2 hangs.
Okay, I'm not a happy camper. G2 does hang.
Yeah, knight g4, knight g2 with the tempo. And there's 19 seconds for Jason, going down 15.
Do have knight e5 check, and I'm not a happy camper. He played bishop c3. So Brewington's decision to play c5, oh, I was about to say, could play really, really nice dividends. He's played king c6. That was always on his agenda. I thought, pardon me, g3 and knight takes d5 was a threat.
Right.
I thought c4, getting a nice outpost on d3 could also be a
For
possibility.
now, he wants to take on d4 and play bishop c5 for straights.
He's bullying his way up the board is what's
Jason
happening.
down to 10 seconds. just made a move. I think he took on c5, yes.
Indeed he did.
After
So bishop takes c5.
Knight g4, only move, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Knight g4, and I can take on g2 and take on h4.
Take on g2.
Even though take on g2, you have knight e5.
That's kind of
King
okay
d5,
too,
Knight
right?
g6.
You
Should we go
got-
d4? Bishop b4?
You got options here. I think bishop b4 is the simplest, right? Just go and pick up this pawn. Your knight is actually doing a pretty good job at freezing white's pieces as well. So that is a nice way of going. Bishop takes c5, we think Brew will...
Interesting that he's thinking here. Is he considering king takes c5?
Yes. King takes c5, followed by
Because
d4.
that's playable as well.
Also, very promising. You're just advancing the pawn.
What do we think? Bishop takes or king takes?
Yes, bishop takes.
Bishop takes. I think Jason made his last move in 2 seconds because I see on his clock 32 seconds.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Nice. 2 seconds. Nerves of steel. How do you do that? I mean...
I've seen Irina do it with 1 second repeatedly on every move.
And she plays it with a kind of a languishing...
Very slowly also.
Yeah, like she's got all the time in the world. King takes c5. Commentators curse.
Oh, he
Didn't
took
see
with the
that
king.
one.
d4 is coming.
d4 is a massive threat, of course.
And how exactly do you stop me?
I can't stop
Not
d4.
easily. Can I play king b3?
You want to have bishop to b4.
I'll play knight d3.
Which one?
Knight d3.
Ugh.
He's
do
down
have
to
a
2
move.
seconds, but he made another move with
H5.
2 seconds.
What?
Wait a minute.
H5?
Can I just simply go d4 right now?
Yep.
H5?
That's a piece.
Yeah, d4 finishes the game.
That
You can see on
H5?
Brew's face, like, what?
What am I missing, says Brew.
Look, the position was already pretty much hopeless.
Right.
But
d4,
yeah,
h takes g, knight takes
knight
g,
takes
right?
g6,
And that's
yes.
it.
Just forces resignation.
Yeah.
I think both players know it right now. Brew will take his
I mean, I'm
time.
sure even g takes h is winning, but...
Right. As a pawn grubber, knight takes h5, not bad either. But how do you resist playing d4?
You don't.
You don't.
You play it.
You play it. Lots and lots of good moves for Brewington. D5, D4 is most conclusive.
So Brew will also finish this tournament with a plus score.
Yes.
His first time coming into the juniors.
Very
he's a wild
successful debut. Very successful debut.
And he even left some points on the table.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Especially against Andrew Hong. He found that beautiful move, knight f5, but failed to win a winning position.
In fact, 2 winning positions against Andrew Hong and Justin Wang as well, in the same type of structures also.
Second round, yes.
In the second round, those very tense, closed positions in which he actually outmaneuvered his opponents.
By the way,
did not
knight
play
takes h5.
d4.
What were we missing? What was the idea?
I don't think we
before?
were missing anything.
No, I don't think so either.
I really don't.
Hey, I mean, he just won my heart.
That's why he did it.
He took a pawn. Oh, what a guy.
A pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn.
Pawn
Knight
is a
takes
pawn.
h5.
He will be 2 pawns up.
Knight f and
But wasn't being a piece up better?
well, okay, let's
Maybe
be
we
honest.
were missing something.
It was, but it wasn't.
So
I'm gonna
h6?
take.
Yes, knight takes g6.
Okay,
I'm gonna
maybe
take.
Idea is that white takes a lot of pawns.
I was gonna go check,
Okay, that's fine. King.
and I'm losing.
Well, if there was no b pawn, sure.
Right? And I'm losing. But
Yeah.
But you're
maybe I
losing
could-
easily, aren't you? Like king b5?
couple of
But then
moves.
you have to win bishop and knight versus knight versus king. You're right. This one,
I don't think he's worried about that.
this one, you don't even get to sacrifice the piece. I'm going to play bishop to c7, which we're about to see. Bishop to c7, king to c4. b4, and then the Saints come marching in.
Yeah, maybe practically even a better choice to just pick up all the pawns.
Agreed.
Back the knight, is that his plan?
I would probably play bishop c7 myself.
Bishop c7, yeah.
Bishop e7.
He played it.
Knight e3?
I think bishop c7.
Oh, bishop c7.
Yes.
Yeah.
From his hand.
Yeah, the hand movement seemed to indicate that.
He's about to win the third pawn after king b5.
Right.
Or d4 first.
Knight. You got a step to you there. Knight e3 check, knight c4, picking up the pawn that way. By the way, whenever this guy does move, it jettisons pretty fast.
All the way to g1.
Yeah.
g5 we're expecting. Try to go back to e6, try to give some checks.
Probably king c4.
Yeah.
Or king b5.
King c4, king b5. I like king
b5, right? Take the pawn. And it's funny how black pawns are positioned in a way that you can't even attack them, really.
Because they're on knight squares.
Yeah.
The dark square bishop is not going to be able to
10 seconds
target.
for Jason, down to 6 seconds. He made it move.
Which was?
He made it with
King
3
b3.
seconds. King
So
b3.
bring your knight back to civilization. Knight check. Knight to e6. Get ready to push your runaway passers. d5 as well as g5.
Yeah, on the board, they're following your thoughts, Yasser. King e3, knight e6.
Whoa, because suddenly I realized even king c4 starts to look attractive. No, knight e6 is just such a solid and good move. Yeah, but for a moment there, king c4 also caught my eye.
You see the knight moved somewhere.
And by the way, d5, d4 check. Winning a piece now makes it really a triumph.
Oh, white knight is just trapped. Well, you can trade always, but well, maybe not actually. This d4.
Exactly. But you're right. The bishop plays Tsuji against the knight, dominates the knight, and if you have nothing else on your agenda, king b5 and bishop takes a5, king c4.
Every move is winning.
Chasing
every move.
Chasing the bishop away. Well, the bishop voluntarily chased.
Bishop f6. Should we just pick up
Yes.
the last standing pawn?
Correct.
Yes, we should.
Yes, we should.
And by the way,
d4 also you can just start pushing. d4.
Yes.
If king e4, king c4, and just start pushing.
No.
I think
he starts with d4.
Yeah, I think he did start with d4, by the way.
Yeah.
I guess he wants
king
king
c4.
c4. Okay.
You still can't protect that pawn on a5, so.
No. It's not actually going away.
No.
And d4 check.
Especially if you go knight e5 and you allow me to exchange the bishop for the knight, then I only need my d pawn. My d pawn is going to march down the board.
Exactly so.
So knight h8 maybe the only move, but
knight h8 g5. Right?
I will push that g pawn as well.
Yeah, right.
Now there's really not much left.
Let's see, what was his move?
My Spotify hit song, Push 'em Baby. Knight h5.
Bishop e5.
Take.
No, go d4 first.
No, d4 first.
I would not take that. No.
Don't take
I don't
the
want to
pawn.
give the pawn on g6.
You want to give the pawn on g6? What's
wow,
the point?
you
What's the
guys are...
point?
Oh, you know what's a nice move?
Let's just take on a5.
Knight d8. Because that way I force the trades, but I keep all the pawns.
Oh.
d4.
Congratulations. That is a really picturesque move. I like that. I like I still like knight to d8, by the way. That is just a very picturesque move. Wow. Wow. And that forces a trade of one of the minor pieces.
Even knight g5, right? Does the same thing.
Yes.
But it's not as pretty. Come on, you made an artistic move. And then would you play d3 check?
Sure.
Sure.
You can't play king d2. I'll take on a5 with a check.
With a check. Yeah, that was why d3 check
I would
also.
play knight d8 though.
I do too.
d3 you have to go king d1.
Yeah. I'm still wanting to go. I love this move, knight to d8, by the way, just forcing a trade of one of the minor pieces.
It's a great move. Let's see if he's going to find it. Knight to d8 or knight to g5, both of them very efficient moves.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 minutes for Brew. 55 seconds for Jason. Brew definitely showed a very good technique today. And yesterday.
And yesterday.
I think d3 is on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. d3.
King d1, and I think he might just take the pawn on a5. Or king e3.
King e3, okay. That's an
I can still take on
decision.
a5. Because on knight d6 there is always
King
d5.
d5. He's done it, precisely. He wants to play d2 too. So knight to d6 check, I loved it. Seriously, I thought knight d8 was really a very artistic move. Knight to d5 check, king to d5. And you were mentioning this moment where, you know, the knight was trapped.
Oh, you don't want to give bishop b6 check and pick up?
I think bishop b6. You can trap it by also picking up the bishop.
Yeah, and d2. So knight d5 check on
Probably
the board.
going to see that.
Knight to d5 check on
He's
the board.
going to take on d3 most likely.
King to d5.
Yep, he took on d3. Now king e5. Good thing that Brew has the g-pawn.
I don't think he's going to go king e5. I think
No?
just bishop c7.
Oh, because there's knight c4.
Correct. Yes.
There's also knight c5 check.
Bishop
No,
c7.
bishop c7 easy.
That was the most efficient.
Well, you take on b7, I take on e5 with the
King.
And the knight is not
Knight
getting
is
out.
still trapped.
It's not getting out.
Nice. Nice.
You're taking a pawn, but you're not taking the second one. So I don't have to demonstrate bishop. and
Yes,
knight
your
versus
technique
king.
of bishop and knight versus king. Gee. Did he take with the bishop and not the king?
Terrible.
Wow. That was a little bit...
But I still have a pawn that I don't think he can get close to.
Absolutely not. First of all, knight a5, knight c5, and
Yeah,
the knight
knight
still
is
gets
still
trapped.
Knight is still trapped.
Still is
The knight
trapped.
is still trapped.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice also.
I think the table base is saying checkmate in 17.
I thought 14, but...
You were close.
Yeah, I was close.
And he played knight a5.
Knight a5, I do
Knight
like
c5
that. Knight c5.
immediately.
By the way, knight c5
He's
came
ready.
with...
He's ready. Because now he can win the knight with bishop c7 next move.
Exactly, that's
He knows
exactly what
king
he's...
To, king to e3, okay, bishop
Bishop
c7.
c7.
I think finally we're going to see the resignation.
Bishop c7.
Would you
traps
test
knight.
your opponent to see if they can checkmate with bishop and knight?
Sure, yeah. I mean...
I don't think I would.
Right?
No, you should.
I mean, if they're a kid, maybe, but not a grandmaster. I'm not going to test the grandmaster.
You should test everybody.
Those grandmasters, all they do is study the openings. They don't study, you know, the end games.
I think they disagree. There's a
And that's it.
handshake.
And that is a handshake. Our
That
congratulations
concludes
to Brewington.
Our
Great
Hardaway.
juniors and seniors 2024
Wow.
championships.
Wow. Well, we'll get those final standings of all three tournaments prepared for our audience. But once again, great national championships.
Very
This is what it's
exciting.
all about, is playing in these national qualifying. You just heard Nicholas say, you know, like, what was his goal? He wanted to qualify to play. He won a game. He saved it till the end, by the way. But now he's going to go to the U.S. Open, and he's going to try to qualify for the U.S. Championships from the U.S. Open. He wants to come back.
Christopher Yu doesn't have to do that.
And Christopher Yu doesn't have to do that. So these national championships, they're fun.
Always fun. Always fun and always very competitive as well. And I'm glad to see Akopian finally getting his first championship round. Let's take a look at the final standings.
Indeed, and we'll start
In the
with
juniors, congratulations to Christopher Yu for winning the tournament. Justin Wang clear second, and two players are now sharing third, Andrew Hong and Jason Wang.
$4,500 apiece. Andy Woodward, $27.50. Brewington, look at that. Those two players, Bud House teammates, each sharing the fifth place at $27.50. Balaji disappointed at $2,000.
And the girls, congratulations again to Alice Lee for winning the tournament, and Rose Atwell, great play, finishing in clear second. Third place, Iris Mo.
Congratulations to Iris, but especially also to Rose for pushing Alice Lee to the absolute limit there. Jasmine, she's going to look at that score and say, oh, I could have done so much better. The legends. Tell us about the legends, the final standings.
First place, Vladimir Akopian. Second place, Jesse Kraai. Congratulations, Jesse. And sharing third, two players, Larry Christiansen and Joel Benjamin.
For Julio, you had your chances, Julio. This last round game, if he had played E4 instead of F5, he might be the one sitting there saying, you know what, that second place sure feels good. And a final look at our three
Christopher
champions.
today winning his game and getting his first congratulations from Chris Bird.
The arbiter.
There's a smile.
Yeah.
Alice Lee, you can see her also.
She looks like the Cheshire cat there. She found the cream at the very end as 5 in a row. She's feeling like, I just got away from a draw. Oh, that game was a draw. I avoided playoff.
And Akopian won this tournament yesterday.
Yes, he did. He was one of the most dominant champions as he finished a point and a half.
Round to spare.
Yeah, and a win with round to spare. Guys, once again, thank you, Cristian.
Great
show,
with you both.
as usual.
Nazi.
Great show.
It was really, really wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. You know the Summer of Chess continues with the Grand Chess Tour in 2 weeks. We hope you'll be joining us. In the meanwhile, goodbye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And goodbye.
Next time.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.